Big hit. One hit. Dodge, 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 dodge. Nice, 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 nice. Fireball. Good. Good. Lightning strike in 3, 2, 1. Oh, he missed. You got lucky. Nice. You can finish him. This is it. This is it. There's no way you choke. You have it. This is you. This is you. Means you did. You did. You have him. You have him. Just hit him. Hey, teamwork. Teamwork. Good shit. Teamwork,
Anyway,
baby.
this game's a joke. This game's a joke. It's what I said, chat. This game's a joke.
Yes, sir.
This game's a joke. 38 hours in, boys. It's nothing. I told you. It's all thanks to Techie, baby. He's my coach. He's my life coach.
Yes,
He's
sir.
been there for me for years.
Yes, sir. We're going to lock him again. Have you done Gotskin Duo yet?
I don't even know what that is. I thought you said gotchi and duos.
All right, cool. Cinema stuck there for 3 weeks.
What? Senna got stuck there for 3 weeks?
Yes, and you will beat it in 1 hour. Because I've seen your natural ability.
Yes, sir.
You got it. All right, let's keep it going.
Okay, chat. Did you expect me to beat that fast, though?
Nope. Nobody did.
On a horse?
Nobody did. Did this on an extra hard mode. Crushed it.
Like, look at that.
We've now entered, just so you know, you have now entered hard mode. You have now beaten the tutorial. It's time, baby. I bet you beat Millennia in a measly 10.5 hours. That's it. That's it. 10.5. Easy. Easy 10.5. Have you slept
Thanks,
yet?
Tectone. Nope.
You haven't slept?
No.
There's no way.
Nope.
Wait, Chad, if I check the VOD, he's never slept?
Nope.
No way. He hasn't slept? What is wrong? How's your heart feeling, man?
Pretty good.
Okay, all right. All right, here we go.
No, after this boss, I sleep.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
No.
Bro,
You gotta do one more.
cardiac arrest.
Oh, okay. You just do one more. Just at least get to it. At least get to it.
No, I'm beating this boss.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, you got it.
My utmost thanks.
Bro, she's so fun.
Me to the base of the Erd Tree.
Chat, I did not take Addy.
I can govern my own movement.
Would you fuck her?
And thus,
Absolutely.
the
What?
accord
Indubitably,
is
immediately.
fulfilled.
If you say no, you're a
I
liar.
shall depart.
She's
to
so
ascertain
bad.
The purpose I was given. Farewell.
You got a heart rate monitor
I
on?
shall lead
I did.
What are you sitting at?
I was sitting at 70. Cool music.
Cool 70? Okay, good. You ain't dying.
Chat, I don't take Vyvanse. I don't take Adderall. I didn't do a blind at Coke. That doesn't even make any sense.
And hard.
I'm just cool, and I'm just good at what I do.
You will
I love my
become
job.
That's right.
Elden,
Gamer stops.
Gamer
native
subs,
of the throne.
Mad Monk, waifu cups, all of it, chat.
Water.
Water. I didn't even listen to a word she said.
It's alright. Just said something about fingers. Okay. Lane Del Royal Capital. I'm pretty sure the next boss you fight's actually kind of smooth. Oh, these dudes are crazy EXP farm, but don't EXP farm those glitches. As your friend, Miz, you should go back. And you should level up. As your friend, I'm letting you know that. You have 50,000 souls, spend those.
Oh.
I got you. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but watch this, right? There's one in here.
No, it's not. Yep, there you go. Run back. There you go. Big. Let's see what you at. That's a lot of vigor. I like that. 28 strength, dexterity. That's good. Yeah, big. Perfect. Yep. 72 is actually the level I beat the game at. So you are crushing it right now on EXP. That's great. That's all good. Sometimes we play with training wheels on. Sometimes we put on the bumpers when we bowl. That's okay. Nice. Just making sure you're staying on track, man. You good? You can ignore them, they're friendly. Okay. Alright.
I fucking hate you, Frosty, you stupid bitch. You ruined my family.
They are friendly. They are friendly. Okay. Alright.
The builder's dad. We found M.
Okay. I mean, I guess we just kill them all. Well, you're gonna piss him off.
Fuck you, Frosty.
He's not even trying to hit you, bro. He's just singing a song. Well. Okay, here we go, chat. Here it is. Yep, here we go. Nice, big moves. Huge. Big posture break. Good shit. Nice. Yeah, backstab. Damn. Never mind. Yeah, weapon arcs his ass. Weapon arcs him. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I used to think Tecton was kind of annoying, but he's been growing on me lately and he's actually a pretty cool guy. Cannibalism.
Yo, Laro, thank you for the 20 months, man. I appreciate it.
Why aren't you two-handing? There you go.
I was. The second you said it, I was.
Good.
So I was,
Good.
I was
Careful
waiting
this
for
room.
my- I was
Careful this
waiting for
room.
my coach.
Careful this room. I'm being dead ass. Careful this room. Good. Good. Nice. Good. Jump down. You want to jump down? Yeah, there you go. Nice. Careful this room. Careful. Careful. Careful this room. This room, careful. Yep, careful. Yep, careful this room. Careful this room. Dead ass, careful. Nice. Nice. Big. Big head. Nice. Okay, careful this room though. Careful this room. Nice. Nice. Go back in. You can't kill them if you're outside of the room. You have to fight them. They're not going to kill themselves, bro. There you go. Come on. Get in there. Why are you running? Why are you running? Like, bro, hello?
Tecton
Nice.
backseating
Get
is
in there.
actually hilarious.
Nice. Holy shit, bro. Like, are we dancing with them or are we fighting? We doing ballerina or are we playing the game? They get nice. Huge. 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 Nice. There we go. W-mans. W-mans. W, 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 W. There you go. W in the chat. Holy fuck, man. This guy's insane. Yep. Yeah, big loot. Big loot, big loot. You need those. Nice. Careful him. Stream sniper.
Careful in this room.
Yep. Careful him. He's trouble. Lightning. Fuck that. What is that about? How does he do that? Big weapon art. That was huge. Oh, gotta avoid that one. Yeah, careful of that one. That's a dangerous one. Careful, lightning. Lightning. Nice, big chug. Alright, get in there. Badlands chugs. That's what they call this playthrough, man. 10 pots every fucking fight. Badlands chugs. Don't touch that mouse. Here it comes. Lightning. Big dodge. Okay. Okay. There you go. Alright, bro, are you good? There you go. Alright, nice.
Does this meth ever shut the fuck up?
Hell no. Here we go. Alright, big room. Careful this room. This one's dangerous.
Not gonna lie, Bob, the builder is cooking right now.
Alright, yeah, pick that up. Big loot. Nice. Careful of that guy. He's actually a joke. He's easy. Just fuck him up. You got. He's big to intimidate. He doesn't do anything. Just kill him. Safe. He's dead. There it is. Dodge. Nice. Big dodge. Yes, sir. Yeah, don't want to get by that. Dodge that one. Nice. Big dodge. Good timing, actually. Jump king. Stamina gone. Yeah, you gotta be. When you run out of stamina, you can't dodge. If you don't dodge, you don't get iframes, and iframes are invulnerability frames. Yeah. So you gotta be careful with that, because without the iframes, you can't. Invulnerability. There it is. Nice. Okay, but there's a double explode. You gotta dodge twice. Yeah, the gold is. Yeah. You want to avoid that one. I would have avoided that one if I were you. But yeah, when the moves come at you, just dodge them, and then you don't get hit. Yeah, but yeah, you weren't dodging, so you were getting hit, unfortunately. But this next time you got it. You got it.
Where the hell am I?
You're in the Erd tree. There's the thing that Sylvanas set on fire. There you go. Friendly, by the way. They are friendly. Good. They're just playing their song, man.
Chat, was it weird that I attacked him at first?
Yeah, it was weird. There you go. It's all good.
Still just enjoying their song or something? Like,
Yeah, they're chilling, man. Don't worry about them. Just roll. Nice. Big jump. He drops good souls if you want to kill him, but you don't have to. I just skip all these dudes. Yep. Okay. Alright. Yep. How many... Ooh. Yeah, there is gravity in this one, unfortunately. Yeah, how many subs you have right now? Okay. It's alright. It happens. It's all good.
Does it?
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. I only got 22,000 right now, bro. It's all good.
Ew.
Well, yeah, I know it's low. It's been a rough month. Here we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here we go, big man. Yeah, skip that. Forward. Nice. Careful of him. Lightning. Good dodge. Intuition. Careful of lightning, though. I told you that, but it's alright. Guess I'm talking to myself right now. Okay, big boss coming up in 3, 2, 1. There it is. Get him. Lock in. Yes, sir. Big dodge. That's what they call him. Big Dick Miz. Nice dodge. Insane. Yup. Here comes gold. Maybe double explode. Careful. That's the one, and then... coming later. Nice. Huge. Here we go. Dodge that. Yep. Explode. I told you it was coming later. You didn't listen to me, but it's alright. You gonna heal? Nope. We're just gonna kill ourselves again. This is fun, man. I like this. I like the whole let's just throw for fun. Let's just throw for fun. Yeah, man. Let's just stay here all fucking day, man. I like that.
The only thing Bob the Builder is building is his own ego.
Alright, here we go. Alright, let's get back. Let's get back. Here we go. Yes, sir. Here we are. Back at it. Chatter's here. Ooh, he was friendly. Alright, it's fine. You should have done Viva Pinata playthrough.
Yeah. Don't stop the stream until I beat Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's what we should have done, chat. That was the big fuck up. Kai would have never thought of that.
Here we go. And roll. Nice. Okay, well, never mind. I said roll, but that's alright. You're probably muted. Nice. Big jump. Big play. Dangerous room coming up. Don't matter. You got the elevator this time?
Give the jaws a break so you can yap about Genshin drama later, bald ass.
Alright, here we go. Careful of this room. Good shit. Nice. Cut left. Big. Yep, forward, down the stairs. Right on track.
This
like
maybe
this.
if you listen to Bob, you would
pace.
beat this game.
I agree. Alright, forward. Now remember, lightning coming up. And we dodge the...
Lightning.
That's right.
Tecton farm to level 200 to beat the game. Don't listen to this too much.
Source? Proof? Clips? Source? Proof? Guys? Hello? Evidence? Alright, here we go. That'd be in 3, 2, 1. Can't jump that. It's alright though. He's here. Alright. Focus up. Focus up. Get your souls. Dodge that. Big. Alright, here we go. Dodge that. Nice. Intuition. Go fight him. Where you going? Fight him. Okay. Alright. You missed him. You gotta go back. You need to go back. If you kill him, you get the save point. The save point, it's him. You have to kill him. That's why it's gold, because he goes because it's the save point. You have to go back and kill him. Yeah, there you go. I'll go back. Ooh, gotta avoid that. That's the lightning that I was telling you about earlier. Yeah, you don't want to get by that one. That one's a dangerous one. There we go. And go left. Yes, sir. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Alright, here we go. Take care of him. Come on, Mizzy. Ooh, gotta dodge that one. That's lightning infused, too. You want to dodge that, too, yeah. Alright, here we go. Yep. Oh, actually, hey, I'm not gonna say nothing. Yes, sir, Mizzy! Nice. Secret unlocked. Good shit. Save point. Discovered.
Oh, let's go, chat.
W in the chat. Nice. Big. Oh, you level up. Yeah. Strike. No, don't get that. You don't want strike. Yeah, nice. You need more damage. Big. Like that.
W Mizzy Wizzy.
Alright, here we go. You gonna skip the fight? Why don't you turn around and fight him? Yeah, there you go. Yep, 3, 2.
I swear to God, Tectone has not taken a single fucking breath. He has said 1,400 words in the last minute. Winnie the Pooh.
Yes, sir. Get him. Dodge. Nice. Big hit. Alright, that's 2. Here we go. Sweet. Big dodge. Nice. Go for the posture. Heavy attacks, remember? Dodge, weapon arm. Okay, regular attack. Alright, well, let's just get it for fun. Yeah, if you weapon art on this woman, you get iframes. And iframes are invulnerability frames. Nice, and be ready. Big posture, break him, break his ass, break his ass. Okay, so if you neutral and you attack, then you would have got a big attack, but you probably haven't learned that yet. That's okay, Your Honor.
I don't remember Bob
Good.
the Builder being
Dodge.
blah.
Yeah, you gotta dodge that one. Yeah, when he stomps, it does the earthquake. You gotta dodge that. Yeah, drink. Nice. Okay, be ready. He's gonna glow. Double explode. Carefully double explode. And nice. Good. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Drink. Finish it. Drink. Finish it. Drink and finish it. Yep. Weapon art. Weapon art. And big. 75,000 souls. Never mind. Lord Drink gives you 75,000 now. If you collect that, if you want to go right and go use the souls. You want to use the souls off the Lord's Room. Yeah, if you use that, then you'll be able to level up.
I need like 50,000.
Yeah, you'll get it. It's the Lord's Room.
Why do you want to go here then?
Yeah, just use the Lord's Room. There it goes. That 50,000. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Told you.
How'd you know that?
Because I played this game before. Anyways, leveled up. Yes, sir. Get him.
Else I'm going to get an aneurysm.
Yes, sir. Get him. Yep. You can go kill one mob. Come back. Finish it up. He's got a lightning to the right. If you could have a button, and that button did one thing, what would that button do?
Push yours.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Wouldn't that bother you though? If I just constantly pushed a button that pushed your buttons?
No, but it'd be cool. And then we'd have infinite button. Because then my button would push your button.
I think my button would make you really upset when technology kept pushing your buttons all the time.
No, it would. You got a weapon art. Nice. Huge posture break. And oh yeah, that one's so you gotta dodge that one. Yeah, that's why you got endurance so you can roll. There you go.
I had to take an Advil since Tecton arrived.
Yep. Good shit on me. Alright, lock in, baby. Lock in, baby.
Yo, welcome back to the stream. I'm not even gonna say it's fucking Emily Reed, let's be honest at this point. We know what the fuck's going on in this fucking joint.
Alright, yo. Weapon art. Nice. 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 Nice, dude. Holy fuck, you're good. Yeah. Right.
Emily, thanks for the raid. You're the best. You're my bestie. Thank you so much.
Gold room that gives you 12,000. You can't go that way. That's why it's closed. You don't run up to a closed door and try to open it, man. You gotta go. You gotta go down. Yeah. There you go.
Holy, I might watch more Tecton after this.
Dude.
Yo,
nice.
level up. Level up.
The rogue gave me $5
Save
too.
us, Techie.
Yes, sir. Level up. Get in there. Nice. Good shit, man. There you go. Get it.
And not enough to level up.
So, yes, you do. You have enough. You have more than enough. You're 11,000 over.
Let's find out.
I
Cardiac
chimed
arrest.
in with haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face these kinds of things with a sense of poise and rationality.
Okay, lightning arrow, be ready.
Haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face these kinds of things with a sense of...
He seems angry.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. You got him. Or you can just, hey, do whatever you want, man. Fight him, run past him. We can do either. Yeah, okay. Alright, there you go. Oh, yeah, be careful of that one. So there's arrows, right? And when they, yeah, they hurt. Yeah, you gotta dodge those. Yeah, I recommend rolling and healing. Badlands chugs. Don't touch that mouse. Nice lightning dodge, actually. That was big. Heal, 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 heal. Nice, roll. Get him, go. Kill the archer first. Get him, miss. Get him, miss. Turn around, you missed him. You missed him. Okay, alright. I like that. This is actually Anduin from Skyrim. Little no lore. Nice.
Always up.
Yep. Yep.
Does this guy's mouth have an engine and is it nearly out of fuel? WTF.
There you go. Pick that shit up. Good shit on me. Rune Art. You know what that does? Increase HP. You using that shit or no?
He'll roll twice now.
You should be using that.
No one ever told me about that.
Really? Pop him. Use HP.
Chat, why don't you guys tell me these things like Tectone?
Yeah, you should get the great jar too. Have you done the jar challenge?
No.
Yeah, you should do the jar challenge pretty soon. It's good. Have you gotten fat? No, let me see. Let me see your butt this.
Chat says I don't get any fucking help, but I haven't needed it. Honestly, I've been really good.
Oh, no help? Man, you doing this playthrough without fab?
On how he can be so sexy and handsome.
Damn, bro. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I would dodge that if I were you.
Yo, someone's complimented you that said you're a discount husband.
I appreciate that, bro. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Big hit. Yeah, I want to dodge that one again. So why aren't you dodging that? Because you've seen it like 100 times. Like, are you just like throwing this shit for content, or like what's going on? You've seen the move. Just dodge it.
You silly, I'd like to take
There you go.
to
Drink.
for 2
Chug. Nice. Alright, get it.
That's audio daily double rappers need
4.
to fall off just to save me the trouble. Yo, watch your own back came in and go out alone. Black stay in the zone. Turn H2O to cognac.
Yo, fuck Black Friday. That shit was cool as fuck when we were younger, but it's lame as fuck now.
Tecton, congrats on being top 100 streamer, but you're still loud.
Okay. Alright, yeah, there you go. Save.
You
So those
are
save
listening
points, they
to
give you a
someone
checkpoint.
who couldn't beat Sekiro.
Back. Yeah,
Yo, Young Jeff, you should tweet that out. That's some real shit.
You gotta do it twice, though.
My
Nice.
sprinkler goes like this.
Wait, I was here.
There you went.
Comes back like.
Fight him.
Fight him?
Fight him.
The guy right there?
Fight him, yes. Fight him.
That guy right there?
Fight him, yeah.
The
Fight
guy
him.
who's right...
Yeah, that fight him.
Bring Tecton to get a hair transplant with you.
Yeah, let's do a brain transplant. Take it.
Can you turn guy with a helmet down? Thanks.
Nice. Okay, so when he swings there, watch for his right arm. When he moves with his right arm back behind the swing, you dodge roll.
About checking out your
Yeah.
stream tomorrow.
Good dodge, triple dodge, nice.
Just one question.
If you hug his right side, he's weak. You
Will
should
there
also
be
drink. You should
drama?
drink. You should really drink.
If so,
Nice, double
I'm
drink.
sorry, but I can't.
Okay, alright, let's get it for fun.
My
Nice, here we go.
heart
Get him.
can't take it.
You gotta stay on him. Yeah, stay on him. Nice, get him. 3 hits. 1, 2. Okay, well. You almost got it. Nice. Alright, here we go. Stay on him. Big dodge. Here it goes. Good shit, Mizzy.
Some more W.
Posture. Slam him. Yeah, you gotta be careful of the guys that left. You aggroed them. Yeah, unfortunately, you get their friends. They don't like that. There's a seed right there. You want to get that seed, by the way, for later. Seeds are good to pick up. Nice. Okay. Yep. Heal. 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 Nice. Heal twice. Nice. Get in there. Go in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, you're hitting the wall there, buddy. You're not fighting the wall, you're fighting him. You're not fighting the wall, you're fighting him. Nice. Got him locked in. You have him locked. It's a bug. Get him. You're invulnerable here. You're invulnerable. Get him. Heal. Nice. Big. Okay, good. Yes, sir. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. He can't hit you. Don't dodge. I told you. Hit him. Just hit him. Just hit him. Okay, well, you pushed him out, unfortunately. The bug fell off. Careful of him. Alright. Good. Nice. You gotta dodge that one. Yeah, I would have dodged there. Yeah, so for the fire arrows, there's 3 of them, so you gotta dodge to the right, not dodge back, otherwise you'll get hit. Yeah, I would have dodged, personally. That's alright. It's okay, it happens sometimes, man. It's alright, you're 38 hours in, man. You're probably like getting 20% closer to cardiac arrest. It's alright, be like that.
Can hear him.
Can you guys hear Tectone?
Ah!
Yep, sick.
Alright, here we go. Lock in, baby. Get him. Nice, parried him. Good shit, dude. You're getting better. Weapon baby. Ooh, careful that one. Yeah, that one has like an AoE effect. Yeah, that one, that's a neutral strike. Yeah, so you want to make sure you do a little bit less aggression, because then when you aggroed the other dude, you got hit, and that's why you died there. Yeah, unfortunately, you really gotta watch the guy. I recommend killing the ads first, and then isolating him, then going in again. Yeah. There you go. What's your favorite animal?
Hippo.
Hippo? I like beluga whale. You ever seen one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, go back and kill the other guy. He's gonna aggro him. You're gonna die if you fight him, bro. You're gonna die if you fight him. Let's go back and kill the other guy. I told you, man. All right, well, here we go. There we go. All right, now we go. There you go. Yep, okay. Well, you fell down. So
Wait, what? What the fuck? Where am I?
Yeah, well, you went the wrong way there, man. All right, here we go.
Where the hell did I go?
Hey, can
so you went the wrong way.
Back, speak up, please. I can barely hear him.
Yeah. Yeah, pick that up. That's an item. I think that's actually pretty much, yeah, Albert's trousers, actually.
Thoughts on Vrog and the Hut?
Nice. Here we go. There you go, man. Good shit. Nice. There it is.
Yo, Mamma Mia Pizzeria, baby.
Get in there. Go in. You play Mario, you know what that is. Get in.
No shot, Blue Skidoo, we can do?
Yep, jump in. Examine. Never mind. That's Dark Souls 1. My bad. Alright, go left. Doing great, Miz.
I wanted AI Tyler 1. I didn't want this.
Yep. Nice. Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
Ooh, it's a little cool.
I like that when you're not good enough to beat a mob, you just run past it. I like that.
Right?
That's cool. Be careful with the horse. There you go, forward.
Watch, I'll show you my best trick. Ready?
Yep. Hold that shit, baby. Good shit.
Tecton, who's your coke guy?
You think Tectone does coke 24/7? Because Tectone's like this all the time. You think Tectone's always on coke, all day, every day?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
It's
oh,
gamer
no.
subs, baby.
Oh no! Oh no!
Skip half the material in the game. Life is about skipping things and then beating things.
Yep, that's right. That's what my dad taught me about my mom. There you go. Lock
That's
in,
where I
save.
heard that. That's where.
Yep.
That's where I heard that.
Yep. Save. Get him.
That's the boss.
Yes. Get him.
That's it. I'm gonna kill him.
Go ahead. That's a mini boss, not the boss. Not there yet. You get there though. Get his ass Mizzy. Nice. Pierce him. Go to chest. Go to chest. Pierce thy flesh. You gotta neutral. If you stop moving and just tap light attack, you will fucking pierce.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't know.
Yep, nice. Nice. Careful. Back swinging. He's walking back. Careful of that. Nice. You're owning. You're fucking owning. You're shredding. Careful of stamina. Nice. Chest. Get him. Chest, get him. Yep. Stop moving and then pierce. Nope, hit his chest. The chest. There it is! 38 hours. He finally figured it out. Good shit, baby boy.
Problem is I have ADHD, so I constantly want to move.
It's alright. You all good? It's all good.
Please don't bring Tecton to your podcast if he's going to be like this. Fuck Tecton.
What?
Alright, go back. What are you doing, man? Where are you, bro? What did you do? It's shut. Be careful with that.
Tectone is such a chill guy, one of the coziest streamers, FRFR, also bald AF Eggy Love F haters.
Alright. Hey, kill yourself. Yep, get him. Kill yourself! 3, 2, 1. Run it. You literally have to progress. Nice. You didn't have to do that. Oh, classic. Classic. Is what it is. You can't do that part yet. It's not unlocked yet.
Wait, why?
Yeah, it's later. It's all good. Classic mistake, but you got the TP now. Is what it is. Is what it is.
Was that where the boss is?
That's a different boss. Oh, you don't do that. You should jump back up. You should jump back up. You should. Okay. Yeah, careful with that one. Where we at? 8,000?
You killed me once. I killed myself once.
Yeah, fair. Ooh, there goes the room.
Not the check glazing Bob the Builder's head on.
All right, take me to the boss. Let's go.
All right, forward.
Really?
Yes. You gotta go back. You gotta go back. You have to go back and go forward. It's poetic. Yep. Yep. And go down the elevator. If I leave to take a shit, are you gonna lock me out?
Times 11.
Chat, why am I still awake? It's not Adderall. If I was on Adderall and stayed up for 38 hours, I would die. A very honestly nice death. Don't tell Tekken like this. Looking at you through the glass, don't know how much time has passed. Wait, is it gross that I'm playing on an Xbox controller? What'd you guys play it on? Ew, you guys played on an Xbox controller? I gotta eat. Where do I go? Chat, I'm gonna do something I never thought I would have to do, but we're getting to some serious like points in our lives. I'm gonna make content. Wait a minute. For my final... Oh my god, it's unrooted. It's fucking unrooted. Wait, oh, you guys are just... Oh. You're not aggressive. Oh. Wait, they were aggressive? I thought they were kneeling. Wait, Godfrey, I fucking... From League of Legends? I don't want to hurt you.
The snake.
Godfrey, you can chill now. You're retired. You're retired. Dude, he even knows where... Godfrey, will you... Oh my god, I was so close. This guy won't fucking chill out. Forsen beat this first try. Okay, Forsen has a lot of fucking hot biddies around him at all times, man. What do you want me to say? I don't even know what to fucking say anymore. What? I can't believe it's fucking 10:30 at night. Yo, Godfrey, chill the fuck out, bro. Holy shit. Don't worry, if you're watching... Did Tectone just leave? By the way, don't worry, if you're watching ads right now, do not worry. I will not beat this guy until you get back. I'm very caring about my community if you're new here, so... Godfrey has not stopped moving.
Yeah.
What? I was about to kill Godfrey.
Oh, that's all good. Yeah, anyways, I'm out. Have a good stream, man.
Yeah. Didn't learn anything. I almost just beat him. What do you mean I didn't learn? I fought him 3 times. I really want to see all of you play Elden Ring once, die once, beat the boss every time, because that's how it makes it, you guys make it sound, is that you always just clear the boss right afterwards. Oh, okay, so I didn't do this. He jumps here.
Hello again. Mizkif, do you feel it coming? Do you have a structured settlement and need cash now? Did you fuck Eminem's wife?
Holy shit, Mizkif, did you fuck my wife? Did you fuck my wife?
Oh, bang! Oh, bangers!
Stop being greedy. Bro, I'm American.
just die already?
Yeah, don't say stuff like that while I'm playing.
Fuck you, Grayson! Fuck you, Grayson! Fuck This is painful, a hoe balls.
Is anybody going to match my freak?
Oh, God.
What was that?
I don't even care. I'm going the wrong way. That was the DTS. How did you make that?
Too good.
Ugh. All right, let's beat this Megan the Stallion bitch. Which one would I want?
It was.
Asterisk Grayson! Asterisk Grayson! Asterisk Grayson! Grayson!
It was.
Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson.
For you are cut you juralalare I sini. Ki what you crere a exin. After you are king crere a exin. For you are cut you juralalare I sini.
Was that supposed to be a threat? I don't know. Well, that looks like the boss. So, how many tries did Extra Emily take on this bad boy? This is the final boss of the night, by the way. I am going to sleep. I have no idea who this is, by the way. I don't pay attention. I can't.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania.
Yo, Melania's got a sister?
General Radar.
Who's fucking her?
Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors. All.
David Hasselhoff. Macaulay Culkin.
Thy kind are all of a piece.
Has E-Rob gotten to round 30 yet? No. What's the highest E-Rob got to?
Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Ooh, I think it's on CS, isn't it? We got to 29. Wait, is he playing right now?
Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
Clear.
It always comes back to the Rock, boys. You notice that? It always comes back to the Rock. What did I tell you? This game is a fucking joke. 38 hours of no sleep, screaming, hardly anything in my body. And what happens? I say bring me to the next boss. I one-shot him.
He's nasty.
I literally can't move. I'm stuck in the corner. I'm stuck in the corner.
Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are
Hey, Mizzy Wizzy, just want to say great job, great execution, great form, firm handshakes all around.
What's up?
Are you sure you want to go yet?
The title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
Was that nasty though, chat? I didn't. What? Wait, one more. Wait, what do you mean? No, I can't. I can't. I've probably been up for 40 hours. I was up. If I've been up since 11 o'clock yesterday in the morning, how long have I been up? 36. Who's the next boss? Our wife is here.
Weary head upon mine bosom tarnished.
Go out, think of the 5.
To converse with you, you are unable to enter the Erd Tree. No, prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me.
Yo, quest?
To the flame of ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountaintops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
Ooh, Mia. Wait, so she wants me to kill a bunch of people? Is she worth it?
Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
Upgrade your sword after.
With me, your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Birdie, be careful. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm very surprised I beat that. Because that one boss was hard because I just had to cheese it. I was actually trying to play the boss like how it's supposed to be. But if you just cheese that fucking dumbass boss, it's a joke. Bandai Namco and your stupid ass fucking cheesy ass game.
Matthew?
What?
Matthew?
What?
Matthew? Matthew?
What?
Back already. No matter.
Matthew? Matthew?
and fuck you. And fuck you. Ooh, Grayson.
I'll be right back. I need to go brush my teeth and stuff.
Gimmick fights are a part of the Souls genre. Okay. Dracula, streamer is gone spam wide hardo. Matthew? 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 Slash.
Hey chat, can you tell Miz to hop on Overwatch?
Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, ooh, Grayson.
Meditating businessman, 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 meditating.
Do you ever sit silently in your room and all of a sudden you hear what you think is someone getting some extreme sloppy in another room? Only for to peek your head around the corner and fuck Tectone! No, yeah.
Naxito Pete.
Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, ooh, Grayson.
Beach mouse beach mouse ch beach mouse beach mouse ch beach mouse beach mouse ch. test. Matthew. 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 Beach, mouse, beach, mouse. 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 Yo.
Fuck yo, Forza.
Yo. Chat, I love you. Yo. Yo.
Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayane. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you, Grayane. Fuck you, Grayson. Fuck you.
As that all you shitposting fucks can say. Der ho. Based, cringe, based, cringe, based, cringe. I feel like I'm in a fucking asylum full of dementia-ridden old people that can do nothing but repeat the same fucking words on loop like a fucking broken record. Cringe. Cringe, based. Onions, SNOYY.
Minus 40k points Lule.
You fat bald fuck, asleep in the bathroom.
Beach, mouse, beach, mouse. 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 Lule. Try hard 7 smile pog.
Hello, Matthew.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
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 What's 9 plus 10? What's 9 plus 10? Chat, I'm gay. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse.
I feel so much better.
Beach, mouse, Beach beach mouse. Beach mouse. Beach beach mouse.
Yo.
I'm thinking about shirtless forcing all day and night.
Yeah, me too. Sorry. Dude, I have 500 messages.
Yo.
No, that's just Grace and people chat. They don't mean no harm.
Get it twisted. Gamble. Please start gambling. Gambling is an
Oh my god, I have 1,000 people. Fuck. God damn it, Grayson, you idiot. Alright, chat. This is the interesting part of the stream where I have to sleep. So what do we do?
Mizkif, start texting my phone. You're unblocked, my good sir. You can come back any day in your fucking life. You did way more for me than you were supposed to, bro, period.
Bro, media share. Like, here's the thing. I don't want to hear it.
Mizzy Wizzy. You look absolutely fresh after coming back, no? Did you wipe off or clean the penis cheese that's been accumulated?
I'm behind you, chat. Watching, waiting.
What do you guys want while I'm gone? You really want media share? I can't do South Park. I wish.
Holy shit, Megan, shut your fucking mouth up about this Grayson guy, stupid bitch.
Mizzy Wizzy media share.
Chat spam forward.
What do you guys want? Because I'm like delirious. Free movies on YouTube. Well, Someone would need to control all that, which would be Vegito. You want me to play the VOD?
Before you take your nap, just wanted to remind you about the stickers you owe us. 200k channel points.
Spam White Ardo.
See if Waj's around. Vegito.
I'm gay. Turn it up. I never wanna go home, I only wanna be part of your breakdown. She got caught by the 4 on the floor, it picked her up and she'll never get let down. And now I can't stop thinking about it. All you people at the top don't know nothing about it. We don't give a fuck what the price is, so just leave us to our own devices and we'll leave you alone. I'll be there when your heart stops beating.
Vegito, can you do media share?
Can you do it like
something?
to me as Subathan and have people join the Discord call to entertain?
Liam. Well, I mean, yeah, but Vegito said he'd have to drive up here and set it up. Should I tell him, like, you should, and, like, fuck
Extra
you?
Emily clips, please. You can keep them on after you wake up too. Forever.
Doesn't have to be media share. Just something for
Congrats,
them
Mizzy
in the
Mizzy,
bottom
you're looking very handsome
right
today.
corner.
Smile.
Maybe we could just have something in the bottom right corner for you, chap. You want extra Emily clips for 12 hours straight? Like 10 hours? Chompy? Why do you want to leave already? Chompy, why do you want to leave? That's my shit. That's my date. Okay. Vegito said I'm going to join my Discord. Alright, watch him in there. And he'll play stuff. Watch this.
You want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clip.
It's going to be porn.
Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
You want to explore clips, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay.
He closed that shit fast.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
You want to...
His face at the end? Yeah, he saw for sure. You know.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
Look at that. That's regret. No, Cheddar, I don't fuck with you heavy at all. I'm sorry, Cheddar. Wait, why is he joining?
DJ is
Oh,
a
he's
fellow
driving.
man of culture.
Oh my god, Emily, hey. Emily, are you in my Discord?
That's very nice.
Can you join it and just talk to chat until Vegito gets there so I can die right now because I'm about to pass out? Unless you're busy, which I get. She's busy. Yep, she's busy. Liam. Chat, how's Elden Ring so far? I think it's pretty good. I can't believe I actually stayed up this long. I was not expecting myself to at all. Yeah, I was not expecting myself to. I thought I would play for like 12 hours and fall asleep. So that was pretty nuts. It was pretty good. Yeah, I basically just did like an S-Fan stream, like a short one. We'll see how it goes. What's today? Is today Saturday or Friday? Today's now Friday, right? Now today's Friday. I think we'll beat this by Sunday. Maybe I also don't know what I'm talking about. I really don't know anything. I know there's a boss named Milena. I know the last boss is not as interesting as Milena. That's all I know. Really? Saturday the latest? Wait, so if I do another 24-hour, we can beat it? Well, I feel like we need to prepare. It's crazy. You're like, you should do a lot of the optional stuff. But the truth is, if I do more optional stuff, I'll be even stronger. Right? Unless I'm like not thinking properly. But like, won't I get better stuff, which means I'll be even stronger for the bosses? Yeah, I feel like Milena, if she's like that crazy, we're gonna have to do that no matter what. I wonder how long I'm gonna sleep for. Uh-oh, the chat's moving too fast.
Just got here, can you start stream over?
Yep. On it. I'm on it, dude. I'll start stream now. Just to let everyone know, by the way, I know you're not going to believe me, I really didn't take Adderall. I swear to God, I had a Celsius, and I had Mad Monk Energy. 1 tablet. Oh, no, 2. That's it. I'm actually not lying. I know I lie all the time. I'm not lying. Bunky. So, just to let you guys know at night, I usually sleep with Chompy, but I don't know where he is. Okay.
"55 months of supporting you. Why do I do this?
So you can say why you're doing it. Mods, you can run channel predictions too while I'm sleeping to be like, does he sleep? I don't even know what to do. I'm like cooked. I'll be honest with you, chat. I'm pretty fucked up. Why did I do this?
Thanks for the streams, folded hands.
Do you guys notice if you don't look at your phone for like a day, you feel like more like aware?
Yo, yo.
The first guy said no, so then everyone said no. It was over the second he said no. What if I just go lie down right there? Would you guys get mad? Like right here. Like what if I did this? Dude, I can get my dick sucked.
I only watched the stream to say yo in the chat smile.
Do you guys sleep on your side or like this? Oh my fucking god, I just realized I'm Blue's Clues for retards.
He's like 5'5", he's my fucking guy. Good night, buddy. Is that the blanket that had dog shit all over it?
No.
Forcing.
I can't fall asleep. Couldn't TTS say a bedtime story to me?
Would you snack on your own whiner if you could?
Could TTS play a bedtime story, please?
Timer. Once upon a time there was an end.
Come on, I need more bedtime stories than that, TTS. Come on.
Shout out to you from Saudi Arabia, love you Mizzy less than 3.
What up, bro?
There once was a man who fell in love with the taste of avocado. Once upon a time there was a beautiful princess. Her beauty was spoken of throughout the lands. Poets wrote tomes filled to the brim with sonnets and limericks devoted to her beauty. Artists filled entire galleries with paintings and sculptures trying desperately to capture her near-perfect form. Her beauty was surpassed only by her wisdom. Her father, the king, had raised her to be a fair, just, Okay, here is a bedtime story from Nightmare. Once upon a time, in a peaceful pond surrounded by tall reeds and colorful flowers, a mother duck eagerly waited for her eggs to hatch. Finally, the day arrived when one egg cracked open to reveal a tiny, grayish duckling. Though the mother duck loved all her babies, she couldn't help but notice that this little one looked different from the rest. Yo, dude.
Can you guys finish that one?
1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4, 5 sheep, 6 sheep, 7 sheep. Wait, where was this going? Once upon a time there was a boy and his cat. He loved his cat so much he got another one. The boy and his 2 cats then went on an adventure to be the best, like no one ever was. He accomplished the goal and lived happily ever after with his cats. Try hard.
Dude sounds like a fucking asshole.
Bro, all you've done is ask for My dear, you may not be as pretty as your siblings, but you are just as special, she said, showering the duckling with love. But as the days passed, the little duckling noticed that the other ducklings teased and laughed at him because of his appearance. Feeling sad and lonely, he decided to leave the pond and find a place where he could belong. Mods play South Park as soon as he falls asleep. Smile.
Is that part of the story?
Once upon a time there was a cameraman that started his own Twitch stream.
Oh, I love this one.
Deja que te cuente una historia sobre un pollito. Su nombre es Pollito Tito. Él vive en un gallinero pequeño y normal en un barrio pequeño y normal. Pollito Tito no es alto ni bajo. No es gordo ni flaco. No es inteligente ni tonto. Es un pollito completamente normal.
Once there was an ugly barnacle duck. He was so ugly that everyone died. The end.
There once was a knight named Mizkif. He went on a quest to fight a snake boss. He went in and died, but he went back to try again, and also died, but he went back to try again, and also died, but he went back to try again, and also died. He died a lot. One sheep, 2 sheep, red sheep, blue sheep. It's time for dreams and to end the stream. Yo. Once upon a time there was an ugly barnacle. He was so ugly that everyone died. The end. Turn on media share motorfucker. I just watched the ads in a did and now I wanna kill my... Can we watch Pokemon? Once upon a time there was a man who invested in boxes that are worth nothing today. This is a friendly reminder he invested in cardboard. In the realm of Twitch, where streams flow quick, there lived a legend, Mizkif, slick and slick. From a small town start, with laughter and game, he rose to fame, never the same. With charm and wit, he conquered the screen, his antics wild, his humor keen. From Twitch to stardom, he soared on high, with fans in tow, beneath the sky. But in his heart, he stayed true. He journeyed through meadows and forests, hoping to find friends who would accept him for who he was. Along the way, he encountered other animals who were curious about his unusual appearance. "You don't look like us," said the rabbits. "Why are you so grey?" asked the bluebirds. The little duckling's heart sank with every question, but he continued his journey, determined to find his true home. As oh. One fateful day, a charming prince came to town. He had come to woo the princess, and woo he did. They spent hours together. Hours became days. Days became weeks, and the beautiful princess began to fall in love with the charming prince. Their love was spoken of throughout the kingdom. One day, the charming prince took the beautiful princess to a shady meadow at the edge of the deep wood. He began to
Ghostface, catch the blast of a hype verse, my Glock burst, leaving a hearse. I did worse, I come rough, tough like an elephant. Tusk, your head rush, fly like Egyptian musk-all shit. Wu-Tang Clan, spark the wicks, and however I master the trick, just like Nixon K.
Ogre, emote. Dude, I have not felt like being on my. Is anyone else like this? Like the past, 2 months, man, I don't want to be on my computer ever. Like, I'm so over the computer. I think Corona, they can't take me serious if you look at me like that.
Mr. Beast donated $1. Man, that shit was ass. Good night, Moon. Good night, Chompy. Good night, Cheddar. Good night, the dot carpet. Good night, Emily. Good night, Donkey Kong. Good night, Titterman. Good night, offline chat. Good night, Forcin. Good night, Miz. There's nothing that needs to be said. We can pretend we'll sandblast these walls and paint them again. When everything comes to an end we can pretend. We'll sandblast these walls and paint them again. Anyone watching the Euros tomorrow? England will be champions this year. Do not omega lull me. It's coming home. Good night, Miz. Asta banana. I'm going to come.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to purity of blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh as though it will not decay and fail you. One day crude.
Chat, I love you. Good night. Whopper whopper, your mom's a homie hopper. No matter how hard we try, we can't stop her. It's all good cause we serve her proper and have her our way. At OTK, have your way. Once upon a time in the vibrant land of Twitchville, Mizkif the adventurous streamer roamed with his loyal chat companions. One moonlit night, they stumbled upon a mysterious chest in the depths of a pixelated forest. With courage and wit, they unlocked its secrets, revealing not gold or jewels, but a map to the fabled land of emotes. Guided by laughter and friendship, Mizkif and his chat embarked. Shut the fuck up, TTS.
Gator skin. Gator gator. Try hard 7. Gator gator.
Maritime. You'll be sleeping, you will be sleeping, Chompe will be sleeping. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Chat, I just joined. What the fuck is going on? I am gonna so panic now. Hi oo hi oh oo hi e o you hi hi oi hi ho hoo e I hi o e. 99 Mizzy Wizzy. Forcin. Yo. Why Donkey Kong got the 1,000-yard stare you ooh ah you ooh ah. Beach, mouse, beach, beach, mouse. 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 Written in blood, bound in flesh, a grimoire of demon resurrection, a grimoire of burying the dead, a book which is very old, the forbidden voice of the old, the anvil of evil that is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death made I. Whispers the mad Arab, 11 souls of 11 men is the price one pays to enchant the enchanted sword, to summon the summoner Tiamat, Opsu, Kingu, Erishki Gol Cut. Interior crocodile alligatory driver Chevrolet movie theater. 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 I'm fat, I'm black, and I'm gay. One night, Twitch streamer Mizkif was pulled into a magical game. A talking cat, Whiskers, told him to find 3 crystals to break a curse. Mizkif found the crystals of courage, wisdom, and strength, broke the curse, and returned to his stream. Thanks for the adventure, everyone, he said. The end. I know your ass ain't sleeping. You are laying there thinking about your hair transplant and your sister for some psychotic reason. This is S-Fan's game, not yours. You feel like a fraud, but you're just tired. Sweet dreams, little prince. I shall be telling this with a sigh. Somewhere ages and ages hence, 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
Oh, Mizzy, you're looking fine today, sweetheart. You don't need a hair transplant. More than fine. Actually, so fine. Take me, Mizzy. You're so good you're going to send me into cardiac arrest.
Shut up, Grandma.
Okay, chat, who is the imposter here? Suj. I think green name chatters is Sujja.
It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, it's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, it's peanut butter jelly time. Once upon a time there was a pirate.
That's me. Are you ready, kids?
The pirate sang a song about a sponge, a starfish, and a squid.
That's me.
And me.
J'ai la peau douce de mon bain de mousse, je m'éclabousse sur les poissons rouges dans mon bain. De mousse dans mitoufle, je lui dis j'ai pas de problème, toi je fais néant de malaise. Je fais néant de l'eau, je bénis que c'est l'important bien, c'est mon essieu dans l'air du temps, je l'ép.
Lime D, this isn't the first time I watch you sleep, my sweet Mizzy Wizzy.
MIZ ちゃん、あやたん 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 MIZ ちゃん、あやたん。
Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur, soft kitty, warm kitty, purr, perfect hairline. Verd que te quiero, verd. Verd viento. Verdes ramas. El barco sobre la mar y el caballo en la montaña. Con la sombra en la cintura, el sueño en su baranda, verd carne, pelo verd, con a justa fría plata. Giveaway has started, type pumping in the chat to enter.
Hey miss, what are you sleeping for? Do you want to play someone? Do you want to play cat or hardcore or maybe even Season of Discover? Right, you are playing Elden Ring. I beat that game you know guys. Don't forget to follow the stream.
I am squexing my shit right now.
Bangers. 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 Oh, no.
Have you ever done a sober stream, brother?
You really thought I would let you bitch-ass fall asleep? Well, think again, lil pup.
Here we see the rare brown recluse spider coming out of its dark hiding place to easily scale.
Got it.
Cock and ball torture, CBT, is a sexual activity involving application of pain or constriction to the male. Shamash sha kash shapia kas haptia episia mush teepish tia. Kima tina kutershuna prim. Li shulu li zubu u litotaku. Ipish ta snukima me nada inatiki leakchu. Chanula muchana anakulu ablui. Chanulinis huma anakuluidnan. Chanuli ictis huma anakulu apatari. Tirama shaluti shakash shaptai sharuchi shupi arkish shupu yash. Zeeding Iagalkesh Sheba Kanpa. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand, how few. Yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep, while I weep.
Feel like colors I'm spilling. These raps long as you feel them till the day that I drop. You never say that I'm not killing him, cause when I knock and I'ma stop. And in the man I'm not a pop, and I'm just not a man, them subliminal thoughts.
At young Jeff, who is your goat? Starforge Systems was founded by a team of industry veterans alongside a group of content creators in August 2022. We set out to change the standard for customer service, build quality, and cable management in the industry, while still making sure our computers were affordable and accessible. To this day our goals haven't changed. We're constantly listening to feedback from our community to ensure door jam door jam door jam. Lil Pop is asleep. Mexico, 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 Mexico. Viva Mexica cabrones. In the house. LFG Goldshire in orange.
You guys hear me or did he break it? Meow. Meow. Meow.
Dude, watch. Miz is so fucking bad at Elden Ring. Oh my god.
I just don't understand how he was actually stuck on a fucking snake where they give him a weapon that takes out half his health in one shot, and he like actually was just stuck on it for like 10 hours.
It's the easiest boss as
It
well.
literally makes no sense.
Easiest boss.
I just don't. It just doesn't make sense to me that like they gave him the weapon that kills the boss, and like that's the one that he struggled on. It just doesn't make sense.
Holy
Thank God Kai did this first, and I'm about to watch Jinxie's playthrough. That's gonna be exciting.
Kai is so much better than Miz.
Like, does he know that Kai already did this? Like, I don't think he knows.
Well, actually, he told me. He's like, Kai did this and did really well, so I want to do it as well. He's doing it because Kai.
Yo.
stroking it. Stroking it. Yeah.
Guys, please stop banning me. Oh my god, I got banned again.
It's alright, guys. I got you. There we go. No, that should be good.
I don't have to scream up, so it just like echoes. Yeah, it just echoes. We're still in the Discord. Anything you say right now is broadcasted.
Yeah, I just.
I'm just gonna keep this on like the entire night so that whenever you guys are talking, everything gets leaked.
I'm gonna say something to get Mizkif banned.
Wait, did you hear about the new RTK leak?
Wait,
Wait,
what?
wait.
I can't believe that they're actually gonna sign. Have you guys heard of the green glass door? So how it works is like you have to.
You will never be Japanese. You will never find the love of your life in Japan who looks like this and is a cutie pie Japanese girl. You'll never be the protagonist in an anime. You will never have superpowers to allow you to overcome your most greatest tribulations. You'll always be a loser.
Chaos control.
10,
Oh.
9,
Chaos control.
8,
Oh.
7,
Chaos
6,
control.
5,
Oh.
4,
Chaos control.
plays so that my videos end up in their feed. Let's play a prank on them. I'm gonna scream really loud in about 5 seconds, and we're all gonna act like nothing happened. Don't comment about it, don't mention it, don't talk about it. Here we go. Wake up! And now that the cheesecakes are done, you might want to put off that diet for just one more day.
Less than 3 cham.
In an air conditioner, liquid refrigerant absorbs heat from inside the building, changes into a gas, then flows outdoors. It goes through a compressor. Then a heat exchanger coil transfers that heat to the outside air, turning the refrigerant gas to liquid again. The refrigerant then circulates back inside the building. This air conditioner company makes its coils entirely out of aluminum, which is 5 times more colder than coils made out of copper and aluminum. To make the coil, workers weave an aluminum spine through a mechanical steampunk clock. Meanwhile, at the National Air Conditioner and Space Administration, the newest James Bond villain satellite is ready for testing.
Hello?
The next machine is a railgun.
Oh, the
In a show
timer
of
is
ingenuity,
over!
the railgun needs aluminum coils to fire,
Oh,
and
look at
also
that.
presses them into the proper shape. Thankfully,
The timer is
railgun
up.
has not needed to be fired yet, because America's enemies know their place. A worker cuts out any parts of the coil that unironically like a cappella music. This is good for the coil community.
The timer is up. Chat. Chat, it was a hell of a subathon. It was a hell of a subathon, chat. A hell of a subathon. And stream, give us offline chat back.
The cheesecakes go onto cooling conveyors where
Welcome back, everybody. I am Joe. I am back. You found yourself at the Joe is Hungry channel, home of the one and only Sneaky Doodle Bite, right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia. Welcome back, everybody. I am Joe. I am back. You found yourself at the Joe is Hungry channel, home of the one and only Sneaky Doodle Bite, right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia. I want to thank everybody that took time to leave well wishes in the comments toward the end of this week. I'm feeling a little bit better. I got a little ways to go, but thank you. I also got a letter from my P.O. box. Let's see what's inside there. Interesting. Mia. Apparently, Mia is graduating from college, has a Bachelor's of Science. Congratulations. And while we're on the subject, Joe Bartolozzi, Twitch streamer, I want to congratulate you on completing your degree and thank you for your support of my channel. A little special shout out to Will Neff and Emaru. Thank you for being a friend of the channel and giving me support. Now it's time to clear off some of the birthday shout outs. I've been out of action, so the list has gotten a little bit long. Ben, Chris, Jennifer, and Matthew, Bim, Ali, Andrew, Zach and Zach, Berto, Cody, Heath and Quincy, Jennifer, Amy, David and Cody, Ali, Dylan, Scott and Charlie, Evan, Paul, Lorenzo, and Pete. I want to wish each and every one of you a very special Joe is Hungry birthday shout out. With that out of the way, it seems like Taco Bell has come up with a couple semi-unique new menu items. These two limited time offers are as follows: the Big Cheese Tostada and the Big Cheez-It Crunchwraps Supreme. And that's what we're doing today. This new item is created from a scoop of seasoned beef. After all, it is scoop station food. Nacho cheese sauce, lettuce, sour cream, and diced tomatoes. A giant Cheez-It cracker stuffed right in the middle to replace the tostada shell. Wrapped in a grilled flour tortilla. Each one of these little darlings will punch a 470 calorie hole into your already forgotten diet. I have the nutritional information on the screen and in the description below, minus the serving weights. Taco Bell. When you roll the Taco Bell drive-thru, they will lighten your wallet to the tune of $5.49. Make it a Big Cheez-It box for $8.99 before taxes in Georgia, and this includes single Big Cheez-It Crunchwrap Supreme, beefy 5-layer burrito, regular order of nacho fries, and a medium fountain drink. The last time I reviewed a Taco Bell Crunchwrap was about a year ago when I did the California Crunchwrap. It had an average weight of 8.28 ounces or 235 grams, and it would cost you $3.79, and it came out to 46 cents an ounce. I understand this is not exactly the same thing, but it will give us a general idea, in spite of the significant price hike, as to whether Taco Bell is engaging in any Crunchwrap shrinkage. Is this a good deal, or is this more corporate sleight of hand to give us less for more? Does this thing even taste good? And that does count for a lot. Well, we won't know until later in the video when we do the Joe is Hungry weight test and calculate the actual out-the-door fast food price per ounce. So let's get our Cheez-Its on and roll the drive-thru at Taco Bell in Cartersville, Georgia.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
Could I get 3 Cheez-It Crunchwrap Supremes?
Alright. Is that all?
That's it.
$23.50.
Thank you.
Here you go.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, see ya.
Alright.
I've got my Crunch Wraps. Let's go find a parking spot and do the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Crunchwrap number 1 is 139.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Crunchwrap number 2 is 140.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Crunchwrap number 3 is 133.5 degrees Fahrenheit. If you've been watching my channel for any length of time, you know I like my temperatures at 140 degrees or above. Hotter is always better. To be fair to Taco Bell, this is just scoop station food. They are mixing cold and hot ingredients, but on these numbers, I can't give them a pass on the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Now it's time to pull back the covers, check the cheese out, bear everything for everybody to see, head back to the studios and do the Joe is Hungry weight test. Before we move on with the food autopsy, let's take off for this packaging. In other words, let's set the tear on the scales. Cheez-It Crunchwrap number 1 comes in at 9.05 ounces or 255 grams. Cheez-It Crunchwrap number 2 again comes in at 9.05 ounces or 255 grams. Cheez-It Crunchwrap number 3 weighs in at 9.15 ounces or 259 grams. Well, Taco Bell, Cartersville, these things are weighing out pretty close. So obviously today you pass the Joe is Hungry consistency weight test. Now, Taco Bell doesn't give us any serving weights. They never have. And frankly, they probably never will. But armed with information from past experience, I don't really see any significant Crunchwrap downsizing going on here. So that only leaves one more thing to do, and that would be add them up, average them out, do the math, and you come up with a middle of the road 60 cents an ounce. So now it's time to do the one and only, the Joe is Hungry big reveal. This is what it looks like, and this is what Taco Bell would have you believe it looks like. This is what it looks like, and this is what it's supposed to look like. We've seen what it looks like, and we saw how much it was. It looks like they need to try and fold these things together and assemble them in a very uniform manner. I mean, they got the weights down all right, but even with that, it's got the flat thing going on and really doesn't look a whole lot like their ad photos. But then again, it's big fast food we're talking about here, and you know what? They don't care. But that only leaves one more test, and that would be the one and only, the Joe is Hungry bite test. So it is bite test, engage. Right out of the gate, the dominant flavor is nacho cheese, probably to its detriment. The sour cream is present on visual inspection, but I don't taste it. Maybe it's from a lifetime of sour cream abuse. Who really knows? The lettuce diced tomatoes are also present, but in my opinion, a little bit in short supply. When you buy something called a crunch wrap, you kind of expect it to be crunchy. This is anything but. The star ingredient, a 6-inch Cheez-It, 15 by 15 centimeter. Sorry, you're up in Canada. It is soggy and I can barely taste it. I was sort of looking forward to that crunch factor and that tart taste. What a letdown. I think the nacho cheese taste is too similar and strong and covers it up. But before I move on to the score, let's roll our eyes back to the starting line, see what Shadow Joe has to say, and do the Joe is Hungry Sneak-a-Doodle Bite. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 1. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 2. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 3. How you holding up out there, buddy?
And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. For years, a player named CabbageShirt300 was in search of the world's best mobile game. But then, a familiar game called Raid Shadow Legends introduced something new. In December 2022, Raid added MMA fighter Ronda Rousey as a playable character. She comes equipped with some of the most powerful skills in the game, and is perfect for both PvP battles and taking on tough bosses. By logging in and playing Raid for 7 days before February 20th, you automatically unlock Ronda. It seemed like Cabbage Shirt had found his perfect game, but then something amazing happened. Raid recently introduced a special promo code RAID RONDA, where you'll obtain 3-day 100% XP boost, 500k silver, and 5 full energy refills. Just enter the promo code RAID RONDA in-game. Also, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can get exclusive rewards in Raid right now. Download Raid now by scanning this QR code or clicking the link in the description. Not only will you be getting unique bonuses valued at $30, but you'll also be helping me out quite a bit. Scan the QR code now and start playing today. First, let's clear up any confusion with the timeline of the series. LEGO Star Wars the video game was released in 2005, where you could play episodes 1 through 3. This was followed up by the original trilogy in 2006, with episodes 4 through 6 being playable. Finally, in 2007, these games were combined into LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, allowing you to play through all 6 episodes. While the 3 versions are all speedran today, the most popular one by far is The Complete Saga, the topic of this video. Now, the earliest full game speedruns of The Complete Saga date back to 2013, but it's a bit of a hazy timeline. See, back then there was no concrete rule set. The initial method was to play through episodes 1 through 6 in order on the game's Super Story mode, which adds a timer to the bottom of the screen and doesn't have status screens between levels. Later, runners switched to playing the episodes on Replay Story, meaning you can use any red brick upgrade on any level. Since these records didn't have a standard rule set, and also some were filmed with a potato, we'll skip going over them in detail. However, serious props should be given to the record holders, Poshakt and Lexos, the champions of the Complete Saga's early era. For the next 2 years, no records would be set. But in 2015, the community began to form once again, and for the first time, standardized rules were created. All runs would be played on New Game instead of Replay Story. All red bricks, which are unlockables that give you a special ability, were banned, and you could only play with one player. Calling in player 2 at any point was disallowed. These rules formed the backbone of runs starting in 2015, and the first record to abide by them was played by SM Kirky, clocking in at 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 46 seconds. Now, this might seem long for a speedrun, but LEGO Star Wars is a long game. It has 36 levels, most of which take several minutes to get through. On top of that, there are also nearly an hour of unskippable cutscenes between the levels. So, how did SM Kirky speed the game up? Well, his general strategy can be seen in Negotiations, the first level in Episode 1. He killed enemies and built objects needed to progress, but beyond that, he was running through everything as fast as he could. Oftentimes, there was no need to actually kill enemies. You could just perform tasks and ignore them, and if you die, you quickly respawn and can keep going. In Level 2 of Episode 1, SM Kirky showed off quick platforming, jumping through the stage while avoiding slowdowns. Another simple strategy used was on bosses. On fights like Darth Maul and Jango Fett, SM Kirky used the Jedi Slash over and over, the most effective way to drain the health of bosses. So thus far, it seems that SM Kirky was still following all the rules of the game. He was just doing the minimum possible and optimizing everything for speed. But no, there's more SM Kirky did we've yet to discuss. Because like I said earlier, LEGO Star Wars is a broken video game. In level 5 of episode 2, you normally have to use one bomb to take out one side of the barrier, then go back and get a second bomb to take out the other side. However, the collision of the barrier stops extending out to the right once the right side is destroyed. So, by doing a precise spin move, you can make it around the barrier without having to backtrack for the second bomb. It's known as the 2-5 first barrier skip, and saves roughly 14 seconds. In level 2 of episode 4, you normally have to build and push a block to progress through the stage. But if you instead veer off to the left and double jump off of a slope in the wall, you can make it to a platform and skip right through it. Once again, this saves roughly 14 seconds. And in episode 5, one of the biggest skips in SM Kirky's run takes place. To end level 2, you have to get on top of the Millennium Falcon, and the intended method to do this involves unlocking a door to release animals and jumping off of their backs. Instead, SM Kirky precisely spaced a double jump to barely reach the top early, saving 40 seconds. In all, there were more than a dozen tricks like this across the run, adding up to minutes of time save. There's honestly too many of them to go over in depth here, but many of them followed the same pattern. Doing a precise jump somewhere you're not supposed to in order to skip doing something else that would take longer. We'll see more of these tricks later. But as a whole, SM Kirky's run was on another level compared to the runs from 2013. Fewer mistakes, more tricks, and a cleaner speedrun overall. It was a great starting point, and it stood as the record for almost a year. But in mid-2016, along came a player known as TSG. And what TSG did to the world record was this. In 2016, a runner named TSG came onto the scene. By June, he'd have the world record, and over the next year, he'd do that 9 more times. His dominance can be attributed to a few things. First, his skill level was well beyond that of any other runner. The only one who was close was SM Kirky, but he couldn't catch up. Second, this was an incredibly active period of discovery for the game. You'll see soon how many new tricks TSG was able to use. And third, TSG played the game on PC. This wasn't fully known at the time, but running the game on PC is much faster than any other version, mainly from having faster load times. TSG's first record was a 341.17, and after the first level, he was presented with the option to save or not. After you save for the first time, you lose a couple seconds from auto-saving after every level. However, it does allow you to reset the game before a cutscene plays at the end of each episode, since your progress is saved before then. This allows you to more quickly start the next episode instead of watching a long cutscene, especially after episodes 3 and 5, and the time save is further compounded from the fast resetting that you can do on PC. And of course, he had a plethora of new strategies to use, particularly in episode 5. One was in stage 5-2. C-3PO can't jump, so you normally have to build a cart to take him up this ledge. But instead, TSG just punched him and pushed him up, saving roughly 22 seconds from not having to use the cart. And in 5-4, you normally have to have Yoda teach Luke the Force and build bridges for R2 to use. But why do that when you can just use bad collision detection in the wall and get up anyway? This was discovered by Grubo, and saves a solid 30 seconds. But the most notable trick in the run was one known as DV3, short for Darth Vader 3. In this form of the fight, you're supposed to deflect objects into Darth Vader, then eventually glass comes down and you can jump across. However, it's just barely possible to jump across without the glass, meaning you can skip the entire fight. You have 3 frames of leeway between the 2 jumps in the double jump, and it was easily the most difficult trick in the run. But if done properly, you would save over 70 seconds from not having to fight Darth Vader. And thanks to these 3 tricks and more, despite having some big slowdowns, TSG had his first world record. His record streak would continue over the following weeks, and the run had a couple major changes. First, he changed the episode order, playing episode 5 last. Players were allowed to play them in any order they wanted, but putting episode 5 at the end was beneficial since its ending cutscene was the longest, and timing stops before the cutscene plays. This way, it's not included anywhere in the final time. And the second change was the removal of a leaderboard rule. Red bricks were no longer banned. That meant he could use certain unlockables as he found them throughout the game. The 2 big ones he used were exploding blaster bolts, which lets you kill some enemies quicker and blow up certain barriers, and infinite torpedoes, which means you always have them behind you in the flying levels and don't have to go pick them up. Having these 2 upgrades across much of the run saved several minutes, and when combined with better execution of other tricks, allowed TSG to take the record under 3 hours and 30 minutes. New strategies were also getting discovered left and right, and in late 2016, one of the most obvious oversights from the developers was found by a player named Osamnol. On the last level of episode 1, you're supposed to fight Darth Maul by forcing objects into him. But over on the right, there's a lamp, and for some reason, everything below the lamp is considered by the game to be out of bounds. You can stand and jump in any out of bounds area, so it's possible to just jump off the wall to the top of the lamp and across to the other side. As simple as that, you could save 30 seconds. By April 2017, TSG had taken the record to 3 hours and 24 minutes, and with second place more than 7 minutes behind, he was in full control of the world record. However, in May, a key rule was lifted. Back in August 2016, the ban on red bricks was lifted, and now, players were allowed to call in the second player. Welcome to the world of 1 player 2 controller strats. So what's the benefit of using a second player? Well, LEGO Star Wars was designed to be a 2-player game, and some sections can be completed much faster with a second player. In 4-5, for instance, if you have 1 player, you're supposed to build a cart to go over buttons fast enough before they turn red. But if you're using 2 players, no need for the cart. There's a couple sets of these buttons in 4-5, and if you skip using the cart for both, you save a full minute. However, you're not allowed to have a physical second player to help you out. You have to do everything alone. So, whenever you want to call in player 2, you have to control them both at the same time. It's known as 1 player 2 controllers, or 1P2C, and on PC, there's 3 options for this. You can use 2 controllers, you can use 2 parts of the keyboard, or you can use a keyboard and a controller. Most runners nowadays go with the keyboard controller method, but in June 2017, TSG set a record with the controller method. The only point TSG used 1P2C in the run was in 4-5, but the community knew there could be applications elsewhere. Less than a month after TSG's run, it would be beaten by a new player, Rauschmore. He had been a contender for a while, but rapidly improved his personal best in mid-2017 to take the top spot. He too used 1P2C in stage 4-5, and thanks to a couple new strategies in episode 6, pulled ahead for a new world record by 90 seconds. However, TSG was up to the task, and just a week later, he took the record back. By the end of the year, TSG's time was down to 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 30 seconds. The 319 run had a notable new trick in the first phase of the Darth Vader fight. After dealing 2 hearts of damage, Darth Vader jumps around and won't knock Luke's Stormtrooper helmet off. You can then use R2 to precisely land on the white part of the panel, then fly and avoid a death plane to barely make it to the other side. Once there, you activate a platform for Luke and open the door with the Stormtrooper helmet to skip nearly the entire fight. The trick, nicknamed DV1, saves 45 seconds and was discovered by a runner named Zolas. When combined with DV3, it was quite evident that stage 5-5 was becoming the most critical point of the run. Speaking of Zolas, he would set the game's next record, a 3:16:12. He implemented 1P2C across the run more. Some were small time saves, like deflecting shots so that R4 could safely activate the panel in 2-2, and others were more substantial. In 4-5, you could now use Chewbacca to activate the elevator and ride it immediately, instead of having to use Han Solo and wait for its second cycle. A time save of about 12 seconds. But interestingly, Zolas played the game on Wii. We know from before that this is slower than the PC version, but there's another consideration to be made. The Wii version requires using both the Wii Remote and the nunchuck, so to do 1P2C, you need to juggle 4 controllers at once. Still, Zolas was able to pull it off, with a world record by over 3 minutes. TSG followed this up a few months later with a 3:14:28. It was notable for implementing yet another trick into level 5-5. DV1 and DV3 already had skips, and now, Darth Vader's 4th form did as well. It was possible to do a couple of precise double jumps, and skip having to use the Force and having to use R2. They have the potential to save about 7 seconds, and just added to the skill needed in 5-5. Episode 5 as a whole was becoming really brutal, and since it has the longest end cutscene, it had to be at the very end of the run. So let's take a look at our timeline so far. TSG started dominating in mid-2016, and although he twice lost the record to Rauschmore and Zolas, he'd always been able to fight back. 2 years later, his name was still on top of the leaderboard. But TSG's 3:14 from June 2018 would be the last record he would ever set. The game was about to enter a new era, because in October 2018, Rauschmore did this. Over the span of just 3 weeks, Rauschmore took the record from a 3:14 down to a 3:09. The key was the rapid discovery of new tricks by a runner named L-Tree. Tricks that would save up to 8 minutes. And the first one is really stupid. In 6-5, killing the Emperor normally takes a substantial amount of time. However, if you lure him over to the corner and die intentionally, upon respawning, you can just push him off the edge. It skips the remainder of the fight and saves 45 seconds. Later, it was discovered you could push him off at the start of the fight by calling in player 2. It saves an additional minute and is known as the Ultra Kill. Another simple boss skip was found in 4-3. You can skip the spy fight by using the Force on R2. This pushes him past the trigger to start the fight, and if you call him in after, you can just go in the open door and save about 50 seconds. But the real big time save was in 6-3. In this level, you're supposed to hop in your speeder and drive through the roughly 5-minute course. Instead, if you go into the corner of the end barrier with both players, player 1 gets placed above player 2, and you can do a 360 to make it over the barrier. This activates the end of the course, and you can skip the entire thing to save several minutes. These discoveries helped lead to 4 consecutive records from Rauschmore. His 4th and final time, a 3:09 from October 2018, would be the final record set in the year. But interestingly, as the record stayed put at 3:09, the run started to get massive views on YouTube. It went semi-viral, and many people who saw the video thought it could be fun to try running it themselves. And largely thanks to Rauschmore's video, by early 2019, there was a new crop of runners ready to gun for the world record. In 5th place, there was Senor with a 3:11:37. In 4th place, there was Wii Super with a 3:10:45. In 3rd place, there was Osamnol with a 3:10:06. And in 2nd place, there was Shred with a 3:09:54. All 4 runners were closing in on Rauschmore's record, and it was obvious that one of them would beat it soon. The general consensus for the favorite to do so was Osamnol, but all 4 of them had a shot at it. And then, one of them broke through. On February 11th, 2019, Senor jumped straight from 5th to 1st place to capture his first world record. He lowered his personal best by nearly 2.5 minutes in the process. Senor had gotten into the game after seeing Rauschmore's video, and although he lowered his time quickly, he was comfortably behind the other record contenders. But the key to Senor getting this record was 1P2C. He used it all over the run. He used it for multitasking, he used it to get one player in position while the other player built, he used it to push characters further ahead. These were small time saves on their own, but they added up when used across a 3-hour run. This was also the first run to use the incredibly difficult disco skip in 6-2. After building the speaker, you then try and position Luke so he's exactly 50% inside of the speaker once it's finished being built. The game doesn't know what to do when you're inside a built object, so if you're next to a wall, it will sometimes push you through it, meaning you can go out of bounds and skip building the disco party to save 40 seconds. This is a really precise trick, since you have to be positioned just right to clip out of bounds, but if you miss it, you can just break the speaker and build it to try again. With all the competition from top runners, people didn't expect Senor's record to last long.
You haven't even been going to class, Miss. Wake up.
Meaning you can go out of bounds and skip building the disco party to save 40 seconds. This is a really precise trick, since you have to be positioned just right to clip out of bounds, but if you miss it, you can just break the speaker and build it to try again. With all the competition from top runners, people didn't expect Senor's record to last long. But it would only last for 3 days. On Valentine's Day 2019, Shred took the record with a 3:06:27. Shred had been running the game for over a year, but only became a serious record contender early in 2019. And his record was an improvement by nearly 3 minutes, which was especially impressive given that it was played on a Wii. It didn't do much new over Senor's record, but was better executed. It had a first try ultra kill and a cleaner episode 6 overall. Senor fired back just 3 days later with another 2-minute record improvement. The world record was now down to a 3:04, but it still had some significant slowdowns. Senor lost nearly a minute on disco skip, and over 30 seconds in 5-5 from missing the DV skips. So clean up those tricks, save a bit elsewhere, and add in a couple new strategies. And suddenly, sub 3 didn't seem out of the question. In March 2019, 2 runners started to pull ahead from the rest of the pack, Senor and Wii Super. Both of these guys had only gotten into the game in the last few months, but they lowered their times side by side and got good quickly. They raced each other frequently, and although Senor was slightly ahead on the leaderboard, Wii Super was never far behind. As March progressed, these two made it clear. They both wanted to make a push for the world's first sub-3. It was barely in the realm of possibility. But with the two of them pushing each other, a sub-3 hour run started to feel more real than ever. The world's first sub-3. Senor had skipped straight over 259 to a 258.50. His run was roughly even through episode 6, but he saved some time later over mistakes and slowdowns in his last PB. And at the end of the run, he still had to execute tricks like hut skip and DV3. It was an intense situation, but he was able to clutch them out and get the first sub-3. Interestingly, about half an hour before the end of Senor's run, Wii Super started a run of his own, and this run would finish as a 259.04, the world's second sub-3. Had Wii Super started his run just a few hours earlier, he would have won the race to sub-3. But instead, he had to settle for second place, while Senor got the glory. But Senor's record wouldn't last long. He beat his own run by 43 seconds just a day later. This run was notable for introducing a piece of RNG. In 4-4, there's a section where Obi-Wan is supposed to appear across the room on a bridge after you arrive. The way the game tries to get him there is by running through a room with barrels. If he gets stuck behind a barrel, the game turns him to try and get around them, which slows him down, but he still eventually arrives on the bridge. Usually. Sometimes he gets stuck. And if that happens, he never shows up, and you can't progress through the level. LEGO Star Wars is a broken game. Now, runners used to have a way around this. You reload the bridge room by entering and exiting the previous room, which guarantees Obi-Wan will show up for a 2-second time loss. But players then found 4-4 cutscene skip. By jumping off of this ledge, you can hook back and enter an out-of-bounds area to skip to the next room. This means a cutscene doesn't play and you save 18 seconds. However, as a consequence of the cutscene not playing, you can no longer reload the bridge room, since you wouldn't be able to leave the previous room if you enter it. So, Obi-Wan RNG was back into play. If he didn't want to show up, you were in big trouble. A couple weeks later, a fairly substantial change was made. The community decided to alter the way runs were timed. Instead of starting when the players gained control in 1-1, it would now begin when selecting New Game on the main menu. This was mostly done so that movement in the cantina would be considered in the final time. It added roughly 58 seconds to all runs. So, when Senor set a record that would have been 2:57.36 under the old timing, it was retimed to 2:58.34. And that made it 4 consecutive records for Senor. He was the first to sub 3, and now he was taking control of the leaderboard. And for Wii Super, he just couldn't catch up. He perpetually remained slightly behind Senor, easily in second place, but ever since he missed his chance at the first sub 3, the world record eluded him. But after the 2:58.34, Senor announced that he would be taking a break from the category to focus his efforts elsewhere. Maybe this was the chance Wii Super needed. With Senor at least temporarily out of the picture, he could hone in on improving his time without needing to compete with anyone. And as it turns out, just 2 days later, it was only record by a second, but Wii Super had finally overtaken Senor. It was a run with a great early game, but he lost some time on speeder skip and had a weak episode 4. Still, Wii Super had broken through. Was this a one-time deal, or was he about to make something more out of it? 6 days later, a 60-second record improvement by Wii Super, largely due to saving time in episode 4. The very next day, another 1.5-minute world record. 3 weeks later, 2 record improvements on the same day. 3 days later, a record cut by nearly 2 full minutes. Then Wii Super took a break, and when he came back, another world record. 7 records over the course of 3 months for Wii Super. The final one was a time of 2:53.04. After a while, Senor had come back to attempts, but this time the tables were turned. He was the one who couldn't catch up to Wii Super. The way he went on this run was through both improving his own skills and utilizing new strategies. In 2-6, Wii Super began using Dooku Skip. By standing on a barrel, you can force it with player 2 and clip under the floor. By then dropping out with the inbounds player, you can lead them forward past the trigger for the Dooku fight and enter the next room. The trick was found by Senor and saves up to 30 seconds. Wii Super also began using the Vehicle Smart Bomb Red Brick. It allows you to hold the special button in ship levels and make everything on screen explode, which can save you about 20 seconds in 5-1. And interestingly, with these new tricks being incorporated and runners' skill levels improving, someone new moved into second place, Chimkin. He had been in third place for months, even being a part of the initial sub 3 grind, but he always remained behind Wii Super and Senor. But he was improving, and by May, he was ahead of Senor. And sure enough, when Wii Super woke up on the morning of July 6th, his record was gone. Chimkin had beaten it by over a minute, getting a 2:52 flat. It was a run with a slow early game, but after a gold split in 3-2, he was off to the races. He pulled ahead of the record and crushed it. So, Wii Super had to get back to work. And it took him 13 hours to get the record back. Over the coming weeks and months, Wii Super and Chimkin would trade the record back and forth. Wii Super was the first to take it under 250, with a 2:49.55 on July 17th. Chimkin would get the next record, and by the end of the year, it was down to 2:45:39. How did these two take the record down by 7 minutes? Well, there was a new red brick, Fast Force, which does what it sounds like. It lets you force objects faster. To obtain it quicker, Chimkin found a method of going out of bounds, then doing a death warp to get back on track. It's unlocked in 4-2, so players started playing episode 4 earlier in the run so they could use Fast Force in episodes 6, 3, and 5. And of course, there were a plethora of new strategies discovered in the second half of 2019. Some were small and saved a few seconds, while others saved closer to half a minute. But the big one was in 5-6. It's the last stage in the game, and it had an evolution of skips over the years.
Cool.
Way back during TSG's record reign, runners started doing a trick called best spin out of bounds. You'd jump roll off a ledge to land out of bounds, and progress forward in the stage to skip having to build C-3PO and open a door. It saved 45 seconds, but was immensely difficult. Players used this trick for years, but in December 2019, Senor found something better. You join with player 2 and put Lando in a doorway. If player 1 stands far enough away and Lando jumps, the door will close. If it closes while you're at the top of your jump, you'll get pushed through the door frame and out of bounds. Ultimately, you can get to the same room as you did from Bespin out of bounds, but it allows you to do so nearly a full minute faster, and is much easier. The only problem is that if you miss the door clip initially, AI characters can randomly run near the door and prevent it from closing, so you really want to get the trick first try. With all these time saves combined, and runners still improving their skills on top of that, the world record was down to a really solid 2:45. It was enough for Wii Super to take a break from grinding the category, and Chimkin had stopped playing it as well. Other than those two, nobody had a PB under 2 hours and 50 minutes. But over the coming weeks in late 2019 and early 2020, the game would get a huge boost in popularity, thanks to an unlikely source: TikTok. There was a big wave of nostalgia for LEGO Star Wars. Millions played it while growing up, and after years had passed, they looked back on the game fondly. A trend began on TikTok where people changed their profile pics to mimic how they look in LEGO Star Wars, with a green or blue circle around them. This increased the game's popularity on the internet as a whole, as people remembered LEGO Star Wars and wanted to experience it again. As such, speedrun streams and videos exploded in popularity, and starting in early 2020, there was a new wave of speedrun activity. And suddenly, by February, Wii Super had new competitors on his doorstep. In second place was T-Fresh, and in third place was Led Astray. Both had a time of 2:47, and both had aspirations for the world record. Wii Super had no choice but to do more runs if he wanted to defend his title. So he did. And in the span of just 1 week, he lowered the record twice, taking it down to 2:44:30. But this wasn't the complete domination that he'd had earlier. His competition continued to close in. Led Astray got a 2:46, and a familiar face had actually jumped into second place: Senor. The pressure was on for Wii Super. These guys were both capable of getting the record, and could really obtain it any day now. Wii Super continued to do runs, and a couple weeks later, he achieved a run that put away any competition for the record. Months of attempts had all led up to this moment. It was his ultimate run. Throughout the first 4 episodes, there were no significant mistakes. He gained a bit of time on nearly every level, and leaving episode 6, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead. The final 2 episodes are 3 and 5, and although they weren't perfect, they were good enough. and when combined with the incredible start he'd had, the end result was a monster world record. Wii Super wasn't at much risk of losing his title anymore. Or was he? Senor wasn't deterred from the task at hand. Wii Super was now 3 minutes ahead, but Senor knew he could close the gap. On March 27th, he took his PB down to 2:44, and on the 31st, he shaved another half minute off. Despite the optimization of Wii Super's record, Senor was actually able to close in. These two guys were ahead of the pack. Just like the initial sub 3 grind, Wii Super and Senor were locked in a battle. Thanks to the game's boost in popularity around this time, the community decided to have a LEGO Star Wars speedrun tournament. Wii Super, Senor, and most of the game's other top runners all participated. It was a double elimination tournament, and there were some great times put up by several different runners. But when all was said and done, after the brackets were completed, who else would meet in the finals but Wii Super and Senor? These two would get the benefit of a big new strategy discovered a few weeks ago in 6-1, Spiderless. By using a forcible object, you could clip into the wall, which was faster than the old method of using the spider. You can then come back in bounds to touch a grate, which acts as a trigger for the game to send you straight to the boss fight and skip the cutscene. This trick saved a full 60 seconds, a huge advantage for any runner who could pull it off. Up to this point, Senor had lost one match while Wii Super was undefeated. So to win the whole thing, Senor needed to win twice, while Wii Super needed just one win.
What?
And Senor handily won the first game.
The clear
Wii
overlay's on.
Super accidentally soft-locked in 5-1, losing several minutes and allowing
Now it is.
Senor to cruise to an easy victory. That meant there would be a winner-take-all match the next day to determine the tournament champion. This was going to be a tough task for Senor. Think of all he had going against him. His personal best was nearly a minute behind Wii Super. He had lost to him earlier in the tournament, and he had gotten a pretty lucky victory yesterday thanks to a next day to determine the tournament champion. Next day to determine the tournament champion. This was going to be a tough task for Senor. Think of all he had going against him. His personal
No, we're
best
not
was
back to
nearly
gaming.
a
Not,
minute
dude. I
behind
was
Wii
up for
Super.
almost 40
He had
hours
lost
and I
to
slept
him
2.
earlier in
No
the
way.
tournament, and he'd gotten a pretty lucky victory.
The balance is
yesterday
just not
thanks to
there
a
yet.
fluke soft lock. He was gonna need to play
I see the
out of
pogs.
his
This is not
mind
happening,
if he
man.
wanted to
It's
win
not
this
happening.
thing.
I gotta sleep.
And so, on
You can
April
pog this a clear
19th,
overlay now, so
2020,
Gio can do stuff. That's pretty
the
cool.
final match of the tournament, with his opponent heavily favored to win.
And now you got another video for ants, apparently. There you go.
This was Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was fine if he wanted to win this thing. And so, on April 19th, 2020, in the final match of the tournament, with his opponent heavily favored to win, this was Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was actually a close race through much of the run, but Senor eventually pulled ahead. And although Wii Super finished with a 2:42, he didn't stand a chance. Senor won the match, he won the tournament, and he got the world record. And the race to sub 2. And it was actually a close race through much of the run, but Senor eventually pulled ahead. And although Wii Super finished with a 2:42, he didn't stand a chance. Senor won the match, he won the tournament, and he got the world record. And the race to sub 240 was officially on. Actually a close race through much of the run, but Senor eventually pulled ahead. And although Wii Super finished with a 2:42, he didn't stand a chance. In the final match of the tournament, with his opponent heavily favored to win, This was Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was actually a close race through much of the run, but Senor eventually pulled ahead. And although this was Senor's first world record, out of his mind if he wanted to win this thing. And so, on April 19th, 2020, in the final match of the tournament, with his opponent heavily favored to win, this was Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was actually a close race through much of the run, but Senor eventually pulled ahead. And although Wii Super finished with a 242, he didn't stand a chance. Senor won the match, he won the tournament, and he got the world record. Record, and the race to sub 240 was officially on. Once again, Senor and Wii Super were the two competitors. As it turns out, Senor's time at the top wouldn't last long. Wii Super wanted the record back, and it took him just 5 days to do so. He got a 240.32. This run was actually on sub 240 pace until 5-5. But the last two stages of the run are two of the toughest. Wii Super lost a lot of time to DV3 in 5-5, and to Door Clip in 5-6. Sub 240 would have to wait. Wii Super lost 45 seconds to Door Clip, and missed sub 240 by just 4 seconds. It's a great example of how tough the end of the run is. Door Clip is in the very last stage, and if you miss it initially, bad luck can make you lose the record. Over the following few weeks, competition caught up. A couple runners named Pickle Toe and Ginger Legend got times in the 241 range, increasing the pressure on Wii Super. And on July 14th, Senor had a run on sub 240 pace into 5-6. But once again, Door Clip killed it. He ended up 1 second behind the world record. Wii Super had waited too long. Other players had caught up, and it was a dead heat for the first sub 240. But on July 22nd, Wii Super had a run with a fantastic first few episodes. He then lost his helmet in 4-5, but a great episode 6 put him back in the lead. He had a rough 5-5, but with time to save in 5-6, sub 240 was still possible. He got door clipped quickly and left just enough room to get a sub 240. 239.49. Wii Super had won the race. This was Wii Super's 22nd world record. He'd faced competition from some of the best in the world, but time and time again, he had proven he could come out on top. With his sub 240 goal accomplished, Wii Super finally felt he could take a break. And the runners in 2nd through 4th place, Senor, Pickletoe, and Ginger Legend, had lost motivation after being beaten to the first sub 240. So, they all stopped running the category as well. For the first time in many months, there was little activity at the top of the leaderboard. That meant there was technically an opportunity for someone outside of the top 4 to swoop in and make a move. Let's take a look at who was in 5th place. This is E-Roadhouse. He had been running the game for about 3 months, and managed to quickly enter the game's top 5. However, during the sub 240 grind, he was comfortably behind the big 4 runners. He wasn't considered to have a serious shot at the world record. But with all 4 of them stepping aside, this was his chance. In early August, he stepped into 4th place and lowered his PB down to 241.12. And on August 10th, he got on a run where he pulled about 15 seconds ahead of the record by the end of episode 4. There was still a long way to go, but he kept nailing tough tricks. Spiderless in 6-1, speeder skip in 6-3. A shot at the world record was starting to seem more and more like a reality. He was competing against an incredible episode 3 in the world record, so he bled some time there, but going into the last 2 levels of the run, 5-5 and 5-6, he was only half a minute behind. Time to enter the trick gauntlet. DV1, first try. DV3, he faltered a bit but got it 5th try. DV4 jumps, both first try. And finally, door clip, 2nd try. This all saved about 40 seconds over the last 2 levels in Wii Super's run. And it was enough for E-Roadhouse to get a 239.43. He had leapfrogged over Pickletoe, Senor, and Wii Super to get the world record. There was a new face on top of the leaderboard. Well, Wii Super wasn't going to take this lying down. E-Roadhouse had only beaten him by 6 seconds. Surely it wouldn't be too hard to take the...
Oh, try now?
He had leapfrogged over Pickletoe, Senor, and Wii Super to get the world record. There was a new face on top of the leaderboard. Well, Wii Super wasn't going to take
I don't have anything open in a browser.
E-Roadhouse had only beaten him by 6 seconds. Surely it wouldn't be too hard to take the record back. But Wii Super wanted something better. There had been a number of new strategies developed around this time.
No, are you good?
Super knew that if he utilized them all in a full run, he could beat E-Roadhouse's time by minutes. We won't go over all of these new tricks, but there's 2 particularly big ones. And the first one, well, LEGO Star Wars has an ultra shortcut. Level 1-4 is the pod race. You have to drive around the course 3 times to beat the stage. For years, there was no way to really speed this up. Even the fastest world records just drove the 3 laps. But in mid-2020, P53, Havster, and Senor combined to develop a trick called Pod Fraud. It's a very complicated trick, But the gist of it is that the game's only method for checking lap completion is seeing if you've touched an area on the far side of the course, and seeing if you've touched the finish line region. So after driving a lap normally, you go out of bounds with 2 players, leave one by the finish line region, and try to get the other to the far side. This middle section out of bounds kills you, but it lets you build up speed quickly. So, by dying a few times, you can build up enough speed to make it across. By touching this region, the next lap is activated, and you skip having to drive around. This setup takes about 25 seconds, but a lap normally takes about 60, so you save over half a minute. The other big skip is called Grieve Cheese, discovered by Pickletoe with concepts from Fezteo. The General Grievous fight is normally a slow, scripted battle, where you jump around the level and then attack him on the main platform. However, he'll only perform his scripted actions if you're actively standing on this platform. So, you can use Obi-Wan to lure him toward a rock, then jump off the platform and shoot him with player 2 before he walks too far away. By repeating this over and over, you can drain his health without having him ever perform scripted actions. Unfortunately, there's RNG involved. He can randomly block your shots, which wastes time. But ideally, Grieve Cheese can save over half a minute. With all this and more, Wii Super felt that he could crush the current record. And he was right. On September 18th, he beat eRoadhouse by just under 2 minutes, getting a 2:37.49. A few weeks later, he did it again, with a 2:36.08. The leaderboard was back to normal. Wii Super was dominating the competition multiple minutes ahead of anyone else. And still, years after his first world record, nobody could catch Wii Super. At least, not for a couple weeks. Just 16 days after Wii Super's 2:36, eRoadhouse managed to get the record back. The key to doing this was yet another complicated new trick: Falconless. The normal way to end stage 4-5 involves activating 4 triggers scattered throughout a big room, then killing all the stormtroopers. It's a slow process that gradually raises the Millennium Falcon, so you can eventually enter it and end the level. However, P53 found a way to end the level early. You first have to load the last room of the level, which can be done by entering this grapple room. You then go back far in the level, and by crossing a particular line, the game tries to save memory by unloading the last room. This means the triggers, stormtroopers, and Millennium Falcon all disappear. The issue is that the game never reloads them once you go back forward. So you re-enter the final room, and nothing's there. Since the stormtroopers are gone, the game treats them the same as if they were killed, so you can jump into where the open door would be, and the level ends. This saves about 1 minute and 15 seconds, and eRoadhouse's new record was a 2:34.51. That means that even without Falconless, he still would have beaten Wii Super. Maybe it was a fluke. Whenever someone took the record from Wii Super, he was always quick to respond. But a month later, eRoadhouse set another record, 2:34.32. This was uncharted territory. When was he going to respond? Well, a couple weeks later, eRoadhouse got on a run that was 25 seconds ahead after episode 2. This was the best pace anyone had ever been on that early. He lost a bit of time from missing a clip in 4-2, but managed to improve to 30 seconds ahead leaving episode 4. With one of the greatest ever first halves of a run, he just needed to avoid disaster in the back half to get his 3rd consecutive record. But instead of avoiding a disaster, something else happened. eRoadhouse went on to play the best episode 6 ever performed. he was now 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of the record. As you can imagine, the pressure he felt at this point was enormous, and he faltered a bit toward the start of episode 3, losing about 7 seconds in 3-2. But he followed this up with his best ever 3-5, and leaving episode 3, he was more than 1.5 minutes ahead of the record. It was by far the best chance he had ever had. He had a shot to not just lower the record, but demolish it. But he still had to get through episode 5, the hardest episode in the run, with the toughest tricks all right at the end. But he didn't need a perfect episode 5. He just needed one that was good enough. He had a 90-second cushion. As long as he didn't completely choke, he'd have another record. But with all the pressure mounting, and being on an unthinkable pace, Roadhouse didn't have an amazing episode 5. He had the best episode 5 ever performed. This was by far the greatest record the game had ever seen. Roadhouse had skipped 233 and skipped 232. He was more than 4 minutes ahead of second place. There was nothing more he could do. There was nothing anyone could do. Roadhouse was the game's new top runner, and it was hard to imagine this record being beaten anytime soon. So, he took a break. Since nobody else had a personal best below 236, there were no challengers for the record. However, that didn't stop players from continuing to run the game. But the nature of the competition changed. It was now a battle for second place, rather than the world record. About a month after the 231, a new runner moved into second, Ginger Legend. A few days later, he'd be beaten by Senor, getting a 235 and then a 234. It's important to note that there were very few new strategies being utilized. The vast majority of their time save came from getting better at the game. Fewer mistakes, better movement, that sort of improvement. By February, a runner named Zach achieved a 235, and by March, there was a trio of runners with a 234. Senor in second place, Ginger Legend in third place, and Zach in fourth place. For the first time since he set his mammoth world record, Roadhouse was feeling a bit of pressure. They were still minutes away from his record, but their times were dropping. So, he decided to end his break and go back to record attempts. But he struggled to get good runs going, especially compared to his incredible 231. On March 6th, Senor would once again lower his second place time, 233.05. He was now within 90 seconds of the world record. Roadhouse continued his attempts, but failed to get anything good. And then, on March 9th, Zach got on a run that was even with the world record through episode 2, then actually gained half a minute over the record in episode 4. Once again, this was mostly due to better gameplay rather than new strategies. He ended up losing time to the incredible episodes 6 and 5 in Roadhouse's record, but still finished with a 232.23. Zach was just 35 seconds off the world record. Senor had a 233, Zach had a 232, and Roadhouse had a 231. All three of them were doing attempts, and all three of them had potential to get the world record. Roadhouse's time had run out. He was now in direct competition with two strong runners. There was no question the world record was coming down. The question now was, which of these three was going to do it first? Well, on March 22nd, Roadhouse broke through. It was only a 5-second record improvement, but it showed that he still had what it took. This run had another fantastic early game, but he lost about 45 seconds in episode 6 from repeatedly missing disco skip. Episodes 3 and 5 were up and down, but since his gameplay overall had improved, it was enough to eke out a small record. But his work wasn't done yet. A couple weeks later, eRoadhouse got a 231.35. Another small record improvement, but he was making progress while Zach and Senor weren't improving their times. Still, all three runners continued to grind over the following weeks. The end goal had shifted. It was officially a grind for the game's first sub 230. A half-hour barrier hadn't been broken in 2 years. In mid-May, Senor lowered his time down by over half a minute. All three runners were now within 60 seconds of each other. Who would get sub 230 first? Would it be the veteran, the newcomer, or the current world record holder? Well, on May 14th, eRoadhouse got on a run with another incredible first couple of episodes. Once again, this was his best pace ever leaving episode 2. He faltered a bit in levels 4-2 and 4-3, so his pace cooled off slightly exiting episode 4. But after episode 6, he was still a minute ahead of the record. It was clear that this would be a golden opportunity for the sub 230. And then, in episode 3-1, something strange happened. eRoadhouse was cycling through his splits to see what time saves he had left, and he accidentally paused his timer. He realized this a short while later and unpaused it, but this threw everything off. His pace would now seem better than it really was. He didn't know how long it was paused, so if this run went all the way, he'd have to retime it to see what he really got. Well, eRoadhouse made his way through episode 3, and it went beautifully. Episode 5 got off to a great start, and entering 5-5, he was a minute 21 ahead. But of course, his real pace was still a mystery. 5-5 was solid, and 5-6 was nearly perfect. And when he stopped his splits, they read 229.35. eRoadhouse knew his run was slower than that, but the exact amount wasn't known. It all came down to how long the timer was paused. So, it had to be retimed. And the exact length of the pause would determine if this was the world's first sub 230 or if the race would continue. And after the retime, they found that eRoadhouse's timer was paused for 21.5 seconds, meaning his run was a 229.57. By the skin of his teeth, he had done it. His 6th world record in a row was his most important one yet. eRoadhouse officially had the world's first sub 230. In the aftermath of this run, Zach and Senor continued doing PB attempts for a short while. Both players lowered their times, but neither could catch up to eRoadhouse. Their motivation had just dried up. It seemed like another community break would be in order. But you're probably noticing a pattern by now. Whenever community motivation is at a low point, new tricks are always found to bring people back in. And right on cue in May 2021, 2 massive tricks were discovered. One of them was a 30-second time save in 3-5 found by Los. But the one we're gonna go over was the one discovered in 5-5. This trick was notable for 2 main reasons. For one thing, it was in the toughest stage of the run. 5-5 was already a completely broken level. You had DV1, DV3, and the DV4 jumps. The new trick, fittingly, was called DV2. Every room of the Darth Vader fight now had a skip. And the other notable thing about this trick, it was the most difficult one in the entire game. That's right, the toughest trick of the run was now in a stage that was already considered to be the hardest. This is the insanity of DV2. You start by activating a moving platform outside the boss room, then positioning Luke on a panel beneath it and placing R2 on the platform. When the platform moves down, you can collide into Luke as he's sliding off the panel. If done at the perfect moment, Luke will go through the wall under the floor of the next room, and you can just walk underneath the boss fight. Getting the clip into the wall is so precise that pause buffering is used to help line it up.
Not that much of a pussy.
And even so,
I know, I'll
every
sleep.
single step of this trick is
I was
hard.
getting vitamins,
It's
water,
hard to get on the panel, it's hard to stay on the panel, it's hard to pause buffer at the right time, it's hard to line up Luke, it's hard to line up R2,
I'm getting some Addy to get a really focused night's
too low in
sleep.
the boss room, it's hard to avoid going too high in the boss room. Any of these portions not being done correctly results in a miss. But if done properly, it would save an additional 50 seconds. A team of Lava Fang 407, Note KO, and EJP Man created DV2, and it made stage 5-5 a nightmare. Tough trick after tough trick, right at the end of the run. But with all the time save potential, people had to go for it, and it brought runners Zach and Senor back to doing runs. They each got times of 2:30.
Alright, go back.
And then on June 1st, Senor set the world record. It had a rough episode 6, particularly a slow ultra kill in 6-5, but he got DV2 on his second try. A fantastic result for such a tough trick. He closed it out 20 seconds ahead of Roadhouse. Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 12 minutes slower. So now, of the top 3 competitors, only one had yet to get the world record: Zach. He'd been in the top 3 for the past 5 months, even moving into second place on several occasions, but he had never been able to take the top spot. It was frustrating. He knew he was good enough, he'd been on pace before, and he also had a bit of time on his hands coming up. So, Zach decided to start a devoted grind for the record. But this wasn't going to be just any grind. He was going to play the game 14 to 15 hours per day until he set the world record. Zach began on his quest, and over the next 2 weeks, he played the game for roughly 200 hours. Run after run, good pace after good pace, and despite all that, he didn't achieve a world record. In fact, he didn't even get a PB. Zach remained in 3rd place, behind Roadhouse and Senor. Disappointing for sure, but Zach would still get another chance. Because on June 13th, runners Zach, Roadhouse, and Wii Super all met up to grind for the world record 12 hours a day, with Senor also participating at home. Only 12 hours may have been less than Zach was used to, but still, 4 of the best runners in the world, 12 hours per day, for 3 days straight. Surely a world record was incoming. But it never happened. 72 hours came and went, with no world records. And here's why. Between all 4 runners, more than 20 world record paces were achieved into the final 2 levels. All of them died to DV2. It was such a hard trick, and trying to execute it when feeling the pressure of a record-paced run, good luck with that. So for Zach, a grind of 12-hour days hadn't worked. 14-hour days hadn't worked either. So he had only one remaining option. On June 16th, Zach began a grind of 16-hour days to get the LEGO Star Wars world record. And he never had any runs on record pace. It was starting to seem hopeless. But on June 18th, Zach finally got a run deep ahead of the record. And what a pace it was. Entering 5-5, his best possible time was 2:28.43. That was a good enough pace that he didn't even need to do DV2. He could get the record without it. But Zach was committed to going for it. And on just his 3rd try, he got in the wall. If he could just make it to the end of the room, he'd be in the clear. But disaster struck. He went too low and died, forcing him to start DV2 over again. He lost over a minute and ended up missing the record by just seconds. Had he skipped doing DV2, he would have had the world record. So, Zach kept going. More long attempt sessions, more failed runs. But on June 24th, he'd find himself in an eerily similar situation. A best possible time of 2:28.08 into 5-5. Once again, he could skip DV2 and still get the record. But once again, he was committed to going for it. It was a decision that cost him the record last time. But this time, he hit it first try. He was in a golden position now. He closed out 5-.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another great podcast. I am here on episode, I believe this is going to be number 7, and I'm here with my very good friend, Cinna.
You don't know your podcast number episode?
Nope. What's fine about that?
You've only had 7.
What do you mean?
Have you lost count already?
Well, okay, so here's why. Because this podcast episode is the 7th one I've done, but I have no idea when we're going to upload this. Like, let's say Mr. Beast comes over and is like, hey, I'm going to come on your podcast. I'm sorry, that's going out before you, right?
Hey, I'm kind of cool like Mr. Beast.
You are not even close.
I mean, I'm not as rich, but I've got other things.
Name 5 things you have. Besides a big forehead.
Okay, I feel like you didn't have to go there. I'm doing you a favor by being here, right? Is that...
That's crazy, because you kind of are. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, well, here we have, folks, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually a special podcast, not just because Cinna's here. It is a special podcast because we actually have kittens that are available to adopt right now. So we are showing off some of the kittens. They're going to be given to by Cinna, by some girl, some lady. She was called an aunt on my stream.
Yeah, who called her that?
She
Who called
just
her
told me
old?
to shut the fuck up. Okay, let's... Oh my god, this thing just sat down. Okay, so this is, I believe, Tablespoon. This is Tablespoon. He is adoptable. By the way, all these cats are adoptable right now. They are adoptable through Austin Pets Alive.
Baby.
PetSmart? PetSmart every... So they're adoptable on PetSmart every Saturday. At PetSmart every Saturday. Or on APA... What's the website called? AustinPetsAlive.org is probably where you're going to find these cats if you want to adopt them. We're going to go through all the cats and talk about them real quick. So, this is Tablespoon. Oh my god, he's so relaxed. Tablespoon is a cat with a personality in spades. He was the first to climb into his foster's lap and the first to want to snuggle. I could totally see that. Oh my god, you remind me of my cat Chompy.
Oh.
This cat right here in front of us is Teaspoon. I think it's Teaspoon. He's a male. He had a challenging start, but is now a lively explorer. I don't know what the challenging start is. I haven't read the lore on him, but he's not as human-focused as Tiny Buff, which leaked, another cat, but only because he loves to be out exploring the world and playing. He would thrive in any home if you want a playful, adventurous kitty. This is the guy. He's so cute. Remember, all these cats are adoptable. So if you would like to adopt them and you're in the Austin area, go for it. We have another cat. She's laughing on the side.
Another one? Oh.
She's laughing at when I said leak.
This is Stacy. Oh. Why did you just say oof? Stacy. That mean man over there. I won't let him bother you.
Stacy is a tortoise type cat, apparently. It's Stacy is one of 2 females in the litter. She is a beautiful torty girl and the most laid-back kitten of the group. Really. She loves to play and does hilarious Halloween kitten antics. Who writes? Is this ChatGPT?
What do you mean?
Who writes these?
Read.
The foster mother wrote it out very long. I GPT'd it to make it convincing.
So you really did use ChatGPT?
I did, and I asked it to make it appropriate for a podcaster to read out.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
Well,
so this cat is... she's actually... These cats are so chill. This is crazy.
I love this so much.
They're all adoptable, by the way, folks. If you would like to adopt these cats, you can head over to the website. Do we have another one?
AustinPetsAlive.org. Oh, cats.
Yeah, the other cat. She's talking about Austin Pets Alive.
Yes. Come here, you. Oh.
This is T-Rex. Or T-Rex. What? Both names are Trex. Both names work for this adorable and super sweet orange tabby.
Baby.
He's the smallest of the orange tabby kittens, and he had a tough start. Can you come here? Can you tell us what rough start he had?
So, Trex, anyway,
Here, come in this mic.
T-Rex, had a very rough start because he was, where's the camera? Right here. Had a very rough start because he was one of 11 kittens born to Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom got pregnant 3 times.
Yeah, she's got it going on a little bit.
She got it going on. Pregnant 3 times in one heat cycle. So she had kittens from 3 different cats, and their heat cycle is 1 week long, right?
When you say that means
3 different males.
3 different males impregnated her at the same time.
Yes, at the same time.
That she was
in a 1 week period.
She's
They're
like
pregnant for 9 weeks. So day 1 versus.
Was she on
day
6th Street?
7. I don't know where she was.
no birth control, no
Where
that.
she was. She was brought into us from ACC.
So were these cats just on the street? The kittens?
They were surrendered to Austin Animal Center, and we pulled Mama out, and these 10 babies were born in our care.
Oh, so the kittens were born in your care.
Yeah.
So they didn't have a rough start, unless you're saying that.
These 2 had a rough start is because they were conceived. She was impregnated with these 2 towards the end of her 1 week heat cycle.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So when they're pregnant, it's 9 weeks long.
Can you hear Vegeta?
Can you hear me? All right. So they're pregnant for 9 weeks. Every second counts within those 9 weeks, right? So when you're pregnant for 9 weeks, you get impregnated 3 times over a 1 week span. The ones at the beginning are gonna be overbaked when they're born.
Got it.
The middle will be fine. The ones at the very end are at extreme risk for dying.
So was he at extreme risk? I'm guessing.
Extreme risk.
But why does he seem so? He seems like very cuddly.
Well, I mean, it's just me. I'm just a naturally cuddly person.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the cats immediately left my side of the table, but
I just have like a nice, welcoming aura about myself. How would you describe your aura, Miss?
cold. Very cold.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
Having met you.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd say I'm a cold person? Why?
It's your aura, man.
What are you an Aquarius?
No.
Oh, you're a
Okay.
Leo.
That's good. That's good.
You're a Leo.
That's good.
Capricorn.
That's good.
Cancer.
Oh my God, you ran out of guesses.
Cancer.
Scorpio?
No, I'm a Capricorn. I lied. I'm an Aquarius.
I think you're a cold exterior with a warm underbelly.
What is he, a cat?
What? I'm a cold exterior.
Since that's alive here.
Oh, that's good.
Is this cool to
I feel like you're
describe
described like an
as a cat owner?
iguana.
Like,
Yeah, you can call me.
know my personality on the camera.
You can shit on me as much as you want.
Is it shitting on you better?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
He loves
the, the ratings go up every time.
This little baby has to take a shit.
Wait.
That's actually T-Rex, folks. If you would like to adopt this super adorable cat, he is adoptable right now. They're all adoptable. Can you bring out another cat?
Yes.
Oh, that's a new one. This is a.
Hi.
This is the last one on the briefing, folks. Top Hat is one of the fluffiest kittens, and he makes the cutest little crispy noises when he plays. Despite being easily spooked, he's a huge lap cat that loves to be pet. And you can see it right now with Cinna. Oh my God, they love you. This is crazy. Okay, this one's going nuts.
And this one hates your. Oh my God. No, you can have that one. That one does not like you.
Okay, so this is Stacy's mom. She's 3 years old. She's also adoptable if you would like to adopt her. She is a female, if you would have thought. And yeah, she's the mother of all these kittens.
Come here. Aww. You know what's crazy?
She does
is
not want to be adopted.
She ran over to me earlier and was loving on me. It's something about you.
It's okay. Oh my God, look at these cats. So just to let you guys know, by the way, all these cats are adoptable, like we said. If you want to go over to, what's the website? Austin Pets Alive. You can get these cats.org.
It's where I got my cat from.
Yeah, that's actually where we got her cat from. And Cheddar.
And Cheddar.
So anyway, folks, I'm here on episode, I believe it is 7, and we are here with the legendary and great Cinna.
That's never come out of your mouth ever. Legendary and great and my name in the same sentence.
Well, you showed up for the podcast. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so the bar is really low. You know, that's all it takes nowadays.
So the question that everyone wants to know at home, Cinna, is, are you joining OTK?
You know, I'll have to consider. I'll have to think about it. Do I want to be in an org with you?
Here's the thing. Like, do you even think if you joined OTK at this point that you would get? Now, if you don't know what OTK is, it's our org, like a streamer org. Do you think that if you joined OTK, you would see a viewer boost at this point?
I mean, it depends if I'm a good streamer or not, right? I feel like joining OTK, like, you guys are just in your own bubble. You know?
What does that mean?
Like, you guys just have your own thing going on. Everybody's doing their own thing. So the viewer boost isn't even about it anymore, right? It's like, what do you do with it? Like the camera crew, everything like that.
You wondering what we do with the camera crew?
Well, yeah, like everything. I feel like, when do you guys hang out?
I hang out with Emmy, Extra Emily all the time.
That is like an eighth of your org.
Well, here's what happened.
By the way, sidebar, you notice how both the cats came over to my side?
I actually thought this was a cat, but it's my sock.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. Seer moved downtown. Tectone moved away. You have, Nick is in Norway half the year. Soda just gave up, and Asmund just doesn't care. So that's the problem. And Will and F lives in LA. So the problem is just like everyone's moved. Tectone used to live up here. Seer used to live up here. Made more sense.
You guys gotta make OTK great again. You know?
God, like, come on.
You gotta do one of those.
Yo.
That'd be so good. You don't want to get back into it, Miz, do the old hangout streams, everything like that?
I'm totally all for it, but I also do like the new people once in a while. You know what I mean?
What do you mean new people? Like new viewers or like new people to hang out with?
New people to hang out with. You know, the thing is, I just know they don't care as much. Like, I would say Nick does. I would say Extra Emily does. Emmy does. Tectone says he does, but I don't know if that's really true.
Is that really true, though? You think they don't care as much?
Well, I think I don't care as much either.
I was going to say, because I feel like you have to do some self-reflection here. They care just as much as you do. I feel like if you showed more initiative, it would make other people want to show initiative. You know?
I get that. Okay, so do you want to join OTK?
I'll think about it. What are you going to do for me?
What can we do for you? Well, you probably get in like an Asmongold video or something.
I think I've been in one before and it didn't work out good for me, so I don't know.
Why? What happened?
I don't know if I want that again.
Wait, say what happened.
I was in the background of a tweet where he's talking about Cutie's second alt channel, and it was just not good. They called me like a mean girl and everything.
Wait, what was the drama?
People were mad at Cutie because she had like a alt revenue channel.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Where she had an alt revenue channel for the Streamer Awards.
Right. Isn't it weird? Think of like an ongoing channel that goes on forever and ever just to farm ad revenue. Where have I seen that before?
S-Fand.
That's right. Yeah, GTRP.
Yeah. So why were you involved in that?
I don't know. He just pulled up a bunch of tweets and then was like, oh man, these girls are so mean. And then all of his chat was like, no, these mean girls. But nobody gave a fuck. Nobody really cared.
Wait, who's the mean girls?
Me.
Why are you mean?
Because I told a guy that I thought he was ridiculous for being mad at Cutie's tweet. I said it didn't make sense to me why he was mad at Cutie's tweet when other channels do it. That was like, you would have thought that I like shot somebody in the street. It was so ridiculous. But I just didn't care.
What other dramas have you ever been in?
None, I don't think. Well, no, actually, I don't think I've been in it. I have a pretty clean record with Twitch. I've never been banned. Never been like canceled for anything. Nothing. What about you?
Next question.
Mm-hmm.
So, Senna, I brought you here because I actually want to know stuff about you because I talk to you a lot on my stream.
Right.
I bring you a lot on for, tier lists and other things, but I actually never ask you any questions about you.
No, we pretty much talk about you every time I hang out.
Then that's bad that my next question's about me.
Okay.
Right,
What is it?
Well, let me ask you a question. So, Senna, because I actually am interested in this. You and Extra Emily are kind of the last few people that I feel like have entered this like sphere of where I'm at and kind of been part of it. So I want to ask, like, how did you get your start? Like, I don't even know. How did you start in streaming?
It's so underwhelming because the only thing I did was my ex at the time was like, holy shit, you are annoying and you don't stop talking. You should stream. That's it. He was like, just go play a game. Stop talking to me. So I did.
That's not what happened.
I swear to you. That's why I started streaming. I never even watched Twitch before I started streaming.
So your ex-boyfriend said, "Stop talking, get out of my face," and
Yeah, basically,
go
yeah,
stream.
yeah,
And
basically.
you did. Why
And
did he
then-
tell you? Why did he tell you to go stream? That makes no sense.
Because he was like, you play video games anyway, you might as well stream because that might be fun. You know, but to be fair, then I found out he was watching ST Peach at the time, so maybe he, you know, wanted me to be one of those streamers. That wasn't really my vibe though, but yeah, that was interesting.
Your boyfriend watches.
He was an ST Peach fan.
Did you ever check his followers or following?
No.
He actually watched ST Peach.
Yeah, I caught him watching ST Peach one time. And I was like, oh, is that the kind of streamer you were looking for?
So he basically wanted you out of his life and wanted you to stream?
Yeah, basically.
Was he like trying to break up with you?
No, we were together for like a year and a half into me streaming, and he was still with me. But when we broke up, you know what? The day we broke up was the day of the Poke Lover host. It was that day. So we broke up right before I had to go on the Lover host. And it was horrible.
Jacob, can you pull up the Lover host? So that people
we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that.
Wait, this is crazy lore. So you're telling me that the day you went on this Pokey Lover host,
I got broken up with.
He broke up with you.
Yeah, I caught him talking to another girl.
And he broke up with you?
Well, no, we got in a fight about it, and then he was like, "I don't want to be with you anymore," and so that's why. So if you look at the background of this.
Yeah.
You notice the background is like weird because it's like a fucking like prop setup.
Yeah, it's like
I'm in like a shed, it's like a second room that he had in their house, and it's like under construction and stuff. And I have like a blue Yeti and a laptop.
Oh my God.
So I was like,
were you sad here?
Oh, I felt horrible.
So wait, on this same day,
yeah,
you felt absolutely terrible.
I was crying my eyes out beforehand.
And you went on this Pokey podcast, and in the end of this podcast, Pokey, you get kicked off, and Pokey kind of shits on you.
Yeah, and then you know what I did that night is because we weren't together anymore. I went and I slept on a blow-up mattress in the other spare room by myself.
So you got broken up with on the same day. You got like, I think there was like, how many people were watching this podcast episode?
Like 50K. It was so
50,000
many.
people just shit on you and thought you were cringe and weird.
Oh,
was that one of the worst days of your life?
Oh my God, it was horrible. That was a moment. But see, that's why I didn't care, because I was like, I had no intention of ever being a streamer. I never wanted it. I never wanted to be a big streamer. I just kind of fell into it.
You don't think you ever wanted it?
Well, I think it's like appealing, right? I don't want to say I didn't want it. Like I'm not.
I think anyone that clicks the go live button wants to be a big streamer.
Okay, yes. But what I mean is like, I think I had accepted that I would never be good enough to be a big streamer. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to do this for fun because I'm wildly depressed right now, especially going through my breakup. I was like, I'm just going to stream my heart out. And then it just worked.
Does your ex try to hit you up now?
He did, like a while ago. And he was like, oh, I'm so happy for you. You deserve everything. I miss you. And I was like, oh, that's crazy.
And who did he cheat on you with?
We were not going to.
ST Peach?
It might have been ST Peach, yeah.
So it was some woman that not a streamer?
No, she was like a girl that was like a mutual friend, or I knew of her. And then it was one of those things where I could tell that she was being too friendly, you know? And then I kept saying like, hey, something's going on here. And then we broke up and they were together like instantly. So I knew. Yeah,
that sucks.
I know, it sucks. But it's okay. Cause like, I think about it now, like I think I learned I'm so much of a better person from that. Like, do you think about stuff in your life like that?
That if I'm a better person?
Because of any hardship you've gone through.
I mean, yeah, I think everything can make you into a better person if you look at it properly. Like for me, a lot of my my issues or problems I've had, whether it's getting canceled for no reason or, you know, I would say that arguments, fights, you can learn from all of it and become a better person.
Yeah, so that's how I see it. Is like, yeah, it sucks, but I think, like, I love that I've had a hard life because I think I'm a much cooler and better person because of it.
Would you really say you've had a hard life?
Oh, yeah.
What was so hard besides the breakup?
I mean, do we have to go this deep, this soon?
Of course, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you know, I didn't grow up with a mom. Like, there's family lore there. I didn't grow up rich at all. I do not come from a rich family. Like, we only lived in our house because our grandparents at the time allowed us to live there rent-free. My dad was like a single dad of 2 daughters. That's so expensive.
Yeah.
What was your life like as a kid, Miz?
It's a lot of lore.
Right. No, is this a lot? Is there any like crazy things that happened to you as a kid? Any crazy things that you did?
I got shot with an airsoft gun.
wow.
But let me. I want to ask you questions.
You're really
I don't
from
know
the
if
hood.
you're down to answer these, but so you just said that you grew up. Do you know where? Like, do you say where you grew up?
Yeah, Virginia Beach.
Is that like a poor area?
No, I would say Virginia Beach is like pretty normal. It has like normal residential areas. There's high end, there's low end.
But your dad wasn't making enough to be able to afford a place, so you had to live with your grandparents.
Well, we didn't live with our grandparents. They owned a house that they allowed us to move into at the time, and we were just like living in there. I mean, they let us off with like I love my grandparents to death. I think that we would have such a worse life if I didn't have them, my aunt, everybody.
So I don't know. Like I said, I don't really talk to you a lot about things. But you said that your I didn't even know that your mom was in your life.
Yeah, my mom was in my life up until about kindergarten, and then I didn't grow up with her at all.
Why?
She just left. She left. Like, if you want me to get specific?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like one day I was like getting picked up from kindergarten. She just didn't show up. She's gone, and it's fine. Like as I've gotten older, she's come back, and I'm cool with her, and it's like it's chill. But it is different because I think as a girl, and I'm sure you could agree for guys, like growing up without a parent, especially one of like the same like sex as you, it does mess with you a little bit. So it's just harder. But like, I mean, I think it's one of those things now where I look back on it and I'm completely okay with it because I think I'm a better person because of it.
So did your mom ever say why she didn't come back?
I didn't want to know.
So do you talk to her often, or is it like once a year?
No, I don't really talk to her. But when we talked about it, she had tried to like apologize to my sister and I, and she was pretty much like, yeah, I want to tell you what happened. But maybe this is bad logic, but my thought process was either you're going to tell me the truth and I'm just going to hear what I already think that I know, which I don't really need to hear, or you're going to lie to me, and then to me, lying is like the worst. Like if you lie to me, I just don't want to talk to you. And so I would rather have that relationship than have her lie to me. Because at least then I can have like a mom that I can say hi to every now and then than go back and have this story that I'm like, why did you even waste your time?
Well, why do you think she left?
Oh, I know why. I'm not gonna say why. It's way too deep if I say that. But you are not Dr. K, right? Do you want to know these things, really?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is interesting. I didn't know any of this.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally it's just a combination of things. Like, I don't want to say too much because I feel like I'm spilling a lot of family stuff that I don't want to spill. Right. She has her own reasons for what she did, and I think that down the line she's learned from it. She knows she did wrong. I'm very thankful. I never went through a phase where my mom was like a drug addict or anything. I didn't have to deal with that, so that's nice.
I just didn't know all this stuff about you.
Yeah, well, that's why I like.
Wait, this is another cat, by the way. This is Tiny Buff. This is a miracle kitten. It's the youngest of the group. So we heard before that if it's a young cat on the scene, they have or if they're last of the litter, they have an easier chance to die. But she is a fluffy kitten. He's a very fluffy kitten. Oh, he's available for adoption. Like I said, he purrs very loudly and loves being held like a baby, perfect in every way.
Yeah, I love this. I'm so glad you invited me over to do this.
Pretty good podcast, huh?
Oh my gosh, this is the best.
Yeah,
do all your podcasts have kittens on it?
They could, honestly. Yeah, we can do that. I don't know. So Senna, I want to ask you a question because I know you came from the Dragon Ball Z scene.
Yeah.
But like, how did you start? You started with your boyfriend. He didn't want you around.
Right.
But what did you start doing?
I was just streaming like a lot at the time. I would think that you can agree because I feel like we have very similar type of like, I don't know, what is our ADHD brain humor, where like the more depressed I get, the funnier I am.
No, I'm actually the opposite.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, no. When I'm sad, I'm like left and right. It's just so easy. You're the opposite?
When I'm really sad, if I'm like actually depressed, I don't want to talk.
Really?
Huh?
Yeah.
When I'm in a better mood, I want to talk more.
Yeah. I just I don't know. I feel like I just streaming so much, and then I happen to meet the three idiots who are the Dragon Ball friends, Dotto, Dion, and Rhymestyle. They're like some of the biggest Dragon Ball YouTubers, and they were like, "We think you're so funny. Do you want to do stuff with us?" And that's just how I kind of started.
So when you first started streaming, what were you streaming?
Just any game.
So
Which
you
I feel
just
like
playing
is
anything, and then how did you get involved with Dragon Ball Z? Do you even like Dragon Ball Z?
no. So that's why it actually worked
Can we pull up
because
Cinna Dragon Ball Z? You have so many videos though as Dragon Ball Z.
I know, but that's so my thing became doing blind tier lists, just shitting on Dragon Ball and like shitting on animes that I didn't watch, and everybody loved it.
Oh, okay.
Everybody loved it.
So because I always thought you were a huge Did you watch the show?
Never seen it in my life.
So you've made how many videos do you think you've made on Dragon Ball?
I don't know, probably like 10 plus, and they're all like they did so well, and it's I've never seen it, but that's why it did good because think about like if anybody comes to you and they try to butter you up all the time, and every single person did that every time you hang out with them, when you get somebody new who will like banter with you and it's different, a lot of times it's refreshing, and I think that's what people saw as like every time somebody interacted with them they played Dragon Ball and they would get really into it, and I just didn't care. I just thought it was stupid. So when I would play the games, I'd be like, this is so stupid. Why do they put this in the game? And people, they thought it was funny.
No, I get that. So these guys just found you in the just chatting section?
No, they found me on Twitter. 'Cause my tweets used to be really unhinged.
Tell me more.
Not in like, okay, first of all, don't say tell me more. Not like your level unhinged, okay? Mine were like, I don't know, I'd tweet that some character was like hot or something and they had like tentacle arms, but I didn't really think it. I just thought it was funny. He was just unhinged stuff that would get,
That's not bad.
I'm realizing there's a nice Austin Pets Alive person in here that I just said that in front of. I'm sorry. I don't stand true to that.
Listen, for me, unhinged is she had to leave the room.
Yeah.
For 2018 unhinged.
Yeah, we know about you. But that's okay, Miz. You've grown now. Now you're a different person.
Yeah, it's wild that people attack me for that.
Is it wild though?
Yes, it was 7 years ago.
Okay, but it was 2018, Mizkif.
Right. Okay, I'll tell you. Back then, I played World of Warcraft all day. If you're watching at home and wondering what happened, I said some things in 2018 that I obviously regret. But how old are you?
27.
Ugh. Anyway.
Says you, bitch. You're 30 and you look like you're 35.
Yeah, so I'm 29 years old. And here's the thing. I'm a different human being than I was when I was 25. I was a different human being at 25 than I was at 20.
I agree.
Now, I said those things and did things when I was like 22 years old.
Right.
I am a different human. And not only am I different, in general, Twitch is different. Here's the thing. I grew up on Twitch in 2014. Take that off, Jacob. Jacob can go very far with these.
Tinder profile.
Jacob, take these off. Take these off. So when I grew up on Twitch, and a lot of people don't know this, it was an era of like, I remember back then you can just say shit through TTS and nothing would be stopped, and the chat would laugh at it.
That's crazy.
It was every racist, sexist thing you can imagine.
That's wild.
But that's how it was, and people laughed, and the chatters would laugh, and people. That's the side I grew up on, and worse than that. And people don't know this. I grew up in World of Warcraft trade chat, which is just a cesspool of the worst people. And I sold that for 15 years. So I grew up in that area. And then here's what happened. Around 2018, 2019, in my opinion, the internet got a lot more like, that stuff's not okay.
Yeah.
It changed a lot then, and then I changed too, because I stopped. You are who you hang out with, and I just stopped saying shit like that.
Well, I agree. Listen, I had to defend you, so I agree with you.
Wait, what'd you have to defend me for?
When I first ever did a video with you, I got shit on for it.
Really?
Yeah, because you think a lot of the anime community is mixed in with like WL community, and at the time, it was a lot. And I had to say, I agree. I think people change. So I don't, now if you were saying it now, okay, Miz, but not, I think you're fine. Yeah, by the way, look, there's 4 cats over here. I don't know what is going on with your vibe, but they're all over here.
So let me ask you something. Do you
Yeah.
think you've changed as a person since you started becoming a content creator?
Oh, yeah. You don't think you have?
No,
Or do you?
I've changed so much. I hate it.
Yeah, but I don't think, I don't think that changing as a person is inherently a bad thing.
No,
I think you
totally
should
agree.
change as a person. If you don't change, I think that's bad.
Yeah, but I think so do you think you've changed a lot? Like how?
Oh, yeah. I think I'm way more honest about things that I'm feeling. I used to not be that way. I'm way more honest about things I feel. I'm also way more in my head. Like, I think it brought out a lot of insecurities I didn't know I had and amplified them, so now they're just worse. But I also think I'm more confident in some things that I do.
So but you said you're more anxious.
Yeah, it's contradicting because my anxiety is horrible. It's
How bad?
So bad. If I have any inkling of something being wrong or that I said something wrong, I will think about it for days. I'll send people apology letters because I get so in my head.
I think you've done that to me.
Yes.
You've said I'm sorry. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
What are you apologizing?
Yeah, that's not a you specific thing. I'm just like that. Like, I just think I worry so much because our jobs are to constantly think about what other people think about us.
Right.
And it fucks with your head over the years. You can agree.
Yeah, but I've never sent an apology note.
Everybody, I mean, yeah, but you probably should. Let's be real. There's probably some people you should be sending apology notes to, so, you know. You love this today, don't you? You love it. It's great.
So, but let's go with your anxieties though. So, did you have bad anxiety before streaming?
No. I've never I thought anxiety was okay, but I did not have it like I do now. I don't know what happened, but it's opened my eyes to how bad anxiety can be.
Well, when you say anxiety wasn't bad, did you have anxiety?
I would say not really, no. In high school, like, I was like a cringe, awkward little nerd that got bullied, but I never went home being like, man, I just feel horrible about these interactions. I always just left interactions being like, man, I love meeting people. It's so fun. And now interactions with streaming, like, it doesn't matter who I talk to, I'll leave it and think about it. The first time I ever asked you for a collab, it took Wahito, like, forcing me to DM you because I was too scared. Just because I thought that I was like, yeah, that guy fucking hates me. There's no way. And there's no reason for me to think that.
Even if I did, you should still come on. Do you?
That's true.
So do you still have? Are you having anxiety right now?
No. With you, I'm a lot more comfortable than I used to be. You don't, like, stress me out anymore.
I stressed you out?
Yeah, you used to.
When?
You want to go there? Mizkif, you sat me in a room after one of your streams one time. You sat across from me like this and you said, Cinna, you seem stressed out. I want you to look me in the eyes and say nothing. And he goes, just like you're hanging out with the boys. So when have I ever hung out with the boys and just stared into their eyes? Who the fuck does that?
I don't know, with one of your 17 different exes, maybe? I don't fucking know.
No, this is all about the one. I was with her for 5 years. All about the one.
You've had one. How many boyfriends have you had?
Only like 3.
And that was a 5-year relationship?
Yeah.
And he ended it on cheating on you?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So I sat you down and I looked across you to try to fix your anxiety.
And and it didn't, because all you did was go, Cinna, you seem stressed out. What's wrong? And you just stared at me with your stupid fucking face.
Sorry.
Yeah, you should be sorry.
Did that give you anxiety for a while?
Yes. Yes.
I was trying to be Dr. K.
No, you are not Dr. K. Yeah, you started this stream. Who starts a stream or a podcast, by the way, by saying, tell me about your mother that left you? Like, who does that?
I don't know. I'm trying to learn more about you. I think it's interesting.
Okay.
I wish I had interesting stories like that. I just don't. Well, I don't wish I had stories like that.
I was going to say, I feel like you are lucky that you don't have stories like that.
I grew up in a pretty rough area.
Jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty rough.
No, it's crazy to me to hear the differences. I had no idea that I thought your mom was in your life.
No.
I thought your dad was just kind of like, oh, I'm cool, and I'm trying to hit on Alinity.
No.
So let's actually talk about that. Jacob, can you pull this up? So,
oh, great.
So, your
Thank you.
Your dad
Yes.
is actually trying to get with Alinity as we speak.
Yeah.
Is it like a real thing that he's trying to get with Alinity, or is it like a?
No, I've actually. Do you want me to leak here? I've talked to him off stream.
Yeah.
And he very much knows it's a bit and plays into, like, he obviously thinks she's attractive, right? But he very much knows it's a bit, and I told him just treat it like it's content. Don't be weird, and it's fine.
But do you think if the opportunity presented itself,
that Alinity slept with my father?
Yeah.
You know, she said on stream, the quote, Cinna, I am going to fuck your dad on Mother's Day.
Like, but let me ask you a question. How would you feel if he actually did do it?
Can I farm it for views?
Yeah.
Then I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It would, like, honestly, honestly, it doesn't affect my life in any way.
Right.
So why would I care?
Yeah.
Now, if Alinity was one of like my high school friends, I mean, come on. Like I would.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be, if you're talking about viewership wise, it would be hilarious.
My dad, honestly, I'm the one that pushed him to even do the 20v1.
Oh, really? He didn't want to do it?
No, he was nervous, and I was the one who was like, hey, there's an opportunity for you. Alinity already made this joke. How funny would it be if you went on the 20v1? And he was very nervous.
So your dad's a streamer now?
Yeah.
Kind of? Is he full-time streaming, or is it like a...
No, he's streaming after work, which is fun. He loves it. It's so cute. He just goes live, he plays games, and has a good time. But sometimes it's not cute, because he talks about, like, his past sexual endeavors. Don't like those clips.
Right.
Don't like those clips.
It's probably weird that you're streaming and you get that.
Yeah, no. People link me clips of him being like, yeah, when I was young, I went to the club and smashed this girl in a bathroom. And I'm like, that's disgusting.
That's so interesting that you have talks like that with your dad.
I don't. That's the thing. I don't. So he just says this live, and my ears are melting off my skull.
Did your dad have like the birds and bees talk with you?
No.
So your dad was just...
No. You want some real background lore? When I first ever moved in with my ex at the time, I'd been living with him for a year. And I go home and I mentioned that we were sleeping in the same bed. I said like, oh yeah, like I'll sleep over at his house, and then when I get up, I'll let you know. My dad goes, you guys sleep in the same bed? I've been living with him for a year. And then he goes, I don't like that. And I'm like, I don't care. I've already moved out. Like, what do you want me to do? Makes no sense. And then he goes, do you think that we should have the talk? I was 22. I was like, absolutely not. We should not have this talk. Like, I'm not having a talk with you. That's crazy.
I never had the talk with my parents.
I don't want it.
My parents are the most like, I don't even think I've ever seen them kiss.
Really?
Nope.
What?
Yep.
Is that why you are the way that you are?
Wait, do you think that's traumatic?
Yeah.
You think that's why I'm so cold?
Yeah.
It's because my parents never did anything?
I mean, to be fair, like, my dad was never really with people when I was growing up, but I feel like my grandparents loved each other, so I learned how important it is to show affection.
Oh, no one in my family shows affection.
Miz, do you want a hug? Like,
no.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. That checks out.
No, but I like being cold.
Do you? Because, look, they don't even fuck with you.
If Chompy was here right now, he'd be on my side, not yours. The thing is, like, I do agree. Like, I definitely am more of a cold, person.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I'm cold, a lot of the times, is because I know it's funnier. Like, if you're so warm and welcoming, like, you have to be like that, like, fat guy. Like, oh, like, hey, like, hugs. He's kind of sweaty.
Are you calling me a warm, welcoming fat girl?
No. No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's just your chat that says that.
But oh, this is great. They're gonna walk off because
Wait, no.
I am a little bit cold though.
Oh, hello, you. Wanna
So-
come over here?
But I'm also cold, like I said, because it is funny.
I mean, I feel like your coldness doesn't have to carry on into like your real life. You know what I mean?
I mean, it doesn't. I'm just very jokey. I just troll all the time.
Yeah.
So for me, I like being more cold because to me it just is a way of me making more jokes.
Yeah, but do you feel like you're that way because you don't like getting close with people? Because I feel like you're scared to get close to people.
Oh, I am. I don't want to get hurt.
I mean, yeah, but like, I feel like that's a part of life, right? Like,
I've lived that life enough.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like I've been hurt enough. I just don't want to be close to anybody.
Yeah, but do you want to live your life like an empty shell of a person? The rest of your life where you're always making jokes, you never have like a serious friendship, a best friend?
I've had best friends.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you have Dave.
No, I have people very close to me that I do love, but for me, I share my love differently. I share my love through jokes. I don't share my love through affection. And that, honestly, I've never thought of it that way. That could be because when I was younger, my parents didn't show love. None of my family showed love.
Yeah.
Ever.
'Cause I think you're probably not used to do. For example, like my dad, even though he loves me now and everything, he was not very like, these are my like little babies, like my daughters. I was never like a daddy's girl. And so growing older, I remember my dad when he cried when I moved, and I was like, they're there. I just kind of tapped him on the shoulder. I was like, it's gonna be fine. I'm just not, I'm not able to do that parental like cuddliness like some people can do. I feel like that's the same thing with you. Like your parents just never showed that they like the affection, and your family's not that way with each other, and so maybe you translate that to your friendships. I think that this is why I like, and I say this, but I've never gone to therapy. This is why I like therapy, because I think it makes you think about habits that you have from past behaviors that you've learned that you probably wouldn't connect it like that.
That's true.
So
I've been to therapy though.
Did they do that for you?
Honestly, so I went to therapy twice. One time was with a guy, and I was talking to him about stuff. I actually had to go to therapy because I got caught with drugs. I was selling weed. So they were like, I was 17.
Wait, your punishment was therapy?
Well, yeah, I'm white.
Oh, that's fair. I would have been grounded for the rest. I'd be grounded to this day if I did that. So congratulations on being white.
So basically, here's what happened. I sold drugs. I knew I was going to get away with it. So I sold drugs when I was 17. I would sell quarter pounds of weed a week to like a bunch of people. And I got caught one day, but I knew nothing was going to happen because I'm 17. I go to court. I put on a nice pink polo shirt. I go up there, start crying on purpose with my big blue eyes.
Okay.
And I went from 6 tickets to none. And not only did I get no tickets, they said, all right, we just want you to go to therapy, and you have to get drug tested. I didn't even smoke weed.
Really?
Yeah, I had to get drug tested for 6 months, which was actually a pain in the ass. I had to go to
If
like,
NBC
the hood
can.
to get drug tested. So you see just a bunch of like dudes from the Salty Spittoon and SpongeBob.
And New Jersey
Salty
hood
Spittoon?
too. Yeah.
From Newark, and then you have a little white boy with blue eyes sitting right there. I was like, I was 17. So, yeah, like right there. So, when I went to therapy, the guy actually said to me, he said, Miz, call me Matt, but he said, Matt, I was like telling him about your stuff. He's like, Matt, you're not making sense. He's like, you literally have the worst ADHD I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And he gave me a test on the spot, and he's like, you have like 30 out of 30 ADHD.
Yeah.
He said, you need to go see a psychiatrist and get Adderall. And that's how I got Adderall.
And you were on it for 6 years, right?
Yep.
That's crazy.
How?
How did you get off of it? I feel like I would be so dependent upon Adderall, which is why I won't take it.
So I got off of it because I had my heart virus. I had to.
Okay.
Because if I didn't take, my heart was at like 60% when the heart virus was done. I can't take Adderall.
Okay.
And when I got off Adderall, I was falling asleep for like 12 hours at a time for like weeks.
Okay.
I was just always tired.
Yeah.
But I got better because I started taking caffeine.
Oh, so you just substituted drugs?
Yeah.
That's
but
fair.
caffeine didn't. It was 1/100th of what Adderall did.
Right. That's why I think it's pretty obvious. I've had ADHD for a while, and I refuse to go to a psychiatrist and get like officially. I refuse because I'm worried that they're going to tell me that I need Adderall, and then I will get it and be dependent upon it, and I don't want to know. So I'd rather just operate my life blissfully ignorant.
So you've never taken Adderall in your life?
I mean, I have. I did, and it was not my own. And I realized very quickly that I would get addicted to it. So I can't do it. I would be addicted.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think Adderall, I mean, it's addicting because going from like me or you, right, who has like really bad like ADHD, right? And granted, mine is technically undiagnosed, right? But like, I feel like everything in my day is so, I gotta figure out what the next thing to do is. I'm like bouncing all over the place. And Adderall, for the first time, made me feel like I was in control of my brain a little bit more. And that was like a scary feeling, to be dependent on something that can make me feel in control of myself. I didn't like it.
So you're saying you have such bad ADHD, but how like describe why you think you have ADHD if you've never been diagnosed?
I mean, I've been around I've been around a million people that have told me to go get officially diagnosed. I've been to doctors that have told me to officially go get diagnosed, and I won't do it. Where they'll see me like, I mean, there's like so many clips of me even bouncing from like, I'll say 5 different things at once.
You don't think that's just anxiety though?
No, because it was even when I was like coming out of high school. My dad got diagnosed with ADHD. My sister has it too, but I won't go get diagnosed. So it's like it's in our whole family. My grandmother's ADHD is pretty bad, but I just refuse.
So you say you have really bad anxiety. Like, are you trying to fix it?
Ooh, see, I think this is like the classic, do as I say, not as I do. Because same thing with therapy. I'm always like, yeah, this is great, go to therapy. But then, have I really done anything to fix it? No. Because I think I'm so career focused right now that I've kind of just accepted that it is there.
Can I tell you something?
What?
Don't do that.
Don't do that?
So I did the same exact thing right after all that happened with the 5 years ago when Pluto called me.
Right.
Started having anxiety. My anxiety was so bad, in order to fall asleep at night, I had to have soda pop in, specifically soda for some reason, stream on.
Really?
I would watch his VODs all night because I couldn't fall asleep without something in my ear because I was just, my brain was turning, my brain was thinking, everything was processing, and
So I am. I have to have something on.
it was terrible.
Yeah.
And I said to myself every day, just get through this day because you're trying to be a big streamer, you're trying to make a lot of money, you're trying to grow. And I suffered for that for 5 years. Thank you. She's clapping for me. I did that for 5 years, and it was the worst decision I ever did. I should have taken time to do it, and I know it sounds so cheesy, but I wish I did because I would not be in this Alice in Wonderland hole that I'm in now compared to if I just did it back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the fear is, and I think this is like you've seen this in streaming, I'm sure, for years, is so many streamers that are my size, right? Like I'm not where you're at yet, and so many streamers that are my
I say
size.
yet, like you have a chance.
Okay, first of all, do you want me to leave? Because you can just do this episode with Rosie. You can bring Rosie up here. Actually, Rosie would kill it. He'd do so good.
You're not gonna leave.
Okay, I'm not gonna leave. Well, no, but I mean, I'm nowhere near that level, right? And so, when you see a lot of streamers that are like my size or even smaller, what happens is you see them time and time again. They take a mental health break and they're gone for a month.
Right.
And then they come back and everybody's like, "Great, glad your mental's good, but
We're not there.
we're not there anymore. Yeah, it sucks." And that's just the name of the game. If they're not watching you and you're not live, they're watching someone else. And it's a bad cycle.
You're right, but I could say this for you, because you're in like our sphere of streamers, that won't ever happen. You can
Right.
quit for 3 months, come back, and you'll have just as many viewers.
Right, but I don't want just as many. I want to keep doing better.
You're in the same mentality I was. I just want to keep growing, and when you're at the top, I'm telling you, your mental health is going to be terrible, and you're going to be like, "Wow, this was not worth it."
Right.
It's
I
not.
just-
I'm telling you, just simple stuff.
I think it also comes being raised though from a single father, where I get a little bit of toxic masculinity, where I'm like, I'm fine, you
That's
know.
exactly what I was like.
It's very bad, where I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, and then next thing you know, some months later, I'm like, oh, I am not okay. It's just not. It's not good. I definitely. That's why I say it's one of those things where I'm such an advocate for therapy, and it's so. It's such like a, fuck you moment to me, because anybody that's listening to me say that could be like, all right, son, but you don't go. I feel like that's fair.
You should go.
Do you go now?
I did.
Oh, but you don't go anymore?
No, I don't need to.
You don't need to. They're laughing at you, by the way. Your tech team is laughing at you right now.
Because I talked to Dr. K.
Okay,
Off-stream.
but don't you feel like when...
That is therapy. I just talked to Dr. K off stream.
Right, but don't you feel like you would benefit from a therapist that is not like, you're not doing it for views?
No, I talked to him off stream.
Right, but how much do you talk to him off stream?
All the time. I do.
Like an hour a week?
No, not like maybe an hour every 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
But here's what I'll say. I like Dr. K because I've been to therapists, and the problem with what your job is, it's so hard to explain to an average therapist. It is, because you go and they're like, so you work in finance, are you a college student? Yeah, well, my boyfriend broke up with me for 5 years, and I became a streamer, and then I went on Pokey's Lover Host, and that fell through, and this all happened, and I got shot. It's so hard to explain. Because they're going to be like, what's a Pokey? What's this?
Yeah.
When more normal people, it's just like, well, what do you do? Oh, well, my boyfriend cheated on me. I work in finance. You should probably find another job, is what I was also told by my therapist.
Okay.
They said, because I told them all my stuff, they're like, yeah. Why don't you try to find another job and leave this space because it's toxic?
Right.
But I can't do that.
I agree. I feel like I can see where that becomes difficult because this is such a niche thing to understand.
Streaming is a mentally destroying job. Entertainment in general is.
I think the entertainment industry as a whole, if you're like an actor, anybody, I think it's mentally destroying. But I think that's like the cost of what it brings, right? And that sucks.
But I'll tell you this. You want to know how I got through all my anxiety problems?
How?
Every time I had anxiety, this is going to sound weird, I just said to myself, who cares? You're going to die one day.
Yeah.
And I just stopped caring because I was like, you know what? Does any of this really matter? I'm going to die one day. Who cares?
Yeah.
Someone in my chat once said this, and it was actually something that stuck with me for a very long time. He said, the king and the pawn go back in the same box. So it's like, no matter who you are in life, we all die, and we're all in a box.
I mean,
So
I
does
agree.
any of it matter? Nope.
No, I mean, but that's why I say I feel like it's hard, right? Because it applies to different parts of your life. Like all the stuff that I've been through, that's how I look at it. Is why, even with my mom, like why would I ever hold on to a grudge? Because at the end of the day, there's no reason to hold on to something that happened. You know what I mean? Instead, I'm way happier because I just forgave and I moved on with my life. Like that's how I look at it. But see, I see that with like life events that are bad. You see that with anxiety. It's just different.
Right. Well, I feel like your anxiety can be put into something like that. I don't know where your anxiety comes from. So, but are you like when you're on stream? Are you like?
No, when I'm on stream, I'm probably my most comfortable. I'm probably my most like in my
but
zone.
It's off stream with people like me.
Yeah, it's like off stream with like normal interactions where I think I constantly am just like, even if it's not like, let's remove you from it and put like a, you know, if I met anybody who's even on the camera crew of OTK, right? They're not streamers. It doesn't affect my career, but it's still, I think I will always just worry and wonder because I want to make sure that I'm not off-putting to anybody. While simultaneously, I can recognize that not everybody will like me. Like I've accepted in my life that there will be people that don't like me, and I'm okay with that.
But don't you realize that like people always ask me like, Miss, why are you so dumb all the time,
Right.
and you just don't care what other people think? It's because I've said this all my whole life, and it's true. When you see a homeless man with a trumpet in the middle of the street in his underwear, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever say or think to yourself, ew, gross, what an idiot, I hate that guy? You never say you hate that guy. You laugh.
No.
You laugh. And that's the thing you could say about a lot of, almost every interaction. You're your own worst critic, and, you know, no one else really cares.
Right.
Like, I'm telling you, Senna, and I guarantee this for everyone you've ever met, no one's ever been like, oh, my God, I fucking hate that bitch. She's so annoying. Like, all that stuff. Like, you don't give off that vibe.
Right.
So you shouldn't have to think about it.
Right, but I think that's the point of anxieties, right? A lot of them come from these unreasonable things that are in your head, and even though you can recognize that they're unreasonable, it still bothers you.
I get that.
It just becomes like, it's the same thing with like hate comments. Like, you get a hate comment, I know it's unreasonable, but it might still resonate in my head just a little bit. I think that's just, it comes with time and age that you adjust to these things and you realize how silly they are. It's like, for example, when you start going to the gym, everybody always thinks everybody's looking at you, and that's anxiety. And then next thing you know, you start going for a year, and suddenly you're like, oh, nobody gives a fuck about me. Like,
True.
They're not worried about it. It just comes with time. And I think streaming just amplifies it to a new level because I think that humans were not made to absorb this amount of feedback on everything that they do on this level that we do.
That's true.
We get anything I do. If I look tired on a stream, I'll get a million tweets about me either on drugs or they're like, what's going, like, you know what I mean? I'm just not used to that. So I think humans are not made to have that. Hi, baby.
So you're like I would say you're a growing streamer.
Uh-huh.
Like, what is you have plans for the future that you have? Like some kind of, like, do you want to be more content focused? Do you want to be more just like chill and play games? Like, what is your goals?
I feel like so many people nowadays, like when streamers don't have, like, they want a show or something, people shit on them. They're like, you shouldn't want to be just this. Like, you should want a show. You should want to be a host.
No, I think that's stupid.
I think that's dumb. I'm like, why can't I just not want to do dope shit with my friends and me and my friends all get rich? I would love that. If, like, I could just do dope, fun shit with my friends all the time that people enjoyed and they enjoyed the content, and then in turn, my friends get to do dope shit and we all get rich together. Wouldn't that be great?
Wouldn't that also be shows and stuff?
I mean, it can be, but, like, my aspiration isn't to do another Twitch reboot of a show. That's been done.
Yep.
You know? You hold on, I'm not like shitting on your show, right? Like yours is really good, but yours is like the diamond in the rough of good ones, and then there's a lot of them that are just rinse and repeat, and we've seen it. And I think that Twitch has shifted now, and people aren't looking for shows anymore.
No,
They're
yeah, game shows are a dying breed.
Yeah, they're looking for
already
people
know
to hang out and have a good time.
Right.
And that's what I want to do. I just want to do dope shit with my friends, have a good time.
What does dope shit mean?
I don't know, like, you know, fun content. Dude, there's so many fun content things I want to do. I want to do like can I say this? You don't yoink it, right? Okay. I'll just tell you. If you ever do this, I will be mad at you. Just know. I wanted to do like a streamer, like boot camp stream, right? and have like me and my friends just get yelled at by an army sergeant on stream because Chad just shits on us all the time anyway. It'd be so fun. Like, little things like that are just so like content brained, but they're fun just because it's me and my friends.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I think the Twitch sphere with the newer crowds has changed dramatically, where I don't think they care as much for game shows because they want more. It was interesting. We went for a long time on Twitch where it was much more like we want polished, we want better, we want higher production. But I think nowadays people want more scuffed, which is interesting because you always thought that you'd want to progress more. And I think me and Ludwig were really at a top with progression. And I think nowadays, or like Germa, but I think nowadays people want more scuffed and stuff like that because it's polished. You have to have sponsors, and those sponsors you have to act more friendly.
Yep.
And because of that, you lose a lot of your excitement. Also, with higher produced shows and stuff, it costs a lot more money.
Yep.
So in general, it's just a lot more stressful because you're scared, you're worried, like, is it going to do good?
Yep.
Is
You
this
want to
going to happen?
the big man.
There's a lot more things you have to worry about. 12 cameras, analyzers, there's so many things, so many different movements. It's just not worth. And I truly do believe that higher production content is not worth anymore.
Unless it's really, really good and it's not like stage, you're on a stage and stuff like that, but I mean like you have some high quality cameras while you're at like what do we do, Wild West, like that's really good.
Yeah, that stuff makes more sense, but I'm talking more like, but that was just really a lot of times just one camera in an event, but I'm talking more like 12 different cameras, stuff like that. I just don't think the chats care as much about it anymore, and they want more scuffed, more like what you want to do, which is good.
I think that's the problem with our community though. If you think, that's what I think is like, and maybe I'm wrong, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like our community now, it's shifted, and everybody was so used to these like, oh, we have to have a show, we have to have a game show, everything has to be so official, and now they're just like, holy fuck, we don't care. Like, we just want to see you guys interact.
Because we did too many.
I know, and I'm not even saying that like with OTK specific, right? I think like a lot of groups, and I'm gonna say progress community, but I hate using that word. Like, I think they're just they went in such a different direction of high value content, and not everybody can produce that, and so everybody's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go my own way because I can't do this, and it made everybody divided instead of being like, just come hang out.
We as a community went way too PG because we were so caring about money, sponsors, content, but the content that the sponsors want on those shows are usually worse. They have a direction that they want, and it's watered down a lot of our best content, and we know that. Like, for years, we did it way too much, and it actually was a bad thing.
I mean, and I think that sponsors can be good. I think they can be good, but I think that when you have too many for a lot of events, like some events that just don't need them, it's off-putting to a viewer. Like, a viewer sees a sponsor and they're like, oh, you sold.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You sold. And I would sometimes like to just, like, I'm going to do, like, a cookout thing for the summer, and it's going to be, like, a big stream with, like, me and Nick, right? Like, I want that to be something that is everybody hanging out and getting drunk and having a good time. And we don't worry about sponsors or anything.
No Chipotle sponsor for drinking, really?
No.
Jacob, can you pull up Chipotle?
Well, don't get them to hate me, okay? I don't want them to hate me.
It's just a funny lore.
I'll take them for other stuff.
It's a funny lore of OTK. We did a sponsor for Chipotle, and we actually lost the sponsor, I believe, or something, because we were drinking. I think they hated every time we did any content. They're like, stop.
Yeah.
And it just did not work with us because we were just trying to make content, and they're like, no cursing, no yelling, and it's not the right route to go. I mean, it was right for the time, but I think nowadays it's just not there. And it watered down a lot of our jokes. Like, I stopped, they're like, basically, like, Miz, shut up.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't say shit.
Right.
Because we were just getting in so much trouble.
I think that's why, like, I got asked if I wanted to get sponsors for this, like, cookout stream, and I said no. Because I was like, I think there are some instances where it's really good, and there are other instances where I want people to just relax. Like, have fun, relax. I wanted to feel like my dope-ass friends are hanging out and doing fun shit. Like, I would love that.
I agree. We are actually at the end of the podcast, so that's actually it. We're completely done.
I feel like, did we even talk about anything?
Yeah. We talked for almost 2 hours.
That's cool. I felt like it flew by to me. I don't even know what we talked about. Couldn't even tell you.
It's because you're relaxed around me nowadays.
Yeah.
It's because you stared at my eyes that one time.
Yeah. That's what it was that really got me relaxed. I just had to stare into your eyes for a little bit.
Wait, can you come on the podcast now? Yeah. Yeah, Auntie.
The cats have
Come
stayed
sit.
over here, by the way, the whole time.
Can you talk into her mic?
Here. It's hard for me to move it. Wait. Oh my gosh, my hair's wrapped in it. Oh.
So this is Brittany, by the way. So Brittany brought the cats. So a big shout out to her and Austin Pets Alive.
There you go.
If we get to 10,000 likes on this podcast episode, the pets will stay alive, is what she said.
Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it.
So Austin Pets Alive is a great place. We work with them a lot. They have a ton of animals that are up for adoption. So if you'd like to adopt any animals, dogs, cats, you name it, they have it. These are some of the kittens. Like I said, they're all adoptable right now. So go ahead and go to austinpetsalive.org. They have a ton of animals. You can see here. They have Ruby May. These are all ChatGPT names at this point. Eden 37 sounds like a
They're not. We don't know how to
faraway planet.
Oh.
Really? You don't use ChatGPT?
I'm bringing it there.
You're bringing it there.
I'm bringing it there.
They don't know how to just. Okay. That's such an. Really? People don't. What?
Thank you. Thank you for having us, for featuring me.
Say it in the mic, because otherwise it doesn't matter.
Miss, thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for featuring this amazing miracle litter of 10 that's up for adoption. Thanks for all you do for pets here, for APA, and for pets everywhere.
Liz, you technically brought me Mushi.
You're a hero. You're a hero, miss.
You know, it's.
Appreciate you. This little one appreciates.
I wouldn't call him a hero. He's something, but
I'm,
hero is not the
I'm
word
using.
I would
I'm
use.
using.
Exterior. You're cold, icy exterior.
I'm basically the Lich King when it comes to it, but also I use you for content.
That's cool. I'm cool with it. I appreciate
Big shout out to her. Big shout out to Cinna. If you want to watch Cinna, and she's gonna have a barbecue this summer, twitch.tv/Cinna.
Can
What
I
else?
say something?
Yeah, Russell, get in here.
You guys got very deep. I want you to get therapy.
What?
I'm
True. You like how all that came from you? Kidding.
I want you to get therapy. It is good for everyone and anyone. I see a therapist every single week.
Right.
You should. I can know about your heart.
Why? It's funny.
It's not funny.
Why not?
It breaks my heart.
Broke mine too.
I love that this is the podcast that we talked about my deep stuff, and you're the one that needs therapy still. I love it.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
No,
you
no.
do because Alinity's trying to fuck your father. And
Yeah,
your
no,
father's
that
trying
that
to
will
fuck
send
her.
me into a mental hospital. So.
Is there anything you need to talk about?
Are you getting this?
I think so.
Thank you, Mizkif. Thank you to the Just Chatting podcast.
Yeah, Just Chatting Podcast.
Just Chatting podcast. Big supporters of Austin Pets Alive. We appreciate you so much. Miss Senna.
Yes.
Little kitty booties all over. Thank you all, audience, for watching.
By the way, if you guys like more of this, we can definitely do more. Maybe next time we can have, like, I don't know, dogs. Fuck it.
The options are endless.
Lizards.
Cats, dogs. That's
Maybe cats afterwards.
maybe
Maybe
cats
then dogs
again.
afterwards. Then dogs again, just to spook them.
We do rescue the occasional hamster.
We'll have hamsters.
All right,
I'm down.
that sounds good.
Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed the podcast, and I'll see you guys next episode. Go on our Patreon if you want to support us. It does help out a lot. All the money goes towards Jacob to give him a smile for once in his life. And that's it for the podcast. Thank you guys for watching. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Is there anything in life that you regret?
No, there's a lot that I regret.
What's your biggest regret?
Like what are we talking though? I mean, what do you regret in life? You start us off. Oh, you scared the cat when you did that. He jumped.
He probably knew what I was about to say.
He knew what you were about to say.
Nah, my biggest regret, it honestly might be that I drank that pool water.
You drank pool water?
I'm still a piece of garbage.
Sending my terrible TTS, glad to come back after 18 hours to see this debaucherous shit show continue. Much respect.
Fuck yeah, let's fucking go! Holy shit! Holy shit, dude, my heart. Oh, my heart is fucking racing there. And we fucked up the zip to the Erd tree stairs. Oh, but holy shit, dude. That should be a 356. Let's fucking go. Holy shit. Ah, dude. I was a little worried there at the end. Yeah, if I had reset, like I knew I
Hey, going through one of everything on Five Guys menu only costs us $2,000 to go through this puppy.
Per burger.
Per sandwich.
It's a $22,000 video.
Yeah. Five Guys is expensive. It's yeah, that's all. Same way we've been doing it, the scientific method.
Exactly.
Start with the number one.
Yeah, by how we feel.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number one, Aaron?
They get to guess, and if they get it right, they get a point.
And they're playing against you.
I'm thinking this is a burger.
Yeah, this looks
cheeseburger with pickles.
the great American dream.
Yeah.
So we did it a little differently this time. Instead of ordering like 50 cheeseburgers, each with like a different topping, we just did Charlie's toppings that he chose on everything. And did like...
I've got a question here.
I did it based... If it was my burger, there would be onions on this. But you don't like onions, so I said no onions.
You really are a good friend. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll cheers to that.
Cheers to that.
And that is the regular cheeseburger.
Call it. That's a good cheeseburger.
Is that a double? Looks like a double.
So there's no single or double apparently.
Oh.
It's just you get double or nothing.
No, that's not true.
There's the little.
Yeah.
Little is a single.
Yeah,
but
which is
I like
single.
the way it's called little, so I was gonna save that for later. But now that's
Oh, okay. But we do have them.
Okay.
I got one.
Yeah, they're just good burgers.
Where did we put this on our fast food burger tier list?
God, that was so long ago.
I think it was.
I don't think have we done a fast food burgers? I
It was a
think we
number
only
one.
did the number one.
Which is always a burger though, except at Taco Bell, which
It was
like
definitely A or S.
Yeah, I think it was S. It's just
It
a
was.
really good fast food burger.
So here's the thing. People dunk on them for being expensive. I told you before the video.
Yeah, get on your soapbox.
Yeah. With like McDonald's new prices, it's not that big of a price gap. Somebody's gonna look it up and dunk on me for this
Oh,
one.
you're gonna be real stupid with egg on your face.
Remember we told you? Or I told
There's a
you,
difference?
It's not that much. It's $11.49 for a Whopper.
And what's
or
this
a quarter
puppy?
pounder.
What did this cost?
It's like 13.
That was
$13 for a Big Mac. Holy shit.
What?
No, wait,
no,
what?
A Big Mac would cost like $6.
What kind of loony dimension are we in right now?
As
What?
long as the double cheeseburger's still like $4, I'm chilling.
Here's the thing, I'd like numbers. Can somebody back here give me numbers?
Matt's forgetting that we run on Teriology here.
Oh, that's true.
We use Teriology.
If I take this burger and times it by this burger, I've got 6 burgers.
Well, legitimately, right now,
Yeah.
we have like 12 burgers right
We do,
there. Yeah,
we do.
in Teriology.
Yeah.
Pricing.
Yeah.
That's a $13.67 burger.
$13.67 on Uber Eats.
That's almost like a restaurant price.
Yeah.
It's a restaurant fine burger.
Now tell me McDonald's quarter pounder on Uber Eats,
I don't
and
know
then
if that's gone
we'll get
through yet. Let's see.
we'll get rolling.
You said double quarter pounder?
With cheese.
With cheese.
Double super size, and don't forget the fries.
Nice. What a throwback.
That's a real throwback. I bet you I can sing that entire song. I'm not going to, but I can.
I think I could
Do it for the members only.
All right. Is this a members only song?
Yeah.
Do you remember it?
I think so.
Do you remember the beatbox? It's cut all that out. What's the double?
Now the prices will be right next to each other in the video. $8.19 for a double quarter pounder.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's
so we're
a
looking
pretty
at a
big
difference
difference.
of $5.
Is that just the price of the burger? That was just burger. I didn't go meat.
That is
That's also
crazy
just
for
a
me.
Yeah, this was just burger.
Okay.
So yeah.
For some reason, in my brain, McDonald's is still like $2
$2.
a burger.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's worth, and that's where I get on my soapbox and say,
Yo.
this is worth that extra money in terms of.
I would
burgers.
agree.
I'm not
definitely
saying you should pay the money. If you don't want to pay that much for a burger, I get it. But the difference in cost is shown in the food, for sure.
No, you're not gonna get an argument from me. That's so we're ranking. That's an S tier burger for sure.
It's an S tier. It's great, even with the pickles on it. It's great. I love it.
You don't like pickles?
I don't normally get them on, but maybe I'll start doing it. That changed my mind.
Just go to the fries.
Yeah.
Let's
You
do,
want Cajun or not Cajun?
let's do not Cajun first.
All right.
We just did these on a tier list.
Yep. We loved them.
They were great.
These are peanut oil French fries.
Mm-hmm. So apparently, I was reading the comments, and they're probably lying to me, but I'm gonna say it like it's truthful anyway. They take the fries, they fry them once, they take them out, peanut oil, fry them again.
Double fried.
Mhm.
Interesting. And don't they? No, they don't cut them in the store, right?
They do cut them in the
They
store.
do.
According to that comment I was reading, which is probably wrong, they do cut them in the store.
I think they cut them in the store, and what's the West Coast? In and Out. In and Out also cuts their fries in the store. Yeah, and they, yeah, and peanuts. You what?
You can pick the potatoes.
It's like when you pick a lobster in a tank. I want that one.
They just have floating potatoes.
And here's the other thing going into cost. They will always. That's all fries in their bag. Like, look at that.
So in the comment section, I'm going to quote the same guy who's probably still lying to me. The reason they do that in the bag is because when you get the cup, they want it to look like you paid a lot for a lot more, but you actually paid like the same amount for like a normal amount at other restaurants.
That's fair.
Mhm.
They do fucking load you up though, and they're better fries. They're really good.
They're
fries.
extremely good. S tier. Or, sorry, A tier. These
I was
aren't
gonna
Cajun.
say,
These
don't
aren't
blow
Cajun.
your load on these fries yet,
Yeah,
because
okay.
we got Cajun style, which I'll say it. If Cajun didn't exist, those are S tier fries.
Agreed.
But these bad boys,
They're just better in every way.
so
S tier. Cajun.
S tier, S plus, best fries in the game. What's this? Bad. Oh, that's got bacon on it.
Yeah, this is a number 2, so it's a bacon cheeseburger.
Did you just want to bite it?
Nope. Got it. And show the cross section. The bacon looks a little too crispy, if I'm being honest.
Too crispy. I can't get through it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like a charcoal in there.
Although I love crispy bacon.
I like soggy bacon.
That's disgusting.
Really?
I love crispy bacon.
I like soggy. Soggy bacon just feels nice.
Oh wow. That is some crispy bacon, you're right.
That is very crispy. It's very good. I do like it more than the other burger.
I normally don't like bacon cheeseburgers, but that one's good.
Wait, why?
I don't know, I just like my burgers nice and simple. But you're changing my mind today.
No, these are good.
Yeah.
I like soggier bacon, but the firm erect bacon is a little bit better.
This is one of those videos where at the end Danny goes, wow, everything was S tier.
Yep.
I'm going to say, ship it.
This is one of the ones where we're just watching you guys have lunch.
Yeah, it's just good. I don't know what to tell you. That's just really
We're
good.
giving the people what they want. Okay? That's
At
really
least-
good. That's an S.
Can I make a suggestion?
You want us to bite off of one half so that we haven't.
No, well, yes, but
Okay.
my suggestion is, can you do a non-burger next?
Sure.
Let's mix it up a little bit.
All right, I don't really like hot dogs. Give me a hot dog.
Or you want 6, 7, or 8, or 9?
Closing my eyes.
Yep.
That's stupid because I already know where they are. We'll just do a 6. I don't know what I was thinking.
I've never had a Five Guys hot dog because
Neither did I.
why would you?
Has anybody here had a Five Guys hot dog?
I've had one as a younger boy.
Was it an accident?
Is it good, Zach?
I've also
Do you
never
order
had
them
a
now?
hot dog.
I mean, I don't get Five Guys because I'm broke. But
He's kidding. We pay him very well.
it's actually $1 million. They haven't let me leave in 5 years.
All right, Zach, we'll give you a hot dog if you shut the fuck up. All right, let's dig it. Wait, you want a Lady and Tramp a hot dog with me?
How did you? We can't suck on it. We could just bite it together. I
Yeah,
guess.
I mean, I wasn't expecting you here. Ready? Here's your thumbnail.
Take your hands away.
Sorry. I already bit through when you said that.
That's a good hot dog.
That's a mediocre hot dog.
What do you think of normal hot dogs?
I don't, like I said, I'm not a big hot dog guy. The best this is crazy. The best hot dog I've ever had is I went to the Rays game one time when I was a child. I got a hot dog because it's the baseball experience.
Right, and you learn never to go back to a Rays game.
Yes, but the hot dog slapped. I'll never forget that.
I'm gonna be honest, I like that hot dog.
It's alright.
You're a hot dog guy, though.
See, we're hot dog guys. Of course we eat trash.
So this hot dog, it's a hot dog. So it's not better than the burgers. I'll go B.
I'm just gonna give it C. It's mediocre. I don't dislike it. It's just, I don't know. It's not.
It's a hot dog.
It's not amazing. I do like what they've done here. So they butterflied it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then
Smushed it on the
slapped
grill.
it down. All right, let's get wacky. A grilled cheese then. I haven't had a grilled cheese since I was a kid. I used to eat them a lot.
What have you had?
Good food.
But
Spaghetti.
almost every story is I haven't had this since I was a kid.
Yeah.
So I'm very concerned. What age did you consider yourself to stop being a kid?
Well, everyone's still a kid in some capacity. Like,
So when you say I haven't had a grilled cheese since I was a kid, that could have been last week.
it could have been whenever, really.
I was gonna say there's no rhyme or reason to what you do.
The cheese is very hard.
That
Yeah.
is, yeah, it's coagulated.
It is
congealed.
Congealed. See, like, why ever get that though?
That's not good. It's not bad.
But
it's just not good. Like, why would you ever order this? Also, it maybe straight up, like, if you want a good grilled cheese, it's got to be crispy and stuff, which you're not going to get on Uber, so that takes away from it. I'm going to be harsh. It's a D.
Oh, I was actually gonna give it a C. Like, it's totally fine. It's just.
So you put that on the same level as the hot dog?
Yeah.
See, I'd take the hot dog over that. Are you a dip your grilled cheese in tomato soup kind of guy?
Never heard of that in my life.
What is happening?
I've never heard of that.
Have you ever heard of a combustion engine? Like normal things in this world?
A grilled cheese and a tomato soup?
Yeah, that's just the combo.
I've never heard of that.
You should do a video where you just try that because it goes fucking.
It's really
Really?
so when
jump
I
off the damn walls for like 10 minutes.
you'll do a little wahoo.
So, I've never even seen that as an option. Like, if you like, is there a tomato soup at Five Guys?
No.
No, but
So
if you go to like Panera and get a grilled cheese, you get like tomato soup with it.
So when we were in LA
Mm-hmm.
and I got sick, we did room service, and there was a grilled cheese and tomato soup.
Right.
And, made me feel better.
It healed you.
Yeah, and that's why I'm still sick 22 days later.
It's good news.
Yeah, I think they gave me arsenic in it. What do you want next? We can go into a shake.
Yeah,
Want a
let's go into a shake. Let's keep it
Say
wacky.
1, 2, 3, or 4.
4.
All right. What a good guess. I almost said what a good boy. What a good boy you are.
Is that cookies and cream?
Oh yeah, that's a good shake.
That has to be my biggest fucking weakness in all of food history is Oreos and cookies and cream type shit. That has me fucked for days because then I just go on this binge of like,
When Chelsea
engorging.
buys Oreos at the
I get
warehouse,
mad.
he actually gets angry.
I get upset.
He's like, "Why the fuck did you do this?"
Yeah, because then like my snacks for the next 10 days are established and I feel like shit because I can't stop
Did you know we have a lot of them?
Were you here for the chocolate fiasco of 2020?
Was that during the marshmallow?
Yeah, that may have just
age?
been
I think
us.
that was
I think
the
that was
three
just
of
us.
We,
Yeah.
for some reason, brought out chocolate for a video, and he was like, this is good. And then ate all of it and was just angry. He was like, and then the next 2 weeks, he just ate chocolate. And then eventually he was like, I've never eaten chocolate since.
Yep.
Your discipline is the best and worst all at the same time.
It's kind of like a like addictive personality, but only when it comes to Oreos and I guess chocolate and I guess marshmallow. Anything with sugar, actually.
Yeah, the marshmallows were bad too.
Except for soda. Soda doesn't do
Yeah,
that
I
too.
don't fuck with soda.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
S tier for the shake.
Yeah, it's as far as cookies and cream shakes go too. That's a
great really good cookies and cream shake.
It's hard not to be an S, but like, damn. All right, it's looking like we got a burger.
This is a double patty burger though with bacon. No, got it.
It's a double patty. The last one was double patty with bacon.
No, I think the last one was wumbo patty. This one's like actual 2 Slim Jims.
Why? I don't think
I was
they
too
have-
committed to Slim, and I was
They
like,
don't
yeah.
have anything you just named.
No, the last one we had was just one huge patty.
I don't think there's cheese on this one.
Oh.
Wait, yes, there's no cheese on this one.
There's the voice of reason. Okay, guys.
You try doing this.
Yeah, you
it's
sit
not
down
that
and
easy.
do our job.
It's not easy.
You know how many years we've trained for this? Watch this fucking bite.
Yeah, check this out.
It's shit.
That's pretty
Yo.
Yeah, it is. I'm just angry now.
No.
They really know bacon. They,
They do.
Look at that.
This bacon's a little less crispy, so I
It
like
is.
it. I like it more. Are you feeding the dog? What's happening over there?
You know, just hanging out. He's been begging for my damn meal ever since I brought it back.
Sometimes I feel like we've lost all control.
I feel like the burger is better with cheese.
I feel like I agree with that. It's noticeably better too. I won't put this in A. I'm dropping it to a B.
I'm gonna do B as well, actually, so that way you can see the discrepancy with and
Oh.
without cheese.
Was that you dropping it to a C?
No, it's still,
Oh, okay.
it's still a B.
Can wash it down.
It's still in my mouth, but I just like the taste.
He'll never say no.
That is such a good shake.
Yeah. All right. Somebody get this vile thing out from in front of me. Let's try his mystery shake.
Looks
If
like
this
just
is a
vanilla.
chicken tender milkshake, I will shit my
They
pants.
did not have chicken tenders on there.
Thank
Trust
God.
me, I'll look.
Brother, look around.
Brother, look around.
There's little
I don't
bacon
think
bits
it
in
might
it?
not be bad.
Is it bacon?
It's a little-
Yeah. It is. That's a bacon milkshake?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, it's not bad.
I was gonna say,
It kind of tastes like vanilla that you have to chew.
Yeah.
honestly, I got it thinking it could go crazy.
Yeah, we're going through the
Just
whole
candy.
fucking farm here if you think about it.
That was a lot of bacon in that one.
I mean, I will say I'd rather there not be bacon in it.
I would say it's probably better without bacon, but
Yeah.
even with bacon,
It's not bad.
this is really hypocritical of you though, because this is the same texture as the chicken tender milkshake.
No,
That
I was
tastes
actually
like bile.
I was just about to say, I wonder what happened where this is kind of like, here's a vanilla shake with some bacon bits. The chicken tender milkshake tasted like I threw up in a cup and then sipped it.
Well, I just disagree.
When somebody find out when chicken tender milkshake day is again?
Try that, Danny, and tell me that doesn't have the same texture as the chicken tender milkshake.
It does not.
Same texture. I can already tell it doesn't because there's not like whole chicken tenders in it.
Holy shit!
Did I just miss, or are the bacon bits like
They're tiny.
really
They're
tiny?
not big.
The fact that he's not gagging
That's true.
means he agrees with me.
Okay, maybe it's just me then.
I can't even taste the bacon, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not really a flavor.
I
Well,
will say the chicken tender milkshake, the
Made
chicken
you
tender
want to
chunks
die.
were like this big.
Yes.
And like it was disgusting.
Here's the thing. The bacon's crispy, it got blended up. I watched them make the chicken tender one, where he made a vanilla shake, pulled out 3 chicken tenders, cut them with a knife into nugget size, and then dumped them into the shake.
I just don't see what there is to not like about that.
I still don't get how you like
It was. I didn't love it, but it was fine. That's I'll give it like a C. It's better without bacon.
I'm gonna go D.
Okay.
Gotta cleanse the palate with some Cajun fries. Let's get wacky and go down here to number 11. What could it be?
Oh, veggie burger.
Wait, there's bacon on it.
Nope, not a veggie burger.
Look at that bacon though. It's crispy. It's nice.
That's a BLT.
A bacon lettuce tomato burger, huh?
I think it's just a bacon, lettuce, tomato.
Okay, just a
I
bacon
think
lettuce.
you can just bite this one.
Okay.
I don't want this. I hate lettuce and tomato.
But there's bacon.
I do like the bacon. Do they make just a B?
It said plain, and I did get worried it was just gonna be a B. Because the options under it, the lettuce advanced things I could add were like lettuce, tomato, onion, and I was like, well, what's plain?
I mean,
It's just the bun.
Yeah, just a bun.
I got a bite without tomato. I will lie to you. So it was lettuce, bacon, and mayo.
Take a bite there. Tomato's really aggressive.
And it really, I should have said nothing.
It demands to be eaten.
Okay, that's an aggressive.
That's a good amount of tomato.
Oh God.
Tomatoes are good for you. I had
I hate tomato.
I made a good sound.
Ow. First bite with a B. That's enough.
I'd probably give this maybe a B. Hold on, let me take another bite for data.
I hate tomato.
I like tomato. I give that a B.
The duality of man. hot dog, hot diggity dog. Wait, no, that's from Disney. They'll come after us.
This is a bacon dog.
That's a bacon cheese dog.
Bacon cheese dog.
That's my kind of dog right there.
Yeah, that's a dog. You got that dog in him.
That's a man dog.
Mm-hmm. And get on in here.
The man's best friend.
It tastes like a man.
Mmm. Yeah. That tastes like a man.
God damn right. No, that's a good hot dog.
That is a good hot dog.
That's not. I get that an A. A strong A.
I like hot dogs more than you, so I'm going S.
You think you like hot dogs more than me? Can you do this?
Why'd you bite my side? You ever eat them like corn on the cob?
Yeah, that was revolting.
You just don't like them like I do.
Alright, you like them more than me. Fine, you win.
I would not suggest anybody eats that
I was gonna say thanks for guaranteeing nobody else gets to eat that. That was great.
You know what? This is my lunch now.
I
don't want to do this.
I'll make it up to you, Danny. Another dog.
I'm gonna eat this whole one too.
No, you won't, because it's just a hot dog and a bun with nothing else.
I think I can eat that in one bite.
There's got to be something else.
That should be the cheesy guy. Should have a little bit of cheese on there.
Maybe she's hiding from you?
No, there's no cheese. It's just hot dog and ketchup.
Oh.
Which number is that?
It's a 7.
Did the other one have ketchup on it? Maybe
Yeah.
ketchup is the difference.
It had ketchup.
Can you shoot hot dogs?
I've never tried, but I feel like that's in my wheelhouse if I'm being honest with you.
Alright, here, take the bun off and try and shoot the dog.
Just the dog.
Yeah.
Look at the bun. It's the bacon dog.
What?
It's just bacon.
No,
There's no bacon.
There's no bacon.
What did you think we looked at the first time?
I don't know.
There's only two places to look.
Well, it looked like it was really stuck up on there, so I thought maybe she was.
Look under your chairs.
It's the bacon! Alright, so what do you...
I think they might have messed this one up.
Yeah, what do you want me to do with this?
Have you ever seen the fastest hot dog shooter in the West?
No.
We're going all the way to Oklahoma with this one or something. You need to
gonna
go.
do it?
Nope.
Just to be clear, I'm not going to do it after you've done it.
Okay, I'll take this part off then.
Yeah, shoot it. Oh.
No, try it with that part. That didn't solve anything. I
Does
see
he
now.
eat it whole? Yeah, no, it didn't. We're in the same pickle.
Are you just telling Matt to choke on a hot dog?
No, it's called shooting it. So what you do...
You're asking me to deep throat a hot dog.
No, it's shoot... How have you guys not heard of shooting hot
Just
dogs?
to be clear, does the hot dog go straight down the gullet?
Yes.
Okay, I cannot shoot a
This
hot
is
dog.
the same guy that didn't hear about tomato soup and grilled cheese.
Well, no, you blow it right back out of his mouth.
Yeah, you...
He spits it out and then he catches it.
Yeah, so he goes...
have
whoop.
Fastest hot dog shooter in the Northwest. I've never seen nobody be able to do this. I can do it quick. Okay? I'm just saying.
Oh, so I'm allowed to spit it back.
Yes.
Well, it has to go all the way
It's
in
all part of
first.
it, yeah.
Yeah, so you go...
You know CPR, right?
It's like think of it like the.
Well, no, that's not what he does, Matt.
Think of like the like pneumatic tubes at the bank. Where
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you do.
But I've never tried. I have never watched this man.
Well, he had it until he did it.
That's true.
Matt,
Somebody's got to do it.
Matt,
the first
don't
time.
Someone's
choke
got to be the
and
first
die,
shooter. Yeah, just
please.
don't do that.
Don't do that.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
Like a seagull?
Okay, just don't even bother. You're clearly not built for shooting.
Also, I think you
you're
can't shoot a hot dog that's butterfly.
I was gonna say I'm gonna get it in and it's gonna. It's like drywall anchors going into the wall, and I'm just gonna be. Yeah, but it's like if the sword split in two. That's a good point. That's about the length of a sword, or width of a sword.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I haven't actually tried the hot dog. You're just eating the bun.
Well, it's the same one you guys already
Yeah,
had.
their bread's actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me try. Oh, there's some.
I mean, this is D. Fuck it, it's too boring.
B is for hot dog.
To be fair, you've already ranked this one.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so I gave
all
it
of
the
this is
same rank
irrelevant.
as the last one. Take time.
Give me a good shake.
You want chocolate?
Yeah.
I hate chocolate.
What?
Well, I shouldn't say I hate it. I would never order it because I don't like it to the level that I hate it.
There's a lot of
Unpacking
calculations there.
You're gonna have a little residual of cookies and cream.
And
Ooh,
bacon.
that chocolate shake is not very good at all.
Ew, that's actually horrible. So that is. Ooh, there's two kind of chocolate shakes in this world. The ones that I'm okay with are made with chocolate ice cream. The ones I'm not okay with are the vanilla ones that they put chocolate in to make it a chocolate
Like
shake.
chocolate syrup.
Yeah, that's
that's chocolate
That's
syrup.
an F. They need to grow up.
I agree. This is an F. This is like if they dumped like hot Nesquik in
Yep.
a vanilla shake.
That's bad. Maybe bring on a sixth guy who knows how to make a chocolate shake. All right, number 4. That's a. What would you call this one, Aaron?
Little burger.
Oh, this is their little burger.
Yeah, man. It's not called a single. It's called Little Burger.
Hey, thanks, Aaron.
Put that in your mouth and eat it.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yum yum. It's the same, but one less.
No, I actually think this is so much worse.
I thought you were gonna say better, and like, there's no way.
The meat's like much drier.
Whew, I got a lot of pickle in that bite. I regret saying I'd put pickles on my burger. Yeah, it also, the ratio is off. The
Yeah.
ratio is not as good as the double.
They don't have as much real estate to work with.
Yeah. If you're gonna get a burger, just grow up and get 2 patties.
Yeah.
Monique gets this. She needs to grow up.
You get the little guy? Yeah. That's a D tier.
Yeah, she always walks in. She goes, "Give me the little guy."
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has got to be the veggie burger, right?
I actually really didn't like that. I'm going D as well. Ooh, I think I'm gonna hate this.
Yeah, what is it? Is this the lettuce burger?
It looks like some portobello mushrooms.
So, this is their veggie burger, which isn't a burger, it's an amalgamation of like just
Veggies.
onions, portobello mushrooms. It's just kind of everything.
So disappointed when I ordered it one time.
This looks like shit.
This looks
so bad.
horrible.
Wait, why would they do that? If you're gonna do a veggie burger, why not just?
And wait, how much is it? Because it's expensive
It's
still.
like the same price as a burger. I don't know why they didn't do just like a black bean burger.
Yeah, like a black bean burger. They could even like partner with.
I feel like at
Impossible or
that
Beyond.
point you're just being stubborn. Because
I feel like they
everybody else
have
is-
it.
The grill or the grill or whatever. Maybe they don't want to put the fake meat on.
Maybe they have it to say they have a veggie option and they make it like this so nobody orders it.
I was gonna say maybe it's a good thing because maybe they're fighting woke with that. They're
Oh.
like, "Hey, veggie burger, liberal. Okay, here you go."
Biden went door to door and said everybody needs a veggie burger, and they said, okay.
Well, okay then. And then it was this pile of shit.
Yep. That looks bad. Let
This
me show
looks
this
terrible.
cross section.
Yeah.
It is freshly grilled onions, mushrooms, and green peppers layered with lettuce, tomatoes, and slices of American cheese.
Oh, it's pretty good. That was good.
I don't like it.
Damn, I like that a lot. It's like a Philly cheesesteak if you took all the meat off of it.
It's
So a Philly cheese.
Yeah, it's just a Philly cheese. That's good, man. What? You guys are crazy.
They also specify at the end of like the description, they're like, "This is not a veggie burger."
What is it?
It's called veggie cheese sandwich.
See, I told you.
So, for me, this is an F, but I want to add a little note. I hate onions. I don't like green peppers. And I hate tomato. I'm not the target audience here.
I'm not either. I hate lettuce. I like everything else.
I was gonna say,
And
this
it's
is
good.
the kind of shit you would order in a restaurant. We always sit down at a restaurant and you're like, hey, I'll take some normal thing. You're like, I'll have the cheeseburger wrap. And you're like, also, I see you have one lone mushroom in the kitchen. Can you please cook that and give it to me? And they're like, yeah, sure.
I usually just make simple orders. I don't know what you mean. That's good. I give that an A tier. That's a fire fucking veggie burger. Why didn't you like it, Chelsea?
Because it's not a burger.
Look
it's
at it.
just a bunch of fried vegetables. I don't know.
Yeah, which is, I don't know. I like that a lot. You gonna finish your?
No, I think you can have that. Yeah, the mushrooms were fine. I like mushrooms. You think they could give me that with just mushrooms and cheese?
They did.
It almost looks like a white boy's banh mi. Like you made it without chicken.
Do you think you'd like banh mi? Have you had banh mi?
No.
Banh mi tier list.
Alright, give me the last milkshake. Was it a veggie milkshake?
Yeah.
Oh, it was just normal vanilla.
Who actually orders just vanilla?
Psychopaths. Oh, sorry.
Ew.
I like vanilla shakes. I do cookies and cream, but
I also do cookies and cream, but vanilla's my second.
Yeah, I don't mind vanilla.
On there too.
And you didn't
You
get
didn't
it?
get banana?
I didn't. Because I took bacon instead.
Yeah.
I thought bacon was a better option.
Hey, say the name of this episode with me.
Ranking of one of everything.
Everything
from Five Guys.
Yeah. And they had a banana.
Hey, remember how in the last video you gave
Yeah.
Zach the employee of the month? Do worst employee of the month for you right here. And do like a frowny face, you cry.
Well,
There
and
you
then
go.
put a banana over your mouth. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna put these behind my back. Right hand, left hand.
Left hand. Let's go. It's another hot dog.
What could this one be?
It's gonna be the same thing again.
That has been a big debate. Where do you stand on it? Hot dog sandwich, yeah or nay?
I truly couldn't care less.
What did the official hot dog registry say?
I don't know, but I do want to kill them. Probably the worst people I've ever.
They are horrible. Yeah.
I think it is a square circle thing, sort of.
I think.
The hot dog registry. That's
Did you say a square circle thing?
Square rectangle. I was too busy getting sad.
I think a hot dog is a hot dog because it specifically comes in a hot dog bun, and you don't put anything else in a hot dog bun. It's a hot dog.
You put brat in there.
I was gonna say it is a hoagie.
Put brat in there.
That's true. I guess
But it's
that's
the same avenue.
yeah.
What were you gonna say, Zach?
So does it have ketchup on it?
It does. This is a ketchup.
It's made for children.
Oh,
According to the hot dog registry,
Yeah.
ketchup is for children.
Ketchup is not like a true
Wait, really?
condiment.
It's
Yeah.
an adult condiment.
Yeah.
so this, I had no. Is this a real hot
It's a
dog?
real thing. There's a
Is it-
board that that makes the rules about what makes a hot dog a hot dog.
That's got to be the
And
most
they-
insufferable group of people
They
on the
also
planet.
couldn't be more wrong.
Yeah,
like
that's very wrong.
just so wrong.
Charlie in the hot dog one shot. Say Charlie
Yeah.
didn't watch the hot dog one shot.
I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't there for it.
If only there was a way to watch it.
Where can you find it?
Skill check. Go check it out.
On what platform?
YouTube.
Good shout out. C tier.
I'm kind of tired of them at this point. I thought the bacon did nothing, so I'm also going C. All of these without cheese are just sad.
This is the most plain one yet.
No.
It's just
It's too dry.
dry,
No cheese.
no flavor, no zest, no fun,
No fun at all.
no fun.
C.
D.
Hey. Great work.
Mainly S's and A's.
Yeah, I mean, Five Guys is really good.
Yeah.
Let me get some more of these Cajun fries. I got nothing else to say. It was good.
Is there
Sorry.
anything you'd add to the menu?
No, but I'd take that abomination off of it. Maybe bring in a real veggie burger.
That was actually one of my favorites, but yeah. If that's
That
how
is
you feel.
crazy to me. Is
That
there
was
anything
good.
you would add?
I would add a fish option just for the sake of it.
For the ladies.
What?
That women order most of the fish fillet.
He's 100% right.
Why?
At McDonald's, the #1 consumer of the filet of fish, which is I think it's their most popular sandwich, is women. He's right. My mom loves filet of fish?
Yeah.
I had no idea. No, it's a fucking
No,
real
I
thing.
know, that your mom thing.
Oh.
Your mom likes
She's
filet.
like, hey, would you like me to bring you a fillet of fish? I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Wait, but you're a girl.
Yeah, how can you resist?
I guess it's just assumed because
Have you tried?
hit a certain like age.
Have you tried one?
No.
Because you may fall in love.
Well,
Is that what they call menopause?
Filet of fishes?
When you start eating a fillet of fish.
I
Well,
just
it's like a good signifier.
Oh shit.
I used to like filet of fish when I was a kid.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Because what on this table did you never have since you were a kid? Oh, grilled cheese. Yeah. So
I grew up.
All right. I would not add fish to their
Can you bring me the milkshake?
You
Thanks.
can finish that.
Oh my God! When
What?
were we even drinking this?
I didn't do that.
Wow. All right, this was good. Thanks, Five Guys.
Appreciate it.
I just dropped these two strangers off in the middle of the wilderness. These two guys have never met each other in their entire lives.
Nice to meet you, man.
Every day the two of you survive in this wilderness, I'll give you $10,000.
I hope you brought enough money, man. We're here for the long run.
Hey, put that camera down. Let's head out.
All right.
Take care, boys. This video can make you guys millionaires.
He's gonna be poor by the time we're out of here. I'm Hayes. Hayes, I'm Grizz. Nice to meet you, man.
Grizz?
Yeah. All right, you're gonna be my best friend for the next however long.
Starting now, these guys receive $10,000 every day, with the only limit being how long they can survive, which theoretically means they could win unlimited money.
Dude, if we stay a year, we're both multimillionaires. We are trying to find a camping spot, build a fire, survive the night.
I guess we should just set up camp here.
For the rest of the night, they gathered wood and went through their supplies.
We've got approximately 5 days worth of food, 2 things of water.
Looks like a change of clothes, some warm jackets, and boom, fire starter.
Let's see if we can get a fire going.
Oh, yeah.
We are good.
Let's make beds out of pine needles. Won't be comfortable, but at least we won't freeze to death tonight.
We're alive. Day 2.
And in the morning, I showed up to give them their first $10,000.
Boys, how was the first night?
It's cold. It's been 24 hours, and I didn't walk over with 10 grand. You're not gonna ask?
Yeah, I guess we should, right?
Yeah. Okay, just look up. Oh my. Here we go! Every 24 hours, we're to drop $10,000 out of a plane for you guys.
There's $10,000
in a parachuted briefcase.
Catch it, don't catch it! Don't watch out!
Bro, this is crazy. Bro, we're gonna be so rich by the end of this video.
And on top of that money, this is your flare gun.
Oh.
Be careful, shoot it up in the air. The challenge ends for the both of you, and you walk away with the money you've won.
So how long should we stay out here?
$3.6 million for the year is crazy.
All right, the plan is officially a year. We're gonna split this in 2. You get this.
Yes.
I get this.
Now we can't screw each other over.
But later in this video, that plan doesn't exactly work.
All right, I feel bad, but I need to steal that flare gun. I just gotta shoot this thing, and I get to be a dad again.
If you fire that flare, I literally think I'm gonna kill you. Well, buddy, you ready to get rich?
Absolutely.
By day 3, you could say the boys were pretty tired of sleeping on the ground. So after another 10 grand, they started work on building their shelter.
Gonna use my jacket to gather pine needles and layer them on the shelter.
All right, I found this metal piece from a kid's swing set, and I think it's gonna work great for the roof of our shelter.
Layer 1 on. Boom! Here's a section that we're working on. You can see it's got some structural poles. We get to use the parachutes and the cord, so we're gonna make a rain cover on our shelter.
Everyone thinks probably that I'll be the reason we leave and fail this challenge. But this money would mean college for the kids.
And then on day 4, they started looking for a water source.
Oh, there's a swamp.
I would feel safe boiling that.
Yeah, we gotta be careful because that stuff is full of bacteria and parasites.
Ooh, just a touch of the swamp.
All right, we're going to bed. Hopefully, Grizz snuggles up because it's cold and he's big and warm.
This is like the 3rd day in a row that we've gotten 2 hours of sleep. It's been so cold. If it rained right now, we'd probably have to go to the hospital.
But I'd do it for $10,000.
And it wasn't just the freezing temperatures that were getting to them.
We're at the end of our supplies. Grizz likes to call it a fast, which sounds so much nicer than starving.
And for the next few days, the hunger problem didn't get any easier.
We had a little square of beef jerky this morning, that's it. Jimmy gave us 5 days worth of food, and it's day 9 right now. These are greenbrier leaves. Grizz says they're edible, I guess.
Yeah. It was clear by this point that the boys were extremely hungry. But lucky for them, I had a surprise waiting for them on day 10. They've officially survived 10 days. Here's your briefcase.
Yeah.
And don't leave. This is where the challenge gets interesting. Bring in the helicopter.
Oh, man. I'm nervous, dude. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, that I'm excited about.
Uh-huh.
To celebrate day 10, we have your first offer. I can tell you guys are tired of eating leaves. So I brought you guys an additional 10 days worth of food, spices, 2 tarps, and everything you would need to fish. All of this for $50,000 of your prize money. You want some beef jerky?
Yes.
Don't eat it yet.
Oh.
These beans look good?
Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh, coffee.
We're gonna give you space. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
He's not kidding. Like, this is literally all the things we would need to fish. 50 grand.
50 grand.
They don't take this deal. I mean, they're kind of stupid. 10 days worth of food means they make 100 grand, and they only have to pay 50 grand for it. I'm doing them a favor.
Should we talk to him now?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Jimmy.
If you make a decision in the next 60 seconds, I'll throw in 2 feasible bars.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Oh, you still had 59 more seconds, but okay. Here, I'll put that in the pile of food. Thank you for the 50 grand.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the food. Oh, by the way, you also get the crate with it. Thank you!
Thanks, Jimmy!
It was definitely a deal we had to say yes to, but that week of food literally cost as much as my kid's college tuition. Bro, I still can't believe it every time this money falls out of the sky.
The food from the crate will feed them for 10 days. But if they want to survive out here for a year,
All right, the plan is officially a year.
they'll still need to find more food in the wilderness.
So some of you may be wondering,
Why have they not caught fish?
well, the swamp nearby has no fish in it. What we really need is a moving water that we can fish in.
And while Hayes was rambling on about his kids,
And my 2-year-old doesn't sleep very well either, so
this happened.
I think being a dad. What is this? This is a creek. This is not a swamp. This is actually moving water. There's fish in here. Dude, look at this. It's like a dock.
This is the perfect place for food and shelter.
And after another few days full of a surprise freezing rainstorm,
At least now we have $100,000.
they decided to move and upgrade their shelter near their newfound water source.
Good morning, Grizz.
How are you always up earlier?
We're gathering up a bunch of dead trees we can use for our structure.
And then we balance them together into an A-frame shape and cut the trees to the right length. Oh! I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I'm glad I broke your fall.
Sorry.
All right, so maybe they had a bit of a false start. But once they got the structure back up, they spent the entire next day putting their finishing touches on their shelter. They even built a fishing dock to help them catch more food.
Dock's done,
Pleasantly surprised.
and now all we gotta do is catch a fish. Come on,
Yeah.
right?
And as good as this was, without sleeping bags, the winter night was still unforgiving.
On a really cold night. Cold toes, cold feet. No sleeping bag.
So I think I knew what my next offer was. It's day 20 and they moved super deep in the woods, so now we have to get there by boat.
Do you hear that sound in the distance?
What'd you say?
Is that a boat?
Any minute now when we find them, I've got a fun offer for them. How's it going, boys?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
2 things. First, the plane needed maintenance, so I'm delivering this by hand.
Hey, all
Here's your
right.
$10,000, which puts you guys at $140,000. And second, we have an offer for you.
Ooh.
Reveal your offer. Just go ahead and take it off. Here it is.
Oh.
You can either give me $10,000 for that red sleeping bag, or give me $50,000 and you get both sleeping bags.
What?
5 times the amount for both.
Oh, man.
Can I take it out?
Yeah, we should look at it.
Yeah, check them out.
Hang on, I just gotta do this.
These are the same sleeping bags we used in Antarctica. They work very well. Here's the weather forecast. It's gonna get pretty cold next week, so
Yeah.
highly recommend you at least buy one.
When we started this thing out, we were in the 20s without anything. We've adapted to it. We have bedding, we have pine straw. We're doing pretty well in these low temperatures. I would love to have a sleeping bag, but $50,000 is...
I sleep closer to Grizz than I do my wife, so I'm not even kidding.
You're actually gonna say no to both?
On a really cold night. No sleeping bag.
Yeah, so I think it's final. We don't want it.
Yeah, agreed.
Wow, not even a single sleeping bag. All right, boys, close it up. Sure, the boys could survive without sleeping bags, but that didn't solve their food problem. In between sitting out rainy days, the boys got into a bit of a routine where they would boil water, work on their shelter, and try to catch fish, which wasn't really working out for them.
We got some guts for bait. We're gonna cast them out,
now, so
and
you have
hopefully the
time to
fish
buy
come up
brand
off the bottom of the
new
creek.
limited edition
Day after
Starford
day
PC.
of failing to
Get
catch
yours
any
today at
fish,
Link.
Let's go check the lines, see if any catfish are on.
they finally caught a wind in their sails.
Oh, Grizz!
Or whatever that abomination of Mother Nature was.
What is that? Can I eat it? First fish, it's an eel, and I think I'm gonna charcoal grill it. We're gonna have ourselves some American-style unagi.
This is the first thing that we've caught out here in 27 days, which is insane. We're happy to have it, and we're gonna make it delicious.
I don't know if this is what I would call delicious, but the fact that they haven't had a fresh meal in almost
Damn, I can
30
hardly
days
hear
means
this
even a
TTS
rock
over the
would
Mr.
taste good
Beast
to them at this
video.
point.
It's excellent.
It's so good. It's just like amazingly good.
If we keep catching fish like this, we can easily stay for a year, bro.
Dude, yeah, $3.6 million.
Good night! And on day 28, they started constructing their raised bed system in their new shelter.
So it's gonna be 2 tripods, 1, 2, side rails going down, slats across, and then a nice pine needle mattress made out of parachutes.
And after seeing their new shelter become more and more comfortable, I was starting to get worried that I was gonna have to pay these guys millions of dollars.
The only regret that I have, they're not bunk beds.
That's honestly an L.
They were betting everything on their new shelter being right next to this creek, but that may have been a huge mistake because they couldn't catch another eel to save their lives.
Snapped it. At this point, I've spent more time in the wilderness than I have with my newborn son. I also have a 2-year-old with my wife alone. How do you explain to a 2-year-old that daddy's gonna be gone and he won't talk to you and he won't call you and he won't see you? Say they were making us an offer. What would be something that you would actually buy?
We spend a lot of time out here trying to get firewood. You know, having firewood dropped off would be really nice. I'd probably pay $10,000 for that.
We are literally in the middle of the forest. I couldn't tell you where we are anymore. All right. How's it going, boys?
Doing great, man. How are you?
As a reward for surviving an entire month, I brought you a store.
Oh, okay.
You see, we come through all of your vlog footage and we wrote down everything you've asked for, such as firewood, a shovel, cooking supplies, bedding, and even books and board games. It's like a dollar store, but everything costs 10 grand.
Ooh.
This is your store? Feel free to shop.
We've won 240 grand. Might as well check it out.
What are these? Those are mosquito nets.
Oh,
we'll use parachutes. We don't need those.
All right, what about the hammocks?
I like the hammocks, but you know, we haven't tried making them out of parachutes yet.
All right, Grizz, answer this. What can you not make out of parachutes?
A lot.
All right, well, do you guys want the firewood?
How much wood?
That's the wood you get.
If it came with unlimited wood, I would buy it.
I offered them literally everything they could possibly need here, and they still weren't interested. I was beginning to think these two were secretly Navy SEALs or something. Are you guys gonna buy literally anything? You make 10 grand a day. What's another 10 grand?
I gotta say no.
All right. In a million years, would not have thought they would say no to everything. Next time, I'm gonna convince you two to spend money.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, man. See you, Jimmy.
Here he goes.
In his tank.
Stop right here. I have a special surprise for all of you. Nolan, what does this look like?
A lot of phones.
1,000 phones to be exact. Because over the next 7 days, I'm gonna be giving 1,000 random people that subscribe a free Samsung Galaxy S24. I literally spent over $1 million on these phones, and I'm giving them away to you. All you have to do to enter to win one of these phones is subscribe. It's literally free. I just want you to know I appreciate everything you guys have been doing for the channel. It means the world to me. Subscribe, win one of these phones, let's go. And so they continue without any of the tools for my offer. But go figure, for the next few days, they weren't able to catch any fish. And even though the money kept coming, they were running out of food and time to catch it quickly.
I am on the last belt loop. I think that we have maybe 2 days worth of food left.
That's not good. Without a boat, this creek is not productive. We gotta go to that river. If I can get to that river and the fishing is good, that'll turn all this around.
And with their rations running dangerously low, their only hope at getting food was to travel through the swamp to the river on the other side in hopes of catching some fish.
It's risky wasting all these calories, but I have to do it if we're gonna make it any further.
But after a grueling hike, Hayes finally found what he was looking for.
Oh my God! Woo! Look at that! It's the river! Is that not the most gorgeous thing you've ever seen? Woo!
Finding this river is probably the difference between us making our goal and us tapping out early.
Fortunately, he had a secret weapon.
Grizz and I made our own fishing pole, and this is gonna make catching fish easy.
With Hayes' makeshift fishing pole immediately breaking, he was going to have to use his hands, and he spent hours trying and failing.
Oh no!
And if he couldn't catch any fish without immediately dropping them, the calories burned coming here would have been for nothing. But just when he was ready to give up,
this one's gonna be it.
Ah, yeah! Holy moly! Yes, I told you it was that one! Woo-hoo-hoo!
And the luck didn't stop there.
I cannot wait to bring this back to Grizz. He's gonna be so stoked. We're eating tonight.
Hey! All right, that's awesome.
Feels like this is our first real food in ages.
But in the meantime, I was preparing an offer that I know they couldn't refuse. It's day 40, they've made over $250,000, and I have an incredibly special offer for them. For $10,000, and I think you're really gonna like this, you both can see your wives. In fact, they're watching right now.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Oh, man.
I can't let down my kid.
I know, I can't let down my wife.
Okay, Jimmy.
It's me, it's Daddy.
Oh my God!
I smell so bad. Oh.
Hi, Talia.
As nice as it was to see their families, the visit was also bittersweet, because there's one big question on everyone's mind.
How long do you want us to stay?
I want you home now. Like, I do.
I know you want me home, but do you need me home?
Yes, she needs you. Yes, you need to bond with your son. I don't care what the other guy says. You've made enough money. I need you home.
That conversation was so difficult for me. Even so, yesterday was a really good day. It had all of the things that I love. It had my family, my wife, my kids, my buddy Grizz. That was like a really huge gift. Oh, they're gone now.
To hold her and know that she was safe, it really has changed the way that I'm viewing this entire challenge. Knowing I have my wife's support, I want to stay until I have $1 million.
And after some much-needed family time, Hayes and Grizz were much happier than I'd ever seen them.
Hayes and Grizz, Hayes and Grizz.
Ambush!
Let's smoke some fish. Look at that. This is perfect.
Even when something happened that would have totally drained them before,
400,000.
by now, they didn't even seem to mind.
It looks like someone had a gender reveal, and the gender was just money.
Even though their spirits were high, there was still a problem they needed to solve. In order to get to the river to fish, they would first need to trudge through this giant swamp. But if they had a boat, they would easily be able to float down the creek to the river.
I am building a boat. The idea is to create a frame with sticks and then attach our tarp so the whole thing can float.
Not feeling super confident in the boat build.
If we can get down to fish without having to tromp through a whole swamp, it's worth the risk. Time for the first sea trial of my beautiful ship.
Here he goes.
Grizz! Da, 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 da.
And this was pretty ironic, considering the offer I was about to bring them. It's day 50. Let's see how they're doing.
Hey!
Bro, you guys have a village now. Wait, are you serious? You built
Wake
a
up.
boat?
Yeah, man.
You're telling me this thing can actually float?
You wanna try it?
Yeah, I don't... Oh my gosh, it actually works. He built a freaking boat in the woods. All right, now that I'm aware of that, this changes a lot of things. It's actually insane that you two built a boat yesterday because I brought the two of you a boat with the Zaxby's restaurant on it.
Oh my gosh, this is so cool, Jimmy.
Before I present the offer, I want to make sure you're in a really good state of mind. This is our brand new Mr. Beast box, which are now live at every single Zaxby's across America.
Oh my God, that is so good.
The Mr. Beast box comes with the best tasting chicken known to man. And the cool part is every single meal comes with a Feastables bar. Our goal with this collab was to take the world's best chicken and pair it with the world's best chocolate.
Indeed.
Zaxby's also has 12 sauces.
There's like so many flavors happening in my mouth. What is that? That's really good.
It's a Zax sauce.
Look how happy they are. If you want to be happy like them, just go to Zaxby's and get the Mr. Beast box right now. Now that you guys have gotten your meals, your day 50 offer is for $50 grand. You can have this boat.
We don't have a motor. We don't have any way to get this thing around.
So you just use sticks.
Oh, Lord, I don't know.
Since you weirdly built the boat the day before, I'll give you a discount. We'll make it $40,000.
My answer is I love the ship I made. I trust it with my life. So I'm gonna leave it up to Grizz.
For $40,000, I'm gonna pass on the boat.
Yes!
I'll get in Hayes' death trap instead.
If that sinks and you have to quit, I tried.
We appreciate the food. That was lovely.
Bye, Jimmy.
I'll see you next time.
So this ship saved us $40,000.
Still a death trap.
Hey.
Man, when we first started this thing, it was in the dead of winter. You remember how cold it was?
Yeah, now everything is so nice and warm.
And spring was now in full bloom, and they were looking pretty comfortable.
There's a lot of flowers here. I can't say that I mind it.
What is today, 51?
I don't know. I lost track.
I hear an airplane coming in.
Where?
Oh, he's coming straight at us.
This briefcase puts us at $440,000. Time to build the Haze and Grizzle love seat.
80% of what we're sitting on here is going straight to my business.
This case. No, I don't want Katie to work 24-hour shifts anymore. This money's gonna do so much for her and our family.
But while the warmer weather was nice, it presented new problems like snakes.
Don't want to get bit by that.
And rats.
Get out of here!
Every night.
Oh my God!
And it wasn't long until the lack of sleep started to make them irritable.
Looks like Hayes is struggling to get over here. Hayes, do you need my help?
What does it look like? You want to paddle upriver into the wind?
Hayes, why don't you go get those fishing lines fixed?
You know what? You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
He is angry. Can you check those lines while you're over there?
What do you think I'm doing?
I don't know, I was just asking.
Thank you for telling me to do what I'm already doing once again.
Very angry.
Keep in mind, at this point, Hayes and Grizz were very close friends. But Hayes had reached the end of his rope, and the jokes just weren't hitting the same anymore.
Grizz's idea about how this would unwind is not working, obviously, because it's a stupid idea.
Hayes, I'm sorry, buddy. I did not know I was actually pissing you off. I did not know that you were actually upset.
It's all right.
Okay.
And so, feeling frustrated, Hayes turned off his camera and paddled downriver, where he set up his camp until the next day.
Hayes has set sail, and I think he may have run away. I'll certainly be thinking about him. I know it's supposed to be cold at night. He's not back in a couple days, so I'm gonna have to go looking for him. Let's do something to cheer him up. So we got a huge board over here that was left by Jimmy at the last beast drop, and I'm gonna repurpose it into a table with some of our cases. It's actually pretty sturdy.
And when Hayes returned home, he was not empty-handed.
Sounds like Hayes has returned from his great adventure. Nice. Oh, those are sea trout.
I'm pretty wiped out. Mind if I take a minute?
No, man, do your thing.
Chris!
Yeah, buddy.
What's this?
It's our table.
We have a table?
Yeah.
Oh, man!
I figured that'd perk him up a little bit.
This is a $100,000 table, Grizz!
Welcome back, buddy.
It feels good to be home.
Come on.
With their survival needs met and their friendship restored, one question still remained. How long will they stay?
We gotta have a serious conversation.
Yeah.
The end. Honestly, I'd have been done 5 days ago.
Maybe push like an extra week. I mean, hell, that's $35,000 each.
If I pulled that flare on day 70, how would you feel?
I would feel really let down and lied to. I propose at day 70, we have a conversation, decide if we're gonna push further.
That's fair. I promised Grizz that I would stay longer. For him, but I'm not happy about it.
Morning, guys. So, Hayes has been a little upset. I'm seeing it. He's keeping it to himself, you know, so I'm a little worried about him.
Spoken to Grizz about it. He wants me to stay longer. He's kind of pushing me to stay longer. At some point, I gotta stop being wilderness guy and go be dad.
Another day.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I knew that was gonna happen. I saw it. Oh, no. Hayes going to check out the case that is dropped from the sky.
Day 70. I'm gonna see if Grizz is good being done today. See what he says.
What are we gonna do with all this money?
Kinda wanna talk to you about that. Kinda ready to hit the flare. What do you think about that?
I wanna stay longer. I know that you've got to pull away from this thing with family.
I know. We've talked about it 1,000 times. I just wanna know how you feel about it today. Yes or no?
Can you go one more day? Give yourself 24 hours just to kind of feel it out.
I thought a lot about it, but if you want to go another day, let's go another day.
How's it going, boys?
How are you, buddy?
Good. Let's go on a little walkie walk. We can go over here. Let's say Hayes isn't a part of the equation.
Yeah.
How many more days do you think you could survive out here?
Let's call it 45 days would probably be as far as I'd go.
How many do you think he has left in the tank?
He talks about it every day.
How often do you think about shooting the flare?
Every day.
What stops you?
At this stage, Grizz, you know, he wants to make $1 million, and it's hard to say no to that. I have an obligation to him too, but it's starting to go towards family. Yeah.
When you do shoot that flare, that's gonna be crazy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay last night?
I don't want to disappoint Grizz, but I think I'm done. Thought it would be cool to come back here to our first camp where I was shoulder to shoulder with Grizz every single night. And after that, it was like, all right, dude, we're brothers now. I expected to walk away with a lot of money, but I didn't expect to walk away with like a friend for life. And that's so meaningful to me. I kind of got to think about what's right for me and my family.
Hayes got so desperate that he literally went into Grizz's bag and stole the flare gun, even though it was his idea to separate it into 2 parts.
At this point, all I have to do is shoot this thing, and I get to be a dad again, you know?
I know this thing is very challenging. What we're doing out here is not easy. I really, truly do believe that you're doing what's right for your family.
I disagree.
You're providing for them in a way that's going to change their lives.
Now, it's gone the other way. Now I think I need to be there.
I think that you've been really upset, and you've been missing your family really bad. I feel like
I think the money doesn't matter.
Spiraled through
the money
this
doesn't.
thing.
The money doesn't matter to me anymore. And really, the only thing that's keeping me here is you. And I'm sick of it.
Yeah. My family needs me too, you know.
And you're very good at, you know, manipulating me.
It was clear that in this moment, Grizz was going to have to make a decision. Convince Hayes to continue surviving in these woods for more and more money, or be there for his friend when he needed him the most.
I can't imagine having gone through this experience with anyone else. I mean, I really do, like, I genuinely think of you like a brother. You know? I'm sorry that I've just pushed you on and on and on.
I just don't want to let you down.
You're not letting me down.
Yeah, I am.
Brothers don't let each other down. This is the way it is. Everything's got to come to an end sometime. Let me see that flare. I owe you this, and to be honest with you, I'm sorry that it's taken so long. I think it's time for us to do this thing, buddy. I love you, buddy.
Okay. You smell bad.
I think they shot the flare. No, you take that one. Let's go check in on him. Rich! Rich! Boys.
Hey, Jimmy.
Oh my God. When we dropped them off, this is what they looked like. And here's them 74 days later. Crazy.
Yes, they look crazy.
You haven't left these woods in 74 days.
Dude, I'm so ready.
One final surprise.
Oh my God! Oh my gosh! Hi, Tommy, baby!
After 74 days, they've won $670,000. And in case you forgot, we're giving away 1,000 Samsung phones to random people that subscribe in the next week. So don't forget, press that subscribe button right now.
The A button challenge in Super Mario 64 consists of trying to complete the game without using the A button. For the uninitiated, that's the jump button, which is kind of a pillar of Mario games. What began as a new fun way to play the game, the A button challenge, or ABC for short, quickly turned into more of an infinitely intricate puzzle rather than a test of skill. Starting around 2007, it was almost exclusively played on emulator using save states to create tool-assisted speedruns, or TASes, and found solutions that were technically possible within the bounds of the game but wouldn't be feasible in real time with a controller. Over the past 20 years, the game has been tirelessly refined and optimized this way, all the way down to 13 A presses for all 120 stars. For more information, check out this short summary video I made on the topic. But in the past few years, there's been a resurgence of playing the ABC in real time on console, and what the community accomplished in that time is nothing short of incredible. What just happened last week is the culmination of this amazing community effort. From May 17th to May 21st, 2024, Super Mario 64 was beaten in 0 presses of the A button by Marbler.
It's done. Guys, it is done.
In real time on a real console with a real controller in 86 hours. So how did he do it? Before we go on, I want to talk to you about control. When I wake up in the morning, I always want to start recording right away, and I can never take the time to make a healthy, balanced breakfast without losing that sweet morning voice. If you're like me and you just want to get working or gaming in the morning, then Control is made for you. Control has meal replacement shakes that are low in sugar, high in fiber, and contain 23 grams of protein. They keep you full for at least 3 hours, so they can easily hold up until lunchtime and you can make the full use of your morning. They come in many flavors. My favorite is strawberry and cream. If you're instead looking for high protein snacks, their protein meal bars and protein cookies got you covered. Their newest cookie flavor is Black Ice Chocolate partnered with Rainbow 6. If you go to drinkcontrol.com/bismuth and use the code bismuth, you'll get 10% off your first order. You can even use their bundle builder to try many different products and get a discount. Thank you to Control for sponsoring this video. First of all, although the game can be beaten with fewer than the required 70 stars, doing so inevitably makes use of the A button, usually to do backwards long jumps, so that's off the table right away. This would have to be done by collecting 70 stars in no A presses and reaching Bowser in the sky without skipping any star doors. So which 70 stars do you choose? As it turns out, even if you only pick the easiest, you quickly run into very slippery territory after just a couple dozen, let alone 70. The TAS ABC is infamous for displaying the most extreme strategies to save one A press, things that are so far removed from something remotely achievable by a human that I can't even begin to describe it. The task of taking dozens of these and turn them into something that could actually be performed was the first step of this process, and it took the community years to pull it off. Through the combined work of Marbler himself, Panenkoic 2012, Ivan178, Billy War, Davs, X320, Zion134, Blobfish Time, Sapling the Tree, and DS273, simpler methods were discovered, setups were invented, the limits of what's achievable were shattered, and it ever so slowly became less and less unthinkable. Marbler, one of the most influential figures of the TAS ABC of the past 5 years, set out to become a pioneer in the real-time ABC. He practiced relentlessly for months, came up with several strategies of his own, and set out to be the first person to complete Super Mario 64 in 0 A presses. These are the 70 stars he chose to collect. Among those, using modern strategies, most of them are relatively trivial with enough practice. Let's go through the ones that aren't. 4 stars in, we have wall kicks won't work, so Marbler used hyperspeed twirling to reach the star. Quick heads up, the whole run features an ungodly amount of pause buffering to hit precise tricks, which results in mild flashing that can be uncomfortable to watch. So, to get hyperspeed, Marbler used frame walking, a trick where you alternate forwards and neutral in a control stick every couple of frames to walk up steep slopes, so he could slide down onto the spin drift and hit it with nearly double the speed he otherwise could have. Next is Bowser in the Dark World with red coins, and already this is one of the hardest parts of the run. There are 5 main challenges to overcome here. First, Marbler uses an open corner in the wall hitboxes to set up vertical speed conservation, or VSC, and store the vertical speed of a dive recover, which he reactivates to grab the sledge. Then he lures a Goomba down to come back from the 6th red coin, and frame walks up the seesaw platform, then uses it to slide kick bounce across. He climbs this slope using slide grinding. The angle Mario is facing makes it so as soon as he's on the slope, he slides off and enters freefall without having any time to start turning, then immediately falls back on it because Marbler is holding up right. But because he's actually holding ever so slightly more up than right, Mario ends up moving sideways up the slope by a tiny amount every time. Sideways movement while in the air is called straining. Finally, he dive recovers onto the pipe using a precise setup that makes him land on a 1x1 unit bit of floor that isn't covered by any wall hitbox. This quirk of some platform corners is called a misalignment and is caused by the game rounding down Mario's position to an integer value for the purpose of floor detection but not wall detection. Bowser himself is trivial afterwards. Next up is Bob-omb Battlefield. 3 stars require going on the floating island, shoot to the island in the sky, red coins, and 100 coins. This level makes extensive use of cloning and the Hope, the held object's last position. The Hope only gets updated when the game has to draw the object Mario is holding. With the glitch called Hat in Hand, Mario's hat can prevent an object Mario's holding from ever being drawn, meaning that the Hope becomes disjointed from the object being held, leading to glitches like remote release. Cloning is the bread and butter of the TAS ABC, but it's monstrously difficult to do in real time because it hinges on the exact way every object in the level is loaded and deloaded. coming up with viable real-time strategies for cloning is nothing short of miraculous. The full ABC video has a complete breakdown of how the hope and cloning work. Marbler begins with red coins and 100 coins by sending a hope just off this ledge and sending a Goomba clone to it using the hat-in-hand glitch. He uses that clone to set another hope closer to the island, sends another Goomba clone to it, does a hands-free teleport with a Bob-omb to store it for Mario to retrieve later, and takes a shell all the way up the mountain. Once up there, he does a slide kick off the shell to land on the second Goomba clone with a ton of speed and makes his way to the island. He re-grabs the Bob-omb, which was invisible in front of Mario this whole time, and that allows him to set the hope near the star box for shoot to the island in the sky. He finishes the red coins and 100 coins, then re-enters a level and sends a Goomba clone to the hope before redoing a similar setup to reach the island. This time, he can use the Goomba clone to bounce to the star. Another star in Bob-omb Battlefield is particularly challenging, behind Chain Chomp's gate. The star is too high to dive recover to, and the gate can't be destroyed without ground pounding this post 3 times, so he uses a cork box to clip inside the gate and set the hope under the star. Then he uses a very specific cloning setup to send 2 Goomba clones to the same hope. With the precisely engineered object slot manipulation setup, he's able to place the Goomba that's earlier in the processing order lower, and the one that's later higher. When he comes back into the gate, he bounces on the low Goomba first, then the high Goomba second, high enough to reach the star with a single hope. Before he leaves Bob-omb Battlefield, Marbler has one final task, to set an extremely precise hope to help him get the Shifting Sandland 100 coin star. He heads over there, collects some coins, and remote drops a cork box using the hat-in-hand glitch. Thanks to the perfectly accurate hope, the box slides down and breaks on the very last frame of its lifetime, allowing it to be duplicated for infinite coins. Stand Tall on 4 pillars is one of the hardest stars in the run. The crux of the issue is getting this Goomba to chase Mario outside of its home and get in a perfect position. From there, a precise setup lets Marbler bounce on the Goomba and end up inside this pillar in such a way that he gets pushed out onto this platform. Once that's done, a slide kick gets him on this narrow ledge from where he can take the warp up. This warp is meant to be one way only, but there's a very small section where it's possible to activate it the other way around. Finally, Marbler makes his way across to the iRock fight, making sure to never fall into the sand because there's no way out of it if he does. Collecting the star is tricky but doable. For Vanish Cap under the moat, Marbler can crawl up the entire first slope, then slide kick bounce over the wall to clear the first half of the stage. The second half is hard but doable in no A presses until you reach the switch. Here, Marbler needs to make it on not 1 but 2 misalignments to reach the top. Thankfully, setups exist to make it less excruciating. Next up, in Big Boo's haunt, the merry-go-round star. This would be a trivial star if not for the fact that the star is barely too high to collect with a dive recover. Instead, Marbler has to resort to Scuttlebug raising from inside this room. He sets up the Scuttlebug near the door, then carefully runs over the area where the Scuttlebug and the room get loaded for just a few frames in such a way that makes the Scuttlebug repeatedly lunge upwards and gain height. Then, he sets up the hat-in-hand glitch so he can perform remote dropping and picks up a cork box. He bounces with the cork box and bumps into the Scuttlebug, dropping the box at the Hope, which he previously set to a specific location in Cool Mountain. With that setup complete, he drops at the merry-go-round, has to be extremely careful not to load the cork box early while he fights all the boos, and re-grabs the box to bounce into the star. The red coin star is one of the hardest in the run. This red coin requires a chain of bounces on these 2 boos that is extremely difficult, mostly because it's just really precise and it involves manipulating 2 boos at once. The Haunted Book Star is also relatively simple but difficult to execute. As with every star that involves going upstairs, it starts with selecting Go on a Ghost Hunt so that the staircase starts lowered. After getting rid of all the boos, Marbler dive recovers on the stairs as they're raising, storing vertical speed. He then reactivates it to enter freefall with positive speed, letting him grab the ledge on the upper floor. Then he does the book puzzle and reaches the star with a very precise dive recover onto the railing, followed by a ground pound. This strategy only works because of wall collision shenanigans and runs the risk of falling off, in which case you need to pause exit and start over. In Hazymaze Cave, Marbler needs to go to the Cavern of the Metal Cap, not just for its star, but also because the Metal Cap itself unlocks 3 more stars afterwards. There are 2 methods to get across, both of which absolutely suck to do in real time. You can dive recover from Dory's head, but that's insanely precise and there's no way to do a normalized position setup because you're doing it from a moving object. Marbler tries his hand at that for a while but doesn't get it. Instead, he uses this slope to do hyperspeed walking and store a large amount of sliding speed. He reactivates that speed with a frame-perfect crouch and see up as he gets out of the water to shoot to the ledge and grab it. Once inside, the main challenge is to get this precise dive rollout onto the crystal, then another one onto the switch. Next up is Jolly Roger Bay. Here, the sunken ship star can be collected by crawling and frame walking up the slippery slope all the way up to above the star. And now's the hard part. Marbler stops walking and Mario gets what's called a steep floor push, which pushes him off the slope into a backwards freefall. From there, he's too far from the box to reach it, so he has to use perfectly angled straining to keep Mario's speed as close as possible to -16 without reaching -16. Mario's speed has a soft cap at -16 and at 32, above which a sharper deceleration is applied to him. By staying under that cap using a lot of straining, Marbler is able to keep his speed while adding on a lot of sideways movement, maximizing how much he's able to move Mario in a single frame. This is often used in tasks to optimize Mario's speed to 31.99, so it's usually called the .99 trick. Performing it in real time in any capacity is ridiculously hard, because there's basically no way to tell what the decimal portion of Mario's speed is and how to get it as close to -15.99 as possible. Through the jet stream is equally difficult. This time, it's mostly because Marbler needs to get Mario into a unit-precise spot under the star that will get the stream to push him upwards into it, while under the time limit of the metal cap. Thankfully, a setup exists to make his life a bit easier here. Actually getting the metal cap is no easy task either, with this crazy dive recover. Next is Whomp's Fortress. First, the hope is set in a far corner at the very bottom of the map in Gulku Mountain using the baby penguin. Then Marbler fights King Whomp using the elevator platforms. After spawning the star, he uses the cork box to clone a piece of the collapsing bridge and the hat in hand glitch to throw it to the Hope while he's standing on it. As the piece is rotating, it applies a displacement to Mario because he's standing on it, and this displacement is still applied on the frame where the platform warps to the Hope. Except now, the rotational displacement is applied over a much larger distance, so it moves Mario a lot more. Object slots were carefully manipulated and the Hope was carefully placed to send Mario directly to the star. To the top of the fortress is done the same way to get onto the fortress. Before leaving Whomp's Fortress, Marbler sets up a Hope to help him get another shifting sandland star, the red coins. Again, this star involves a ton of object slot manipulation. 3 airborne red coins are collected using Fly Guys and a tornado, but the 4th one is more complicated. The extra tornado here can't be used because it only spawns after getting the first 3 stars, and Into the Ancient Pyramid can't be collected in 0 A presses. Marbler has to clone a body part of this Pokey and send it to the Hope, then take a cork box to the pillar and place the Hope in a new location and clone another Pokey body part and send it there. He now has 2 Pokeballs to bounce on, and he does so with a dive recover. They're not perfectly aligned, so he has to strain left then right to barely reach the red coin, all while dealing with this awful camera angle. Finally, the star is cloned so that Mario can reach it. Marbler moves on to Dire Docks. To get on Bowser's sub, he has to grab onto these cork boxes, but they're normally too high to do it. Using a position setup, he falls off the side and does a glitchy ledge grab. For Mario to ledge grab, the game has to detect a wall near Mario's feet, no wall near his head, and a floor in front of him. When Mario is in a very precise location, the game detects the lower box's wall near Mario's feet, but just barely misses the wall of the upper box by less than 1 unit. The floor at the top sticks out by 1 unit, so it is detected and Mario grabs the ledge of the upper cork box. This has to be done under the tight timer of the purple switch not once, not twice, but 3 times. The Manta Ray Star is mostly difficult because Mario's swimming using only the B button is really slow. While the first 4 rings stay out for quite some time, once you go through 4 rings, the last one is a special one that spawns the star, and for some reason it lasts for a much shorter time than the others. His swimming has to be perfect in order to go through it in time. And now Marbler enters Bowser in the Fire Sea 4.5 hours in with 49 stars. To get past the pole, he has a special trick up his sleeve. When I said that Marbler was playing on console, I didn't specify which console. He is on the Wii VC version of the game. The Wii emulates Nintendo 64 games to play them on the Virtual Console, and there's a bug with the emulator in the number format conversion. Whenever the game converts a number from a 64-bit floating point number to a 32-bit float, the resulting number usually doesn't lie exactly on a 30-bit floating point value. If it doesn't, the Nintendo 64 simply rounds it to the nearest available float, but the Wii VC version rounds it towards 0 instead. This conversion is made every time these sinking platforms move, so every single time they move, they inch a tiny little bit towards Y position 0. At the bottom of the stage, vertical position is negative, so going towards 0 means going upwards. This means that over time, the sinking platforms rise up into the air very, very slowly. How slowly? While every time there's a rounding error, they move up by approximately 1/8,000th of a unit. The time it takes for that error to compound so much that the platforms rise up closer to where the elevator is over 3 days. After 6 hours have passed, Marbler drops to the lava and bounces onto the platform, which stores the huge vertical speed of a lava boost. From here, he punches forward to preserve that speed and waits near the edge of the platforms for 72 more hours. Finally, the platforms are now high enough that he can reactivate that speed and dive to the elevator. The walls are only solid in one direction, so he gets pushed in and he makes it past the pole. Note that to avoid having to wait several more hours, he had to time this right at the peak of the platform's movement, and in the moment, he completely forgot to do it.
Oh no. I wasn't watching the height of the platform.
By a stroke of luck, he just happened to do it at the perfect time, and he had the height to make it. Bowser in the Fire Sea is the reason why this is the first ever completion of Super Mario 64 in 0 A-presses on console, even including TASes. The platforms do not rise on the Nintendo 64 or any other re-release, and a Wii VC TAS being played back on console would desynchronize because the Wii has occasional issues with input polling. Now 82 hours in, Marbler makes it to Wet Dry World. The first star he goes for is top of the town. He needs to carry Chuckya close to where the star is. To do that, he interrupts a punch grab by falling and diving, which triggers a glitch where Chuckya is treated as a light object instead of a heavy object. This lets him fall off the ledge holding it and ledge grab, dropping Chuckya on the plank and getting grabbed at the same time. Here it's a 50-50 chance that Chuckya will throw him off the plank. That did not go so well in this run. After opening the box, he catches Chuckya as a light object again, throws it and instantly re-grabs it, and finally gets thrown into the star. This also is a 50-50 chance, and if that fails, that attempt is ruined. He reset the star 3 times to get it to work. Express Elevator Hurry Up is one of the hardest stars in the run. To get on the elevator, you can't swim because B-swimming is too slow, so Marbler has to use Chuckya instead. Grabbing Chuckya as a light object has the side effect of locking Chuckya's anchor, essentially its own hope, the position where Mario would be at if it was holding him. Marbler carries Chuckya down here, where he sets up another glitch to preserve the anchor, Behind Camera Anywhere, or BCA. The camera's focus point is usually a little bit in front of Mario, and using the fixed camera, it's possible for Mario to be behind the camera but the focus to be in front, leading to Mario not even being on screen, and therefore not rendered. Remember how the hope only gets updated when the object needs to be drawn? Well, Chuckya's anchor doesn't get updated when it doesn't need to be drawn. Marbler gets caught by Chuckya and thrown where the anchor still is, up on the plank. Now he just needs to hope he gets thrown in the right direction again. This lets him reach the elevator, but he still needs Chuckya. He grabs it light again, this time using water, and quickly takes it to push him through the wall and get on the elevator. Marbler makes it to Tall Tall Mountain, where the hardest star is Scale the Mountain. Actually scaling the mountain isn't hard, it simply involves a lot of frame walking. The problem is the star is barely too high for a dive recover from the flat top, and you can't roll out from a steep slippery surface. Instead, Marbler uses what's called the Ghost Rollout. He gathers a ton of backward speed and gets into a position where a combination of floor and wall hitbox mechanics ends up pushing Mario off the slope right at the start of a frame, before the game has time to snap Mario down to the floor. For a fraction of a frame, he's slightly above the flat surface, which means he can roll out from ever so slightly higher and reach the star. Marbler makes his way to Snowman's Land. Into the igloo is the final hard star to get. He enters the igloo using the shell in a dive recover. Then he runs into this corner at the right angle to do a dive recover into an unreferenced wall. Mario can only keep track of one wall that he's pushing against at one time, so in any corner between 2 walls, the one that's earlier in the processing order will be unreferenced, or in other words, Mario won't push against it or bonk on it. His angle with the referenced wall is too shallow, so he doesn't bonk and he can dive recover on the spindrift and reach the vanished cap. Then he lures another spindrift under the limited cap timer and rolls out on it to reach the star. Now only missing a Toad Star, Marbler heads to Cool Cool Mountain to set a hope in a precise spot that's totally not going to be relevant later, and goes to Lethal Lava Land to farm lives up to 100 in order to go attempt Bowser in the Sky. Reaching Bowser in the Sky is a huge pain with glitchy ledge grabs, misalignments, and sliding on the railing, so once he gets up there, he never wants to have to do it again. And now, Bowser in the Sky. The first couple platforms are reached using misalignments with a setup to get into them. Then Marbler pulls off something that is actually batshit insane, the Chuckya drop. I'm gonna be real here. I can't begin to describe this in a way that would do it justice. To better show it, here's a task that does the exact same strategy Marbler did in his run. While on this moving platform, he dances around the edge of Czechya's activation range in an extremely precise and deliberate way to manipulate it to run off its platform and fall all the way down here. While Marbler is busy pause buffering his way through a ton of frame-perfect movement, several glitchy ledge grabs, and doing this manipulation completely blind, he gets Czechya to chase Mario, get into the right spot, turn it repeatedly just the right amount, slowly inch to the perfect spot, and fall off the platform. Finally, he gets grabbed and randomly thrown, hoping to land on the seesaw platform. Let me repeat this. After this completely insane 10-minute setup, he gets thrown in a random direction and hopes that he survives. Thankfully, he actually has a 56% chance of making it, and he does on his first successful attempt at the Czechya drop. This took him 42 attempts. Every time anything went wrong, he had to reset the level by dying. However, he's not out of the woods yet. He still has the entire stage to climb. Fortunately, the hope he said earlier comes to the rescue. Marbler grabs the Czechya using behind camera anywhere and throws it to the hope. This sounds very simple, but it's actually unbelievably nerve-wracking. BCA is a very precise trick made harder by the fact that you can't see much of anything, and in this case, Czechya makes sure that Marbler can't see anything at all. On top of that, he needs to grab it as a light object, which means he needs to do the frame-perfect punch-cancel pause buffer dive method with the perfect angle without having any idea what he's doing. If he messes up, he needs to die to reset the stage, or worse, be expelled to Cool Mountain to reset the hope. He gets it after a few attempts. Next, he runs up the disjointed, misplaced hitbox of the axle. Again, needless to say, this is extremely precise. Mario gets squished and pushed out at the end and grabs a ledge. After angling the camera to briefly render Czechya and set its anchor by the hope further up the level, Marbler positions Mario in a precise spot with the right camera angle to set up BCA again while Czechya is falling off screen until it grabs Mario. Because Czechya is never rendered and its anchor never updated, Mario is warped up to the hope near the top of the stage. The very last hurdle is this ledge, and he needs to lure a Goomba to bounce on it with a dive recover. The Goombas aren't infinite here. If he messes up, he has to redo the entire stage. He lures the Goomba down, he bounces on it, and misses. But there's another Goomba. The third one is too far though, so if he messes up this one, it's really over. He lures it down, and this time, it's good. A bit of trivial movement and a misalignment with the position setup get him in the pipe, and he fights Bowser. Again, Bowser doesn't require A, so he cruises to the finish. There are simply no words that can do justice to Marbler's achievement. This was unthinkable just 2 years ago. Super Mario 64 has been beaten without using the A button for the first time in history. This is one of the most impressive video game achievements ever. It simply doesn't get any better than this. I hope this video shed a bit of light on how incredible this really is, and thank you for watching.
So you had me bite through the bullet. I won't play a second fiddle with you. You look away just when they pull it. You gotta step up, yeah, you miss your cue. Ooh, your time is up now. I'm no fool. I know what you are up to, keep things cool, but it won't help you this time. This time, no. This time, yeah. This time, no.
Hello, my name is Joe. You're once again at the Joe is Hungry channel, where we serve it piping hot at a slightly higher price every time, right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia. Before I can move on with this video, I need to clear the ever-growing backlog of birthday shout-outs. Travis, Nicholas, Luke and Daniel, Jane, Ben, Lydia, and Riley, Devin, Levy, Kyle, and Maria, another Devin, Lee, Maddie, and Matt. I want to wish each and every one of you a very special Joe is Hungry birthday. Today, we're headed back to Pizza Hut to check out their 5th iteration of their Pizza Melt lineup. The new cheeseburger melt is made up of a Parmesan-crusted thin crust melt, folded and filled with savory beef, applewood smoked bacon, mozzarella cheddar cheese and onions, and a side of burger sauce, whatever that is, for your dipping pleasure. Each individual melt will laden your unattainable diet goals with 1,180 calories. I have the full nutritional information on the screen and in the description below. Each a la carte order all by itself will delete $7.99 from your dwindling digital wallet, which by the way is an increase from $6.99 only a year ago. For $1 extra, you can get your choice between 2 sides. They call this option the Pizza Hut box, and it includes 1 order of fries, and actually until today I didn't know that Pizza Hut offered French fries, and 4 boneless wings, and we all know that there's no such thing of boneless wings. These are merely chicken nuggets. Does this continue to be a good deal like it was in 2023 at 57 cents an ounce with an average weight of 12.20 ounces or 346 grams? Are they going to maintain consistent portion sizing and not engage in any meltdown sizing? Are they going to scrag me on the bacon like so many have done in the past? We are definitely going to determine this and a whole lot more when we do the Joe is Hungry weight test and calculate the actual out-the-door fast food price per ounce. So let's see if these things are going to be served piping hot, as I expect they will, and roll the pickup window at Pizza Hut in Cartersville, Georgia. I've got my order in. Let's hit the pickup window.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you? Order?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Joe, I had the hamburger things.
Joe? Joseph D.S. was last name?
Yeah.
It is your change. It's not quite up yet. If you want to pull up, I'll bring it out to you.
When we go to that penalty box right there where that line is?
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. I've got my pizza melts. Let's pull off out of the penalty box and do the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Hamburger melt number 1 is 169.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Hamburger melt number 2 is 172.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Hamburger melt number 3 is 170.6 degrees Fahrenheit. As you all know, if you have been watching my channel any length of time, you know I like my temperatures at 140 degrees or above. Hotter is always better. Apparently, Pizza Hut, Cartersville, they get it. So today, they passed the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Now it's time to pry this thing apart. Take a sneak peek inside, see if Pizza Hut is really going to deliver the meat, head back to the studios and do the Joe is Hungry weight test. And as usual, and by popular demand, and I do mean popular demand, we are going to take off for the packaging. In other words, we're going to set the tear on the scales. Burger melt number 1 comes in at 10.10 ounces or 288 grams. Burger melt number 2 comes in at 10.50 ounces or 297 grams. Burger melt number 3 comes in at 10.45 ounces or 296 grams. The weights are all pretty close. They're fairly consistent. Pizza Hut, Cartersville, today you pass the Joe is Hungry consistency weight test. Now Pizza Hut chooses not to give us serving weights. I'm beginning to see why. If you compare the weights to the last few reviews that I did, we've lost almost 2 ounces. So Pizza Hut appears to be engaging in a little bit of shrinkflation in addition to raising the prices. That is unfortunate. However, we can do one more thing, and that would be to add them all up, average them out, do the math, and you come up with a fairly high 77 cents an ounce. So now it's time to do the one and only, the Joe is Hungry big reveal. this is what it looks like, and this is what it's supposed to look like. This is what it looks like, and this is what it's supposed to look like. We've seen what they look like. We saw how much they were. Some of you out there may call this shrinkflation. I call it giving us less for more. And this is a classic example of that. No question about it. As far as the ad photos, it's not horribly far off. It looks like we're a little short on ingredients. But Pizza Hut's ad photos have never been that great. So that leaves us one more test, and that would be the one and only, the Joe is Hungry bite test. So it is bite test, engage. Does this thing put me in mind of a cheeseburger? The short answer is no. You may ask, is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. I like the overall flavor. It could have used a little bit more ingredients. It is crispy and crunchy and gives it a satisfying bite-through experience. The Parmesan sprinkles and the buttered crust make for a rich, savory taste. I can actually taste the bacon when I can find it. The burger sauce has a Thousand Island vibe with a little bit of bite to it. It sort of puts me in mind of Big Mac sauce at McDonald's. With that being said, before I pass final judgment, I would like to see what the self-proclaimed food tasting expert has to say and throw this game in reverse and do the Joe is Hungry Sneaky-Doodle Bite.
Sneaky-Doodle Bite number 1. Sneaky-Doodle Bite number 2. Sneaky-Doodle Bite number 3. It is crunchy. It is very savory. I can see we have maybe a little bit of bacon, some onions. The temperature was good. Now it's time to give this thing a score. If you don't know my scale is 1 to 10, 9 being the best. Anything above 9 is a once-in-a-lifetime experience and almost never achieved. 5 and down is that slippery slope to the pits and depths of fast food hell. Okay, so let's move on with this video and give this the number that it truly deserves. Pizza Hut, I'm not gonna lie, I like the flavor, but I cannot ignore this giving us less for more thing you have going on there. It's almost like you're being sneaky about it. I mean, those weights were so consistent, it is highly unlikely that this was an accident. I mean, this is right out of the Yum Foods playbook. I've seen it before, over and over. And it's unfortunate because most people, they won't even notice. And the bacon. You know how I am about my bacon. I'm not even gonna go there today. But the fact is, I liked it. It was not a horrible value. Not these days anyway. So today, Pizza Hut, I'm gonna have to go 6.8. That is my number. This is my review. And hopefully, I will.
Elden Ring, a game known for being hard, has New Game Plus, which lets you replay the game while carrying over your equipment, but at a higher difficulty. There are 8 total difficulty levels starting with regular New Game up to the max of New Game Plus 7. Each level will make the bosses do more damage, have more health, and stagger less often. My goal is to beat all 8 difficulties in a row without dying a single time. Die to a boss, reset to the beginning. Die in the open world, reset to the beginning. Fall off a cliff, reset to the beginning. For my own sanity, I hope I can get this run within 3 attempts. I was also competing with my good friend VSwed on this challenge, so make sure you go give him a follow on Twitch. Now, from the intro, you saw that I have a pretty strong build for this challenge that I used to get past Godric, Radon, and Morgott. Let's talk about how I made it. The weapon is the Death's Poker, at least for now. I will use multiple builds to help me through this challenge. It has a crazy powerful weapon art that does really high magic damage. I know it's called Ghost Flame Ignition, but trust me, it does magic damage. I got this weapon by using the Meteorite Staff and Rock Sling while standing safely on this rock behind the Deathbird. Importantly, Death's Poker is a somber weapon, which is really good for the beginning of the game because it's so much easier to get somber smithing stones than it is to get regular smithing stones. I get to +4 from EG, +6 by visiting Volcano Manor, and +9 from the Lanedell Sewers and Dragon Barrow. My levels are really simple. I level up health and I level up intelligence. That's it. For talismans, Radigan's Source Seal is good up until around 40 vigor, where I will replace it. Ritual Shield, probably the best defense talisman in the game. Ritual Sword synergizes with Ritual Shield and gives me a 10% damage buff. I don't yet have access to a good 4th talisman, but they will be available after Godskin Duo. And finally, for buffs, I use the Physic Flask with the Intelligence tier and the Magic tier to deal more damage, and I use the Golden Vow Ash of War on a dagger for 12% extra damage and defense. Just like you get 12% extra damage and defense if you subscribe. I'm lying, it won't do that, but it will make sure you get notified every time I do another ridiculous challenge. But that's the early game build. Now it's time to travel the mountaintops and take on Fire Giant. I didn't even Golden Vow. Not close enough. Fire Giant gave me an important reminder that in this challenge, discipline is everything. Even one small mistake can cost hours of progress. Lucky for me, I get to learn this lesson without needing to reset. Godskin Duo is up next, and honestly, with damage this high combined with sleep pots, they shouldn't be a problem on any of the 8 playthroughs. They are important though, because just past them are 2 very good talismans that this build can make thorough use of. Dragon Crest Shield +2 gives an additional 17% physical damage resistance, and Shard of Alexander will boost my Ghost Flame Ignition damage by 15%. Malekith goes down pretty easily, and Gideon is up next. As strange as it sounds, Gideon is one of the bosses that I was most concerned about on this run. He can really easily cause problems by just spamming all of his spells in a row, and I really didn't have much of a plan to deal with him. So I kinda just winged it. I thought that I could get his health pretty low with Death's Poker and then use a +0 blood-infused rapier to finish off whatever was left, and that led to this disaster of a fight. Yeah. Off. I do not trust this to consistently work, and I need it to work 8 times in a row. Otherwise, I reset like 12 hours of progress. And that's a good reminder that I should probably have a plan. No more of this winging it. The good news is though, the hardest part is behind us. Horaloo, Radagon, and Elden Beast all fall without much of a problem, at least this time. But before I go to New Game Plus 1, I need to gather a couple of things that would be annoying to get after the world resets. The Opaline Hard tier is very useful, giving 15% damage resistance to every damage type. I didn't get it earlier because it's from a pretty high level boss and I didn't want to risk dying. 2 buffs become available at the Twin Maidens after beating Gideon. Since they're both body buffs, that means that they will stack with Golden Vow. Black Flame's Protection gives a massive 35% physical damage resistance, which will be useful for almost every boss. And Lord's Divine Fortification gives an even bigger 60% holy damage negation buff that I won't use as much, but should be incredible in the Elden Beast and Radagon fights. I also bought Radagon's armor set, which will be my endgame armor. You may be surprised that I'm not going for the Bull Goat set since it has high resistances, but I believe for this run, Radagon's set is better. That's because Radagon's armor has about 95% of the resistances of Bull Goat, but it's much lighter and, more importantly, way less risky to get. Then I picked up all of the Smithing Stone bell bearings so that I could fully level any weapon that I might need in the future. At this point, the build is pretty well set up and it's time to go to New Game Plus. I know some of you are probably asking how I'm getting out of the Chapel of Anticipation at the beginning of the game without dying, and it's actually pretty simple. If you get beaten up by this Scion in the beginning, you don't actually die. Your health doesn't go to 0, instead it just goes to 1. There's no "you died" screen, and you just get teleported to the stranded graveyard. After that, it's time to speedrun some bosses. After having some time to think about what strategy I should use against Gideon for the rest of the challenge, I had an epiphany and remembered that Frenzied Burst is really good against AI-controlled player characters. So I picked that up along with the Golden Order Seal since that scales really well with intelligence, and now this should work pretty well. As promised, I'm not just going to use the same build for the entire run. The Starfists are another phenomenal weapon that are the base for a top tier build. I put the Ash of War Cragblade onto the Starfist. This is a weapon buff, meaning that it stacks with Golden Vow and whatever body buff I'm using, and it increases physical damage by 15% and poise damage by 10%, meaning enemies will stagger with less hits. I also use the Heavy Attunement for the best scaling, and that also means that I need to respec into a heavy strength build. So most of my intelligence points are now going towards strength. I need 30 faith to be able to cast all of my incantations, and the rest goes to vigor and endurance. I also need to replace my Golden Order Seal with the Clawmark Seal, since the Clawmark Seal is the only one that actually makes spells better with strength levels. For talismans, I replace Shard of Alexander with the Axe Talisman since I won't be dealing damage with weapon arts with this weapon, and for the physic, I replace the magic damage tier with the charged attack tier and leave the Opaline tier in there for the extra damage resistance. The last thing to round out the build is Flame Grant Me Strength. This gives 20% extra physical and fire damage, but it is a body buff, meaning that I would have to sacrifice Black Flame's Protection, so I will only be using it when it's okay to not be as tanky. And now it's time to speedrun some more bosses. This is honestly the easiest point in the challenge because I now have a fully set up build and strategy, but the bosses still aren't scaled super high. So from about New Game Plus 2 to New Game Plus 4, I really don't run into any issues. The further in I get though, the more stressful it becomes because any simple mistake is representing a larger and larger reset and time waste. Cliff ledges start becoming unreasonably scary. Like, it would really make my hands crazy sweaty. I would probably single-handedly fix the Californian drought on the ride up to Mountaintop of the Giants alone. But fortunately, the bosses are easy. At least until around New Game Plus 4 when their damage really starts ramping up. If I got caught in a Comet Azure by Renala or Gideon, it would probably kill me. But Barrier of Gold will be a good safety measure to help prevent that. And I was also thinking back to the first Fire Giant fight where I almost died to his Fire Breath in just regular New Game. So Flame Protect Me will help give me some peace of mind knowing that I will probably have enough fire resistance to make a mistake. Now that I'm in New Game Plus 5, things are definitely getting serious, but I just need to put my head down and get through the bosses as fast as possible while not panicking and not making too many mistakes. Here we are, New Game Plus 7, only one more playthrough until the challenge is done. This playthrough will be the most difficult, not just because the bosses do the most damage and have the most health, but also because my stress levels are the highest here. Any mistakes that lead to my death is a 13-hour waste of time that I would have to go back and do all over again. So I did my best to calm my mind and not let the pressure get to me. I'm a fucking idiot. He stood in the sauce too long. That's what you get, old sauce stander. Not supposed to do that. Yeah, that's why. Oh, fuck. All right. None of this. Not this move. Come on, give me an actual move. Yeah, that'll work.
Hi chat.
Oh yeah. That's looking like the damage that I'm after. Bing. Come on, throw a spear. Old ween boy. Yeah, he's getting healthier, that's for sure.
Shall not be forgiven.
Nice try, fucking dweeb. What, you thought that was gonna kill me? You fucking nerd? Who do you think I am? Nice 21,000 juicer damage. New Game Plus 7 seems like a pretty substantial jump over New Game Plus 6. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, that's good RNG. See you later there, big dog. Okay. All right. Damn. I was really assuming that would got the stance break. I guess not. Alright. Well, whatever. We'll take it. having fun there, Gideon? Looks like you're having a real fun time. Oh, and you see that? That right there, that's why we got barrier of gold. Oh yeah, we're getting into actual chunky boss territory now. These last two bosses seem like they scale way more with new games than the rest of the game. No, dude, that's so unlucky. Got the sprinting attack. Don't like that shit. Okay. Well, fuck me then. Big meaty. Alright, we're good. Alright. I don't know why I thought I could strafe that. Damn, 7 charged heavies, dude? And no stagger? Jesus. You doing triple rings now? I should probably cast this again. That seems like a good idea. My oh my. Please, brother. Stop running from me. Oh my fucking god. There he goes again. Thank you, 60% holy resist, Lord's divine fortification. I appreciate you. Ran out of the 60% holy resist. It's all good though, because he's getting down, baby. Let's fucking go! Woo! And there it is, 8 playthroughs in a row without dying, completed in 14 and a half hours. And I did it first try. I really surprised myself with this one. I did not think this was something I was going to be able to get done in just one attempt. Anyway, if you liked this video, I'm sure you'll also like this other video popping up on your screen right now. I also want to thank the channel members for purchasing early access to all of my challenge runs.
Brought to you by NordVPN. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Look at you. Uncultured. Unsophisticated. Middle class. No, don't speak. You'll just make me throw up. I'd say cover up with this dinner jacket, but I'm afraid that you'd get your head stuck in the sleeve and asphyxiate.
Help, I'm stuck.
Listen, lowborn. Don't you want to be refined? Don't you want to be fancy, like moi? That's French. I don't expect you to know what it means, but I have some good news. Before this financial year ends, I have decided to make a charitable deduction. It's you, champ! For you see, I...
We can have premarital sex.
There's virus. I have made several videos, though, which will show you how to bluff your way to the inner circles. Undetected. Yes. By the time the elites find out...
Neon Genesis Evangelion is psychological and intense.
It will be too late. I get you in, you eat all the hors d'oeuvres, and we get out. That's the plan. And let's begin your instruction with... Theater. The YouTube premium of upper society. And the first section? Symphony. The first period of performance, that's called Baroque, from 1600 to 1750. This featured Bach and Vivaldi. Now there was also a guy named Giuseppe Tartini, and he was the best one of them all, because one evening he had a dream where the devil showed up and presented him with a deal. The devil would become his teacher and impart on him everything he knew about music. Yes. Once Tartini had learnt everything he could, he handed over his violin and asked the devil to play. The devil played the greatest musical piece that Tartini had ever heard. Tartini woke up with a gasp, and he tried to recreate what he had heard in the dream. And what he wrote down was his most famous piece, the best thing he had ever written. And he said, "This is shite compared to the original. This is nothing better than a tribute." And that's where you get the Tenacious D song from. He named this piece The Devil's Trill, and he claimed that the difference between his version and the version in the dream was so great that he would have smashed his violin and quit music forever had he not needed it for his job. Classical, 1750 to 1830. Mozart and Beethoven show up like da-da-da-da. Now, Beethoven was famously known for going deaf. Once that happened, everyone told him that he should just quit music forever. But he just wouldn't hear it. Anyway, there's so much I could say about these two. Romantic era. Now that's when everybody started kissing, and it's my favorite. Great piece. Mwah. Oh, you played wonderfully too. Mwah. We also enjoyed listening. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. All you need to know about this one is Chopin and Berlioz. Berlioz, however, was not getting any kisses. He was relatably, painfully single, living alone in Paris, the city of love. So, here's how it started. He's there and he's in his early 20s, and he is looking for a new GF. So one day, he attends a Shakespearean play, and on stage, he spots an actress, and he immediately falls in love with her. He wrote her many notes, confessing his love, but her DMs went unreplied. So he began writing a symphony about her. How can she ignore this? And also around this time he started smoking a lot of opium, but don't worry about that. Anyway, so he wrote this piece just for her. However, his DM still went unreplied. For several months he started to get quite disheartened. Until he saw another girl. So he immediately fell in love with her instead, and he said, you know what? I'm going to change that symphony I wrote, so now it's about this other lady, and not about that ugly one that I didn't like anyway. This time, happily, she reciprocated, and they fell in love and were set to marry. Suddenly, what the fuck? Phones haven't been invented yet. Yes, hello, I'm busy. Oh, Rome? To study? Absolutely. I'll catch the first flight out. So, Berlioz went to Rome to study music. However, while he was away, he got some news.
Berlioz, I have to tell you something.
Sacre bleu. Some other, more handsome musician swooped in and married his girl while he was in Rome, and they ran away together. Berlioz was furious, and he set his mind to solving the problem. I know what I'm going to do. I'm gonna murder her and her lover and her mom. And then I'm gonna do a self-murder. Alright, so this gets pretty elaborate. His idea is to dress up as a housemaid. He has bought both poison and 2 guns. Now he is going to sneak into the house of his ex-fiancée, and there she and her mother will be sipping tea, which he has already poisoned. Then he will pull off the clothing and reveal himself. Blam, blam, sad overture. So he heads back home to Paris to do it. But while on his travels there, takes quite a while, he has to change carriages. And when he does that, he leaves the guns in one of the little cubbies. So he's lost all his weapons. What is he going to do now? Well, his next leg on the stop is Genoa, and he decides, you know what, let's just skip the murder and go straight to the finale. So he stops off in the port city of Genoa, and he's there at the side of the Mediterranean. He pauses for a moment, then he throws himself in. Now, some people see this whole thing happen, and they think he's had an accident, so they run in to try to save him. They pull him to the shore. He lived. So he has now reached his lowest point. He dejectedly continues home. He gets back to Paris, and he wallows around, feeling pretty sorry for himself. But he decides, you know what? I may as well do what I do best in times of trouble. Smoke a lot of opium. And while I do that, I shall write a symphony. Although I ain't gonna name it after that hoe who stole my heart. And so he went back to work. But here's the thing. It was the greatest piece he had ever written. And it premiered to a huge crowd. And you know what? It was a smash hit. #1 on iTunes. But then, and here's a bloody plot twist. Remember the first girl? Well, she attended that concert, and she realized that Berlioz was a genius. And then she wrote a letter to your boy saying how good your bloody symphony was, and sorry about not replying, I just put my phone down and got super busy or whatever. By the way, I love you. And so Berlioz goes, well, I love you too. And a year later, they were married. There's a beautiful moral of the story. See, fellas, don't jump in the Mediterranean. Anyway, a few years later they got divorced, because weirdly, he cheated on his wife with the housemaid. Not that one, a different one. But then he married that housemaid. Hooray! But then when he died later on, for some reason, he gets buried with both of them. It's kind of strange. But moving on to the Impressionist musicians. Now that's Claude de what now? Claude de what? You know what? You'd better go to ad time. Alright guys, welcome back to the Nord Stream. Today we're playing Assassin's Creed 3. Chat, come on, chat. Hey, oh, everyone's spamming Nord in the chat. Whoa, a new follower! Hey, welcome to the Dream Team Sub Cream. Thank you so much for great to see. Oh, unfollowed. Sorry guys, the cleaners are here. Sorry, just ignore the mess. I haven't cleaned up these bottles yet. No, it's just tea. It's just tea. I stream for 10 hours a day, and it's like the algorithm is against me or something. How come everyone is watching Asmon's stream, and I'm not getting any new followers? I'm playing the games. What more do you want me to do? Just a quick word from the sponsor. NordVPN is the VPN that you can trust. So go to nordvpn.com/internethistorian for a huge deal on a 2-year plan plus 4 bonus months for free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. My God. Today we are gonna be watching the new Snow White movie. I love the intro. Oh, I love seeing that Disney logo. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Guys, I'm just gonna get up and get some food. I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. What the f? Who reported my stream? Hello, my Nordlings. Welcome back to the stream. Can we get some ends in the chat, guys? No, not like that. Mods! Welcome back to the ASMR stream for NordVPN. Today I'm going to be drinking a can of Coke while I say the word Nord. Nord. Hey, thank you for the tier 3 sub. With NordVPN, I can be outside my house, Jack's Film's house, Samito's house, Ordinary Things' house. Just like that. Welcome back to the hot tub stream. What do you guys mean? How many hot dogs can I put in my mouth? What? I'll just... Oh my God, $5,000 donation. Thank you so much. You guys are such good friends. Streaming's not for me. I'd rather go to nordvpn.com/internethistorian to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus 4 months for free. And over. Watching Netflix, are you? All tucked in with a 3-hour essay on Good Game Good, and here's why.
Fallout New Vegas is actually the only based Bethesda game.
Turn that off. I've got something for you much less enjoyable and far more expensive. We're going to the theater. Theater, from the ancient Greek theatron, the most dramatic of the Transformers. It means a place for viewing. Here's a Roman theater. They were quite simple back then. You have the stage, the auditorium, and the vomitorium. Now, for a very long time, people thought that the vomitorium was a place where the Romans would gorge themselves, where they would eat so much that they would throw up, and then gorge themselves again because they were so decadent and/or bulimic. But it comes from the word vomere, which means to spew forth, because that's where people go in and out. So vomitorium is just a dramatic way of saying the entrance. Now, if you skip forward to the 1800s, things are getting a lot more modernized, but they still didn't have electric, so they had what's called the limelight. And that's why they say, to be in the limelight, to be the star of the show. What they would do was take a piece of quicklime and heat it up super hot, which will naturally glow very bright. They would then take reflective mirrors and lenses to focus the beam, and they would use that as an early form of the spotlight. The limelight is not because it's green, but because it's made from quicklime. In the modern day, things are a lot more advanced, and they can do all sorts of cool shit with like lasers going into your eyeballs and all sorts of stuff. But it's not just the tech that's had an upgrade, it's the architecture as well. In Elizabethan times, they had the yard, and you could get in here for about a penny apiece. And this is where all the poor people stood to watch the shows. It's like when you go to Oppenheimer and you end up with the worst seats in the IMAX theater, right? But thankfully, in modern times, we have fixed that problem. We kicked out all the poor people and we sunk the floor down low and put in an orchestra pit. Now, these things are usually 6 to 12 feet deep, so they're not obstructing the audience's view. But having a giant hole at the end of a stage is quite dangerous. So usually they put a big net there as well. And yet, a lot of people still get pitted. Like a lot of people. In 2011, during a production of The Sound of Music, one of the lead actresses fell into the orchestra pit and was left paralyzed from the waist down. In 2009, a conductor, not a superconductor, just a regular one, fell 14 feet into the dark pit and broke 9 vertebrae and 1 ankle. Mamma mia. And he fell on his pointy conducting thing. At the Bolshoi Theatre, a violinist died from his injuries after falling into the pit. This theatre is prone to all sorts of accidents, by the way. It's kind of cursed. But performers and musicians aren't the only ones falling into the pit. In 1988, an 82-year-old man fell from his balcony box seating all the way down into the pit during a performance of Macbeth. He died. Very spooky. Even already dead people are getting pitted. In 2016, a man sprinkled his friend's ashes into the orchestra pit at the Met Theatre. This happened during the intermission, and it was a sort of tribute to a mentor of his. But of course, people went, "What the hell are you doing?" And he goes, "Oh, I don't know," and he flees the scene. Everyone's coughing and sneezing up dead guy, and people think, is this anthrax? What is this? So they call in the anti-terrorism police, and the whole show is cancelled for the rest of the evening. A quick intermission. Or is it? Ooh, fiddle-tee-dee, I am the trap master. Not like that. Do not ask me to reveal my secrets, woman. I have dedicated my life to the mysteries of the theater. Ah, the theater. She has so many enigmatic traps. Let us start with the most simple, yet devious. The wall trap. It allows the actor to walk directly into the set piece. Ah, where did he go? Nobody knows. Cast your eyes over here to the genie trap. Now the victim stands on this dumbwaiter, and a counterweight launches their hapless body up onto the stage. Wheesh! In the olden days, this circle of flaps would sometimes go on top, and then that would make the whole thing just one way. Now, back when they made this thing, they didn't have hydraulics. So instead, they'd have like 6 stagehands pulling as fast as they could. And sometimes it would go totally wonky, or it wouldn't open properly, or they'd only get about halfway through. Oh, well, I guess that's it. There's only 2. Wrong! This is the vampire trap. And if I want to come back up again, this is called the sunroof trap. Very cool. Watch out for the closing doors on this one. It managed to trap Spider-Man's foot back into production in 2013. Me and the Green Goblin, we collabed on this one. All right, there's one more. The ghost glide. What you do is stand on this slidey bit, and it ascends diagonally, which makes it look like he's coming out of the ground. But the ladies are there yawning, they're going, ooh, short ghost. But then, 5 foot, 5'1", 5'2", all the ladies are turning their heads now, 5'3", 5'4", 5'5". All the ladies are loving it. Now, I bet you're wondering, what happens to the actors when they go down these traps? Are they dead and gone forever? Yes, sometimes. In 1888, Frederick Federici was playing the role of Mephistopheles in Faust at the Princess Theatre in Melbourne. As he descended the trap at the end of the play, "Goodbye, everybody, goodbye," he had a heart attack and died, never seen again. So as you can imagine, with this many deaths, the theatre has become a highly haunted place. Oh yes. In fact, sometimes you can put your ear right up to the wall and you can hear 2 male ghosts wrestling. Can't fake that. Ah, another ghost hole. Don't look inside. I did once. Almost went blind. That's why I wear the mask. Anyway, because of all the ghosts, the theatres do whatever they can to keep the spirits happy. See this? It's called a ghost light. When everything is closed, it is kept on always. Kept on for the ghosts, so that they don't, bump their shins in the dark or whatever. At the Palace Theatre in London, there has been some ghostly activity.
It seems to be a bit of a hotspot for ghostly activities.
And that's why they always keep 2 empty seats at the back, so that the ghosts may sit there and watch the show.
So that's why we traditionally kept a couple of seats off sale for the ghosts. However, Harry Potter is so popular that we sell those seats now.
Oh. Also, most theatres close for 1 day per week, and on those days, the ghosts are left to perform for each other in their own shows. Which they like, we think.
I was worried about my own vagina. It
Oh,
needed a
finally, the vagina
a
monologues.
culture of other vaginas.
You know, I wasn't always part of the elite. In fact, from a very young age, I grew up in an orphanage.
No, my parents weren't dead. Rent in that building was just really cheap. But my parents showed me no affection. And as soon as they could, they sent me off to boarding school. But boards were always their passion, not mine. I tried to run away, but they caught me. And boy, did they throw the book at me. Alas, I did not dodge in time. I spent the next few years in a coma. A Native American town, Pueblo, Acoma. And the people there taught me how to read American. They also had a local library, and I spent my days buried in books, learning as much as I could about the arts. And once someone noticed me buried under those books and they rescued me, I knew I wanted to teach default character presets like yourselves, all about Shakespeare. Editor's note, I started Googling Shakespeare and I got kind of distracted, so, I don't know, here's a WAV file. You can do something with this. Put him in like a classroom or something. Alright, attention, everybody, I am your new teacher. You are a bunch of troubled inner city youths. All you know is shoot gun, fail test, and crime. But I'm here to teach you that actually, books and reading and stuff are actually pretty epic after all. Now, the earliest known written language is what, Mr. Single Parent Household? I don't know, Teach, but you're never gonna get through to me. Oh, really? Well, what if I go back in time? Back in time. In the long, long ago, very few could read. But to be fair, most of the written languages were kinda shit. This is cuneiform, the very first written language, and it has far too much punctuation. Then eventually came along the Egyptians, and they invented emojis, but they would call them hieroglyphs. Anyway, the typical written thing would go like this. Message for you, sir. Big bird, man with stick, man sitting, circle. Oh, more bills. Eventually that became quite annoying, so the Phoenicians, who were a kind of Lebanese, very progressive especially for those days, now they came up with a better idea. They started going, hey, that sounds a bit like an A. Buh, that sounds a bit like a B. Kuh, and so on, until we had a proto-form of the alphabet. Now, the Greeks thought that was pretty neato, but they said, let's come up with an even better version with 22 letters, and soon that will be like English. Oral history. Greeks more like geeks. Got 'em. Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you about something highly relatable. Of the surviving Greek works, the greatest hits were the Iliad and the Odyssey. Now, because most people couldn't read, this stuff wasn't written down for a very long time, and instead it was memorized and performed. And when they performed it, they used one of these, a lyre. Now, this was great for conveying tone, right? So here's a soft bit, doo-doo-doo, but then this is a big dramatic bit, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Now, the Iliad starts with this guy, Menelaus, king of Sparta, and he has a wife, Helen, and she is a very fine lady. And then the Prince of Troy shows up. His name is Paris, and he goes, damn, shorty, awooga, awooga. Hey, that's what he'd say, right? And he and his boys abduct her and took her all the way back to his crib in Troy. Now this makes Menelaus quite miffed.
Hey, hold on there, Buster.
He declares a turf war, but he can't win it alone, so he calls on his homies. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, and Achilles, the best drive-by shooter of all time. But Achilles is not in the mood to fight, so the whole of the Iliad is basically spent trying to convince this guy to get involved.
Please? No. Please? No.
Eventually, they win the turf war by being very sneaky. They make a giant horse, which is the symbol of Troy, and they leave it at the front gate. That's their way of saying, "Oh, I guess you win. We're walking away now." And meanwhile, thousands of soldiers go off and hide in some bushes. Now, the Trojans are very suspicious, but they can see that the Greek ships are actually sailing away into the horizon. So they know, oh, it must be real, it must be real. We've won the many years war. But actually, there's almost no one on those ships, and there's a surprise inside the horse. Later that night, when everyone's asleep, boiling hot tzatziki everywhere. And also some soldiers wearing thermal protection. They get out and they open the gates, and then everyone comes out of the bushes, running into the city, and kill everybody. After they win the war, Odysseus heads back home to Ithaca. However, on his way, he starts making beef with Poseidon, god of the sea. And Poseidon is mad at the disrespect, so he sends Odysseus on a long-ass detour, and that detour is the story of the Odyssey. Pretty epic, right, kids? Whoa, Teach, that's fire. I'm starting to come around. That Odysseus guy is literally me. Yeah, I'm gonna try that horse trick on my ops. Homer, from Homer's Odyssey, is not a character in the story. He's the guy who tells the story, and then people wrote it down. Now, moving chronologically to the next big one, you've got the Bible. And for all practical purposes, this was basically an oral tradition too. Most people were illiterate by this point, and the Bible was written in Latin, and pretty much only the clergy knew Latin, so they would be the one to recite it to people.
It says that the cute lady at the front should go on a date with me, please. Listen, the rules are the rules. I didn't say it, the book did.
There was a translated version into English, the Wycliffe's Bible, and you better believe that thing was a threat to the order. So they made that illegal to own.
What?
And if you were found with an unlicensed copy, the punishment would be death. So it remained. The Bible was read to the people. Now, by the 1300s came Chaucer, who wrote the Canterbury Tales, and that was a pretty big deal.
Get this book now.
Because it's one of the first significant works written in Middle English. It describes a bunch of people making a pilgrimage from Southwark to Canterbury, which is here to here, which was the longest journey anyone had ever made in the 1300s. And now, it's a whole series of stories, and most of them can be boiled down to, how come if everyone is on a pilgrimage, you're all so focused on material stuff? Oh, hypocrites much? Dong. It's now the 1600s, and they've updated all the textbooks from Middle English to regular. In 1601, King James I said, all right, you know what? Let's everyone have a copy of the Bible they can read. Let's do a King James Bible. I won't feature in it, but I'd love to be in the title. And he commissioned a committee of scholars to rewrite the thing in English, God's language.
Now I can't speak Spanish or anything.
It took 8 years. And that brings us to Shakespeare. And he's a huge deal. Oh, look, we're out of time. But sir, we're supposed to do penis inspection day today. No, there's no time. Roll the end card. The end. All right, that's the lesson. You watched the whole video. Or at least, you had it on in the background while you scrolled your phone. And I couldn't be prouder of you. There's just one more quick thing I want to tell you about. Theater props. For example, this gun. Now, the thing... Oh, look who it is. I know what you're thinking, but it's just an actor. We all know that the real Lincoln is dead. You know, when he fell asleep on the tracks of the Underground Railroad. Anyway, this thing is super realistic. Although the trigger is a little loose. Ruh-roh. Oh, I can't believe you did that, but I won't tell anyone. And, in fact, good news. I'm gonna make you my little protege, and I will be your protojo. And I got so many more lessons to teach. Still here, huh? Yes, just a little cleaning. More good news. Next video is almost done. It'll be on incognito mode and it's about the arts. And the next main channel video is also nearly done. That'll be out shortly after. If you're looking for more content in the meanwhile, we have another channel called Story Mode. The Metal Gear Solid and Forspoken videos are especially good. Don't forget NordVPN. Thank you for watching. More soon.
Super Mario 64. One of the most iconic speedruns of all time. Top level runs are beautiful. There's incredible movement, bizarre glitches, and awesome tricks. It all adds up to a super popular speedrun, giving Mario 64 the impressive legacy it has. But I've got a secret to share. All the gameplay you've just seen was performed with a blindfold on. This might sound too insane to be real, but for the past several years, players have been trying to speedrun Super Mario 64 without looking at the screen. How is this possible? How do you take a three-dimensional game and not only play it with your eyes closed, but practically make it look easy? Let's take a journey inside the minds of some of speedrunning's most impressive players. Welcome to the world of blindfolded Mario 64. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. I don't know about you, but I'm subscribed to a number of streaming services. I try to switch between them, subscribing for a while before moving to other ones. Only problem, I forget to cancel and end up paying for a service I'm not using. This is where Rocket Money can help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I think Rocket Money is great for keeping track of your subscriptions. They identify recurring charges and cancel unwanted subscriptions for you. But they're also great for setting budgets. They can automatically monitor your spending by category and notify you when you've exceeded your limits. Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $740 a year, with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Join today by going to rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt, or by clicking on the link in the description to get started for free. You can unlock more features with a premium membership, but you can start off for free, so might as well try it and help out my channel. That's rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt. Blindfolded speedruns aren't a new concept. For years, blindfolded runs have been a staple at Games Done Quick events, and runners have even grinded at home to optimize blindfolded world records. But those were usually for simpler games. Compare that to Mario 64, with its 3D gameplay and wide open levels. Getting consistency with this seemed out of the question, and for many years, nobody bothered trying. But then, we arrive in 2017, when the main character of our story comes onto the scene. Meet Bubzia. Bubzia had seen players like RunnerGuy2489 and 360 Chrism play blindfolded 3D games before, and it inspired him to see what he could do in Super Mario 64. Bubzia started by figuring out a few basic stars blindfolded. From there, he expanded to the rest of the game. He slowly built up his skills throughout 2017. And finally, by October, he was ready to try for the first full game completion of blindfolded Super Mario 64. Here's how he did it. First off, this was a 16-star run of the game. Collecting at least 70 stars is the intended glitchless route, but that was not going to happen with a blindfold on. Instead, Bubzia performed a popular speedrunning route. Collect 16 of the easiest stars, then tackle a couple glitches to skip to the last stage. That was much more manageable than going for 70 stars. Right from Bubzia's first inputs, you can see his general strategy. He ran forward until he heard Mario hit the wall, then turned right and kept going. It was slow, but these inputs were hard to mess up, and he eventually made it to the cutscene. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Bubzia worked on getting to the top of the mountain for the first star. He used the camera angles to his advantage. He'd run forward till he hit an object, then carefully adjusted the camera and kept moving forward. This normalized his movement and lined him up so he'd always end up running to the same place every time. After gradually inching his way up the slope, he got to use audio techniques on the boss. He backflipped to pick him up, then counted the audio of Mario's footsteps to know when he was in the middle. This lined him up so he was perfectly underneath the star when it spawned. Bubsy ended up collecting 3 stars in Bob-omb Battlefield, and they all followed the same idea. Very simple and safe setups to reliably work his way through the map. He then headed to Whomp's Fortress, where he ultimately picked up 5 more stars. He used a plethora of strategies to get these, slowly backflipping up the long ramp, running from wall to wall, and even using a bit of muscle memory. His setups were so normalized that whenever something went slightly off script, he usually couldn't recover and either died or restarted. This happened 9 times throughout Whomp's Fortress. Bubsy continued through the game, slowly but surely collecting stars. While a lot of his strategies looked safe, they required an unbelievable amount of memorization and skill to do blindfolded. None were harder than the Bowser stages. He needed inside-out knowledge of the level to ensure he could platform without looking. He had a clever strategy for the Bowser fight itself. By constantly letting go and re-grabbing his tail, Mario gradually moves forward. Eventually, you'll collide with the bomb, and skip having to somehow aim a Bowser throw without being able to see. After an hour and 25 minutes, Bubsy had collected 15 stars. He had a precise setup to grab Mips the rabbit, and then counted Mario's footsteps to know when to turn through the hallways. To clip through the doors, Bubsy had more setups that involved re-grabbing Mips repeatedly. They worked, and Bubsy was through both doors after a few minutes. But then, he arrived at the hardest part of the entire run, Bowser in the Fire Sea. There are so many cycles, moving objects, and obstacles all over the place, that even with the best setups, Bubsy couldn't consistently make it through. He had a few smart strategies to help. By listening to silly kicks, he could tell where the platform was in its cycle. A longer distance between each kick meant it was moving down, and a shorter distance meant it was moving up. And later on, by backflipping onto this box, Bubsy knew that even if he took damage in the lava, he was lined up with the heart so he could recover. Safe strategies like these helped, but it still took Bubsy nearly an hour to get through Fire Sea, with 11 deaths along the way. But eventually, he cleared the level, and after 2.5 hours, he was in the home stretch. Next up were backwards long jumps, and there was no big secret to doing these blindfolded. He just had to line up and hope his mashing got him through the door and up the stairs. And finally, Bowser in the Sky. It's quite similar to Fire Sea in that there's several cycles you have to deal with, the hardest being the 2 elevators right at the very end. But thanks to a combination of backflips, audio cues, and normalization setups, Bubsy made it through after 3 deaths. The final Bowser fight requires 3 throws, and Bubsy's strategy for the first 2 was letting Bowser run at him, then dropping him right into the bomb. But that's not an option for throw 3. So, he had to just randomly spin Bowser and hope he hit a bomb. One random throw away from history being made.
Okay, so calm down. I need to collect the star. Calm down, guys. Please, man, please. It should be to the left. 2 backflips or 1 backflip. No, that's not good. Yes! We did it! Yes, guys! We did it!
Bubsy had shocked the world. He could literally beat Super Mario 64 with his eyes closed. Probably one of the craziest gaming achievements ever. Now, his run did take over 3 hours, and he either died or restarted 33 times across the game. There was room for optimization, if Bubsy so desired, but he didn't. He was the only person in the world capable of doing this, and he was happy to move on with his life. But little did Bubsy know, while he was working on his 16-star run, there was another player on the other side of the world doing the exact same thing, Z-Surf. Neither player knew of the other's existence, and Bubsy's completed run came as a big surprise to Z-Surf. He was still working on individual stars. This other guy was way ahead of him. But Z-Surf wasn't deterred. He talked with Bubsy, learning some of his strategies while improving on his own. He found different routes to take and ways he could complete certain stars faster. By the time he started full game runs in early 2018, he was a much improved player. Z-Surf ended up beating Bubsy's run by a few minutes on February 2nd, and a month later, he took a full hour off the world record. Mario 64 completed blindfolded in an hour and 58 minutes. A big part of the improvement was the fact that Z-Surf simply died less than Bubsy. He had to restart just 15 times across the run, compared to Bubsy's 33. But his route through the game was also quicker. For one thing, he opted to collect both Peach slide stars. He had a fairly safe strategy to leap over the edge and make it to the end before 21 seconds. That's fast for a blindfolded star. He also switched out a couple stars in Hazy Maze Cave to save a bit more time. But beyond the route changes, Z-Surf was simply faster than Bubsy. He used more audio cues to his advantage. For instance, in the Bowser stages, he could tell where the rotating platforms were based on what part of the background music was playing. And just all over the run, Z-Surf's strategies were a bit riskier, running up a slope rather than backflipping, and using fewer setups. Meanwhile, as Z-Surf was lowering the Mario 64 blindfolded record, Bubsy was working on other blindfolded games, most notably Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts. He planned to come back to Mario 64 eventually, but if nothing else, these other games were still helping him improve as a blindfolded speedrunner. He picked up on different blindfolded strategies and ideas while he played. And as the months passed, Bubsy realized there was one technique that might really help with Mario 64. Something that would make his movement look much more fluid, almost like he was playing with his eyes open. That fall, Bubsy came back to Mario 64, implementing a trick called beat counting. Beat counting is essentially using the background music's beat as a metronome to time your inputs to. Now, it's important to note that this isn't the same as a music cue. That's where you wait for a specific moment in the song to use as a cue. Instead, beat counting is simply having a consistent frame of reference, in this case the beat of the song, to help time different inputs. For example, you can run forward, then know to jump after 3 beats, then press jump again after 4 more beats, and so on. This can help make otherwise brutal sections become nearly trivial, as it replaces insane muscle memory with consistent inputs. Beat counting was first implemented in Super Mario 64 by a player named Katoon, who used it in his 70-star run. It helped him all over, allowing for fluid movement that looked like a visual player at times. After seeing it utilized in other speed games, Bubsy decided he had to try using it in 16-star. So, in September 2018, he came back to Super Mario 64. He wanted to see how much time he could take off of Z-Surf's record of 1 hour and 58 minutes. How much could beat counting help? Well, right away, Bubsy saved time on the very first star. He picked up a box and navigated into the corner of the gate by beat counting. By then setting it down on top of Mario's hitbox, he got pushed behind the gate and was able to collect the star. This is an obscure old trick known as box clip, and predates the more traditional bomb clip used in modern visual runs. New strategies with beat counting were used throughout the game. Often, these helped big time with consistency as well as being faster. The slide in Cool Cool Mountain was now beat counted, and Bubsy had a safer MIPS grab thanks to beat counting too. But the biggest time saves with beat counting were the Bowser stages, especially Fire Sea. As you recall, this is probably the hardest level in the run. It took Z-Surf over 17 minutes to get through it in his world record. But here, Bubsy used a beat count for the entire stage developed by Katoon. Highlights included a section in the middle where he navigated without adjusting the camera. Since he couldn't see anyway, there was no point in changing the camera angle. He still knew exactly where to go. Bubsy flew through the whole level, and ultimately, he completed it in just 2 minutes. A 15-minute time save over Z-Surf. That's the power of beat counting. Bubsy was cruising. The run was far from perfect, but after demolishing Fire Sea, he knew he was way ahead of Z-Surf's world record. He couldn't see his exact pace, of course, but he knew it had potential to be a big record. The backwards long jumps went well, and thanks to beat counting and other audio cues, Bowser in the Sky was quick too. Once again, it all came down to hitting this last Bowser throw. And then he could find out just what type of pace this really was.
Yes! Yes! Someone! 53, yes! Yes! Yes!
This was ahead of even his wildest dreams. Not only was it sub-hour, but it was sub-hour by several minutes. The whole game beaten blindfolded in 53 minutes. The run did have its slow moments. He died a handful of times, and the worst part was when he had to intentionally drown to restart in Dire Docks. But being able to cut a world record in half did not happen very often. This was everything Bubsy wanted and more. Beat counting had changed blindfolded Mario 64 forever. But once again, Bubsy decided this was a good place to stop. Despite there still being room for improvements, he remained interested in exploring other blindfolded speedruns. So, he stopped playing, and for the next year, his blindfolded world record remained unchallenged. But of course, Bubsy wasn't going to stay away for long. 16 star was his bread and butter. And if you've seen my other videos, generally people who dominate a game can't help but come back to it time and time again. Bubsy wanted to see just how low he could take the blindfolded record. So, after a 10-month break, he spent the summer of 2019 rerouting the run, changing up the stars a bit and trying to optimize his strategies. By August, he was ready to start up runs again. And over the course of just 11 days, he did this.
I'm not happy, man. I'm not happy at all. No way, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, dude.
an unbelievable grind. Thanks to a combination of beat counting, incredible muscle memory, and a ton of skill, Bubsy had beaten Super Mario 64 blindfolded in under 40 minutes. This run had one big mistake. During MIPS, he got lost and had to quit back to the menu. It cost about 2 minutes, so a 36-minute run would be the limit. But there were no major mistakes anywhere else. 38 minutes was incredibly optimized for this type of run. It was exactly what he was looking for. Bubsy really was the king of blindfolded Mario 64. Hardly anyone else had tried it, and those who had were well behind him.